Well, folks, welcome to one more edition of Politics and Right. I'm Egberto Willis, your host. Thank you so kindly for being a part of the show. We are going to have a great show for you today, as usual. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Let me get to my screen. Para ver. First one in the house, Yvette Avery Herod from Atlanta, Georgia. How are you doing, Yvette? Great to see you here. Merry Christmas. Also, we have Michael Rudnin watching from Twitch. We have Michael Rudnin says, military.com. Trump threatens to try to take back the Panama Canal. Panama's President balked and the suggestion shortly after Trump's speech. Panama's President Mulino released a video declaring that every square meter of the canal belongs to Panama and will continue to belong to his country. Without mentioning Trump by name, Mulino addressed Trump's complaints over rising fees for ships crossing the canal, saying they are set by experts who take into account operational costs and supply and demand factors. I mean, we're supposed to be a capitalist country. There's water problems in the Panama Canal. Therefore, less ships can go through quickly, which means there's a shortage. And if there's a shortage, prices go up. Isn't that the principles that we teach? ¿Qué es lo que pasa con esta gente? All right, Financial Times says Trump told Europe Europe wants 5% NATO defense spending target. Trump is to demand NATO more than double the 2% spending target, which only 23 of the alliance 32 countries currently meet, to 5%. European official briefed on Trump's thinking said they understood that Trump would settle for 3% and that he was planning to explicitly link higher defense spending and the offer of more favorable trade in terms with the U.S. during NATO's forthcoming June summit. It's clear that we are talking about 3% more than the Hague summit. Look, Trump is a bully, and that's what he's trying to do. Oh, they want to beef up security, beef up defenses, like he cares, right? Because we know what he thinks about Putin. That's who he adores. All right, Radin says, Egberto, whoever thought Trump was anti-war clearly didn't know what the hell they're talking about. Well, we always knew that. This is from a guy who basically doubled our drone strike program in the last time he was in office, then prevented disclosure of the number of strikes and body count, while green-lighted indiscriminate bombing in mostly brown countries where he clearly didn't care who died. Now Trump is pushing NATO to more than double their defense spending while threatening an allied country with the war over territory. I swear, if Trump goes into Panama, it will be no different than what Russia did with Crimea in 2014. Imperialist aggression. Egberto, I'm worried about your near future. Trump went after Haitians over some BS. And now, as you know, this bluster will escalate after he gets repeatedly mocked and rebuffed. When Trump sends our military into Panama, there will be a lot more than 4,000 dead. The future is looking grim. By the way, look, let me tell you, grim and hasn't even assumed office yet. Look, it's not 4,000 dead in Panama. It's at least 10,000 dead. If you take a look at where Chorrillo was, I know where Chorrillo is. That place is full of tenements, and you don't even know all the people that live in one building, etc. It's amazing. But that's I have my link today is about that. We're going to hit it in a minute. All right, welcome aboard, Paul Fleming from Powder Springs, Georgia. We also have Michael Rones says, Egberto, don't forget to share in Blue Skype. What would I do without my PDR posse? I actually forgot. I need to try to find. What we have to do is there is a daemon that I need to get that actually automatically does it for me. I don't have it yet, but I will work on getting that, Senor Radnin. But I'm about to share that as we speak so that you can actually reshare and do all your magic with it. Para ver dónde estoy. Estoy aquí casi listo para hacerlo todo. All right, there we go. I am here, Radnin. Hey, Radnin, thank you very much. It is officially... Oh, wait. All right. It's officially shared. All right. Let's see what else we got here. What else have we got here from our peeps? We also have, let's see, Melanie Keelan. Happy Monday, 23 December, folks. Melanie Keelan from Barcelona, Spain. We also have new, a year-long House Ethics Committee investigation into former Matt Gaetz found substantial evidence that the Florida Republican committed statutory rape, solicited prostitute, and used illegal drugs. The man spent $90,000 on prostitutes, man. $90,000. Wow. All right, let's see what else we got here. Lee Grant is in the House from Montgomery County. Eric Hayes in the House from Kingwood, Atascocita. Okay, let's see. When HOA doesn't protect you and sells to a developer who will end up flooding your neighborhood, we have a local one called Meritage Homes clearing land that was wooded for over 10 years. Now they move in thanks to HOA, and now an area that did not flood during Harvey will now. The land is being lifted and leveled 5 feet above street level so that you are going to flood because you are not elevated. You know what that's called, Eric? Michael, help me out here. Because a lot of these folks that like to talk about they don't like regulations, regulations would have solved that problem with your HOA. But Houston is a city that has no zoning, which is a regulations, or anything of that nature. You live by regulation, you die without regulation. So I hope as people see the debauchery that's going to happen as Donald Trump tries to take away legislation from his using his pen, that you'll see that the mercury that couldn't be dropped out of the ash will now end up in your streams. And where does that mercury come? Where are that mercury stuff again? Oh, mostly in red areas. So as they drop that regulation, we're going to pollute a lot of red areas. So as they drop regulations left and right, guess what gets polluted? Mostly a lot of red areas. Ha ha ha. Low income folk. All right, let's continue here. Paul Pullman says, my newly found sister and her husband lives in Panama. I will be vacationing there soon. Don't forget, only go during the day, but go to Colon and go get into those restaurants. They don't look quite nice, but man, the food is good. Let me just tell you that. Colon is where you have the Afro-Latino Caribbean folks in mass. You have them in Panama City also. But in Colon, that's what the city is, my brother Fleming. Check it out. Get out of Paris, too. Oh, okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. Bruce says Panama and Greenland. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Para ver. Okay, let me go ahead and start, because I think it's like 17 minutes long. My rant on Panama, I did it today. Let me make sure that I have all the connections set up so that it can be heard everywhere. You know, I have all these systems set up now, thanks to you guys complaining sufficiently enough that, ¿dónde está? Yeah. Okay, let's see. What is that story about Panama, right? A short history. Let's go. Let's do that right this minuto. Lo vamos a comenzar ahorita mismo. Guess where I'm from? I'm from Panama, and I know the tribulations that Panama went through. In fact, a little secret. I think it was in 1821 or somewhere around there. Panama, I believe, got its independence from Spain. So it was an independent country for a while. And then it joined Gran Colombia, which was a conglomerate of different South American countries. And it eventually became a part of Colombia, the actual country Colombia. And while there was Colombia, they were building this canal. The French was building the canal. De Lesseps was, I think, the guy sort of in charge. And they failed miserably. Why did they fail? Because building a sea level canal in Panama is not like building a sea level canal that this company did in the deserts in Saudi Arabia, where they built the Suez Canal, right? They just had to dig sand, open it up, and sea level between the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean Red Sea, I believe. But anyhow, Well, America wanted to build a canal, and Colombia said, "No, señor, no vas a construir un canal aquí. You're not going to build a canal here." So they got a few rebels in the province of Panama, which was a part of Colombia, and I don't remember the president. I think it was Roosevelt, put a battleship in front of my city called Colon, right, and said, "Okay, you are now an independent country, and we are going to sign a treaty," of which no Panamanian signed. Of course, it was Bonavaria, the person who signed the. I'm taking this off the top of my head from my elementary school. So if I get a few little things wrong, it'll just be a few tiny things wrong. But Bonavaria signs the treaty, the Panama United States Treaty for the Panama Canal, where it granted, I don't understand the language. It said 99 years in perpetuity. America got to get the canal, build this canal, and on both sides have 5 miles on either sides of the canal that they control. They ran the canal zone as an apartheid state. I kid you not. The canal zone was an apartheid state within the state of Panama. But I tell you, no matter what, of course, Americans are there. Standard of living is higher. So Panamanians flock to work for the American governments, of which my dad was one of them as well. You know, it's like, hey, if you're working for Pan Canal, the Panama Canal Company, right, you make quite a bit more money and, you know, all that good stuff. But still, the Panamanians living on the canal zone, they lived in substandard housing. We lived in substandard housing on the canal zone. So a lot of folks that lived on the canal zone, Panamanians that is, they also had homes, what we call in the Republic, what means in Panama away from the canal zone, which we did as well. The idea here being that we had America come help the creation of this country, Panama, to build a canal to create an apartheid state within the country of Panama. Now, throughout between 1914 and 1970 something, there were riots upon riots upon riots because, again, we had this apartheid state within Panama. In fact, on the canal zone, the only flag flown for the longest time was the American flag. So here you are. Think about another country coming into Texas, take Austin and say, we are going to hold on to Austin in perpetuity. We're going to have a police force, a fire force, a judicial system. And not only that, we're going to prevent Texans, born Texans, from being able to go into the canals, into Austin. If we don't allow them into Austin, unless by permission, unless they work there, etc. An apartheid state within Texas. That's how it was in Panama. Let me tell you a few truths, however. Like I said, we lived on the canal zone. And as a Panamanian living on the canal zone, I didn't realize a whole lot of this. I know that the Panamanians lived in one section while the Americans live in better homes and they had better things, etc. But the schools that we had, while they were made of wood, right? And their schools, all of it was made of concrete. You know, that's the standard building procedures. Our teachers, most of them Panamanian West Indians, were exceptional. And we fought and we fought and we fought to get equal rights on the canal zone. And I remember my class was the first class on the canal zone to graduate from the unified canal zone schools. In other words, we had an apartheid school system too. The Panamanians went to one school system. The Americans went to another school system. We got substandard books, substandard everything, except our teachers were excellent. And on the American side, they had the tools, the microscopes, and all these great things. And we wanted those things too. We worked for the canal zone. And we finally got it. My class, again, was the first full class to graduate out of that. And let me just tell you, I remember our teachers on the canal zone, the Panamanian teachers, grilled us and told us that we had to be an example because the reasons these folks, I remember them telling us, don't want us there is they think we can't compete. They think we are substandard. They think we speak funny. They think that we cannot do X, Y, and Z. and our first class in Cristobal High School. And the Panamanians came out with the first 14, I think it was the first 12 or 14 physicians. I don't remember exactly. This wasn't because the Panamanians were smarter. This was because the Panamanians had to be prepared and had something that they had to prove, because they were treated as less than the other. That's what happened. They were treated that way. I want to break off from this little commentary a bit and say one thing. When you see somebody like Tiger Woods excel, when you see somebody like the NBA players excel, etc., 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 and you have what I called those who would want to say there's something genetic of these performances, etc. You know what made those performances? It's amazing the things that racism and prejudice can do, because you have to work twice as hard than the majority population. It turns out naturally that you have to excel. But going back to, so I mean, I want people to get that in the head. What we don't generally have is an even playing field. We have a skewed playing field. And anytime we try to unskew that playing field, whether we use things like DEI or other things to say, let's correct the injustices of the past, something always rears its head to get rid of that necessity, that reality. Now we come back to Panama. In 1964, we had these big riots. 1964. Then my old man worked for the the American Fire Department on the Canal Zone, but he lived in Colon. Okay, that meaning you cross over into the Canal Zone to work. When you're done working, you go back to live in Panama, in the city, in the country proper. And when they had the big riots in 1964, my father participated in hosing people out to prevent them from really invading the Canal Zone, because it was going to be bloodshed in the Canal Zone. And he was part of the Panamanian groups in the fire department that actually helped maintain the peace. But that also put a bullseye on a lot of these guys, because a lot of these guys were told, don't come back to Colon, because in effect, you hosed us down to protect the peace. And that is the only way certain particular groups of folks actually got what they called quarters. I mean, it's amazing how they did this, to live on the Canal Zone. So there's a whole lot of history in this little apartheid state created by the United States in Panama, and that bears mentioning. To solve this problem, Omar Torrijos Herrera, the person that the American government loves to call the dictator of Panama. By the way, before Omar Herrera, we had plutocrat after plutocrat, oligarch after oligarch, some rich oligarchs that, Panamanians they were. We used to call them Rabi Blancos, that controlled all the sources of production in the country. Everybody else lived the substandard lives. These guys, the president of the country, each time that got elected, Arnulfo and all these other guys, they were sanctioned by not sanctioned, but, that's who the United States wanted as government. Finally, in 1970 something, I don't remember, like 76 or so, the overthrow occurred. The dictator, Manuel Noriega, Omar Torrijos Herrera, took over the country and forced a treaty. Things were just getting out of hand. So forced a treaty that turned over the canal and the Canal Zone back to Panama to have full control, a sovereign state. Carter signed that treaty. It was called, I think, the Torrijos-Carter Treaty, that gave the canal to Panama and the corresponding military bases, because America built 14 military bases in Panama, as well as some other entities, the Gargas Hospital and these other things. I want to give you a little corollary here. America has a small, tiny base in Italy, and they were paying tens of millions of dollars for that base in Italy. They had multiply 10 miles by 50. They had approximately 500 square miles of a apartheid state they created in Panama. And for that, they gave Panama something like, I don't remember the number, don't quote me, but it's somewhere between 1.5 and 13 million bucks to rent, right? For that apartheid state, that's what they paid America every year. Paid Panama every year. Panama made nothing from the billions that's been made passing ships through the canal to save them from going through the southern tip of South America. They got very little. They got that too. But places like Italy and France, the spaces that America rent, they give away hundreds of millions of dollars. So that is the disrespect with which Panama has always been treated by the American government. Actually, it was an American corporation created by the American government to run the canal that had its own private apartheid government. Again, I have to admit, while I lived down there in Panama on the canal zone, I never was educated in politics to understand the political dynamics. You just existed. You understood this is how things work. And it wasn't, as far as you're concerned, it's neither bad or good. It's just the way it is. It's just as I matured, became older, a lot of things I would kind of hear my father say, I understood it now in a different light. And it's a shame that I didn't understand a lot of this till I moved to the United States, right? But I understood it. So after December 31st, 1999, big day in Panama. At that point, all of Panama became a sovereign country. No more apartheid state in the center of Panama. And by the way, again, that apartheid state occupied the center of Panama for its entire 50-mile diameter, not diameter, but, a punto to cross from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. There's a whole 10-mile gap that Panamanians have to cross if they want to go from one side of Panama to the other. I mean, like I said, a lot of times you don't understand the predicament you're in until you look at it from the outside. Now we come to today. There are a lot of issues with the canal right now. We have climate change. Panama has a big rainforest that normally collects all the water from the rain season, and they throw it into two big lakes, Gatun Lake and Madden Lake. And these lakes have been running pretty low because, again, climate change has brought less rain during the rainy season to Panama. And because of the way the canal functions, the canal is a very ingenious level of engineering, because what it does is it creates a huge lake in the middle of the country, and it uses locks to pull water, bring the ships up to the lake level. The ship goes across the lake in the middle of Panama where it's mountainous. So they use big valleys in the lake. They fill big valleys up with lakes, Gatun Lake. And they only had to dig a trench 8 miles long called the Culebra Cut. Used to be called Gaylord Cut, now Culebra Cut. And they cut through mountains for only 8 miles, whereas otherwise they would have had to cut 30, 40 miles of mountains if it weren't for bringing the ship up to the top of the mountain in that lake and move across. Now, after they did that, again, we have problems with rain last year and for the last several years. So if you believe, like America believe in, I don't, but America believes in this thing called capitalism. I call it's the biggest theft really on the labor and resources of the world. And I think that is easily proven if you want to be honest about it. But that's what America believes, and that's a standard of the Western world, including Panama. Now we have a shortage of water to pass the ships through the canal in high numbers. So what happens when there are shortages? Whenever there are shortages, the price of the commodity or the price of the service goes up. So less ships can pass through the canal while we had water problems. Because again, the lakes are not peak full, etc. So you can only pass X amount of ships now. So the prices naturally go up for the lesser amount of ships that can have access to this Panama Canal. Trump doesn't like that. Trump wants all other countries to disregard what America asks of its own. Trump wants the other countries to simply absorb the cost that America would never absorb. And because the rates to pass through the canal has gone up while this shortage occurs, and because it is likely to go up the next year because of inflation, and to mitigate and to create other resources to maybe not have this water shortage as bad the next time around, Donald Trump is threatening to go into Panama and take back the canal. That's what he says. Take back the canal. In other words, disregard the treaty. Disregard the Torrijos-Carter Treaty that returned the land and the canal to Panama. I mean, this brings back memories. We call ourselves a country, a body of laws. That's what we say. We believe in laws. We follow our treaties, all this good stuff. But you know what? When Torrijos Carter signed that treaty, Panamanians should have always known one thing. Go speak to the Cherokee. Go speak to the Indians about the Black Hill Mountains, or the Black Hills, or the Black Mountain. I don't remember what it's called. As soon as these guys found gold, they got the American military to come in and kick out the natives and take back the land that by treaty they had rights to. I mean, treaty after treaty after treaty, we break. We are the ones who withdrew from the Paris Accords. We are the ones who withdrew from the Iran nuclear treaty. It wasn't the other way around. At some point in time, we are going to have to lead by example at some point in time. But if Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, think that folks are going to stand by and watch him, as Howard mentioned before, the greatest grifter on the planet, jump into Panama and claim to take back this canal, he has something else in store. Because as opposed to how many of us were back in the 70s, back in the 80s, back in the 90s, where we just let things happen, that will never, ever happen again. And I repeat, that will never, ever happen again at all. All right, let's see what we got here. Looks like Panama has gotten lots of benefits. You sound like the colonists, my brother. You sound like the colonists. It's our country. Why do you want to impose benefits on us? We didn't ask for it. Okay, let's continue. Egberto, I'll make a prediction. In the year from now, grocery prices are going to rise 30% because of Trump's tariff tax and corporate greedflation, pushing prices above and beyond the taxes. I want to see all the complainers about eggs. They're going to keep quiet. They're going to suck up the price and just say, oh, what's going on here? But there are going to be a few that are going to really raise hell, because there are a few people who actually bought into the crap. Love how ignorant Eric is to tell a native of Panama what is going on. Kills me. Shows he pays no attention to actual history and first-hand account. It's not only that, Vrij. It's also, and let me be very frank now. Okay, I want everybody listening, specifically my white brothers and sisters. There's something that people of color understand, and also women to some extent, because I was in a thread over the weekend. And in this thread over the weekend, we were corresponding about how can we get people together? How can we solve the nation's problems, etc. So it's a long chain that's been going on for 3 days, an email letter chain with some activists that are working on some work and bringing people together. But the only problem I saw was the film that we use as a template. It consisted of men of just about every race, but it was only men. We never heard the woman's point of view. And likewise, in this discussion, which wasn't about the movie, it was just about how do we bring people together, what are the things we needed to do. The only people participating, it's about half men, half women. The only people going back and forth with these emails are guys. So my last email said, we are only getting half the argument. We're only getting half the debate, because We don't have the women's flavor in this discussion. And in effect, I was not admonishing, I was trying to trigger women to respond because, again, half of the people receiving the email are women. So one of the leaders responded, and she said that she was busy doing Christmas stuff and she didn't want to stop to get involved. But one of the reasons she didn't stop to get involved was that she felt in these organizations that women can talk and talk and talk, but are never heard. I repeat, they talk, but they're not heard. The guy would bully them. And let me tell you, it's the truth. I'm on several boards. I'm on the board. I'll just tell you about the board at KPFT, the national board. I can't tell you specifics because we're under signature that we can't talk about it, right? But I can tell you that the dynamics that you always see on these boards is that there are healthy, vibrant conversations between men. And a woman would talk and you wouldn't get a lot of a lot of response. I would always make sure to intentionally listen, intentionally see where this woman is coming from, and intentionally make sure it is a part of the discourse. I learned that at Move to Amend because, yes, I suffered from the disease as well. I said suffered, past tense. So I intentionally make sure to do this. Okay? Now, here's the other thing. I went to another activist group. This one was about Medicare for all, healthcare for all. And one of the things that I started, I had a very long commentary. And the commentary that I had about it had to do with the election because those of us in this space were fighting and talking about what do we do after this loss? Why did we lose, etc. And I started hearing the same old stuff you hear on TV that Kamala lost because of the economy. Kamala lost because all these things are completely and entirely, to put it in the best English, stupid. That's not what the numbers tell you. Only somebody who doesn't want to accept the truth will look at those numbers and read that people were so concerned about the economy, people were so concerned about the price of eggs that they elected the guy who almost killed them, the guy who is just a complete evil being, right? So, I mean, you could see the results in North Carolina, you could see the results in Wisconsin, you could see the results all over and understand that Kamala Harris did not lose because of the economy. She lost because of her gender and race. So I gave through a whole litany of the rationale of how I came up to this statement. In other words, it wasn't race baiting. It wasn't playing a race card. It was just saying, look at the numbers. And after giving this 5-minute speech, as we are going around in circles and people going back and forth with items, everybody went back and forth with other people who had different statements to make. My statement of 5 minutes of illuminating with fact-based information, and this is in a very progressive group. After I said that, the next person that spoke simply moved on, and the entire room moved on. Not one commentary was made to that entire essay that statement that I gave. And I made sure that we went a few more rounds and people kept on talking back and forth, replying to each other's commentary, etc. And I made sure to go back and forth to make sure it's not my imagination that I just wasn't heard, or nobody had the decency even to say, well, Egberto, I don't really think this because it was simply placed into the ethos and nothing was ever made of it. So afterwards, I had to leave the meeting fairly early. So I put in the chat that I needed to go. And the person who ran the program told them, the chair of the program said, hey, Egberto has to leave. It was probably about 25, 30 of us. Egberto has to leave. So let's break the cycle. Let him say his last words. And then, I would exit. So my statement at the end was, let me tell you why we have issues with other demographics. And by the way, I was the only person of color in this particular room. And I said, let me tell you why we have problems with demographics, and we have problems because some people are invisible. You make up your mind of what the reality is going to be, and that is how you define it. And I was very surprised. This is me talking to these guys. I was very surprised that no one touched anything that I said. No one made a comment about anything that I said. That is one of the reasons why, even in our progressive space, you won't get an answer. And if you take a look at some of the things I put up on progressives versus right wing, because I also go to right wing areas, and I'll be honest, I am treated as an individual in the right wing space a lot better than I am treated as an individual in the left wing space. I understand that in the right wing space, they're going out of their way to let me know or let me believe they're not racist, they're not prejudiced, and they believe in inclusion. On the left, they don't feel they need to do anything, even as you look at the entire setup on the left. And when you look at it at the levels that I'm practicing, the leadership levels, etc., it's scant. So yes, when Breed says, "Oh no, Egberto Willis, you were treated like a woman had said it," eh? Yes, that's why I'm saying now. Let me now throw it back on women. That's why it was so upsetting for me when I saw the results of the election. When I saw the results of the election and I saw that women, specifically white women, who understand what I just said, who lives through what I just said. Some of these women themselves were in these progressive spaces that I made my narrative on, and they as well were quiet. My daughter has, explained it to me as far as, if one group is on top and there's another group hanging on into second place, they will that group hanging on into second place, unless they resist that carnality, unless they actually have a good spine, they would rather hold on to that second place than to run the risk of attempting to bring everybody up that's feeling that prejudice to then fight the power at the top. Ashley had a good way of explaining that concept a few times, which when you put it through the mechanisms, it makes a lot of sense. Protect your lane. You are one step away from the lead, right? And that is the magic of Trump. Trump knows how to enhance that. Trump knows how to break that coalition. When you had a leader like Obama was the kind of leader that empowered all people in the groups. And that reflection of a leader did what it was supposed to do. He empowered. So everybody felt empowered to go execute. So you didn't get that drop off like we got with white women when we had Kamala Harris. But when you have a leader that does the distinct opposite, which works on breaking people, creating dissension among people, then you get the kind of election that we got. And it's only speaking the honest truth. Like I am speaking right now about my own experiences in these spaces, not right-wing spaces. I'm talking about left-wing spaces. It's only when you can be honest and say this occurs everywhere that when it comes to racism and sexism, there's not much difference between right and left. The only difference is the left purport to want to do something about it. And in the laws that they pass, they do something about it. In their own personality, they don't. But in the laws, at least, where it's codified, they do something about it. I tell you better. I think until we understand that particular concept, until we get that in here, right? Nothing's gonna change. And we have to intentionally work on this. And this means white women have to get on board. And there's no two ways about it. You know, I always laugh. I know math, right? And I always found it funny that they called black women, and I'm racializing things right now. I hate to do that because you guys know where I stand on that. But demographically, in the voting patterns, I want to illustrate something. I always found it amusing when they called black people, and specifically black women, swing voters. Because the reality is, black folks in the total only represents 13% of America. A very small percentage, 13%. White people make up 65+% of the population. And if you include proximity to whiteness, which is a part that they don't like to speak about. I remember when I read the story that said, oh, in the next 10 years, America going to be a predominantly minority country. I laughed. Exactly. Michael Rudnin, ding, 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 ding. Michael Rudnin just won the prize. White women are the real swing voters. That is, look, we have to be honest. White women are the swing voters. But let me finish my narrative. So when you take a look at that 13%, or when you take a look at black men that the whole media was getting all excited about, black men are going to vote for Trump. Instead of 90% voting for Biden, they're going to vote for Biden only 80%, and 20% are going to vote for Trump. And the media goes crazy. Oh, black men are falling for Trump. Even if that were true, it doesn't matter. That is such a small number. If you tell me that white women went from supporting Donald Trump from 55% to 50%, I would say, wow, we have just taken over the entire damn country. Because that swing, that 5-point swing, in the case of this election, a 2-point swing with white women would have given us the election. In other words, if 2% more white women said, you know what? Trump is bad for us. Trump wants to grab on my thing. Trump wants to kill my daughter. Trump wants to do all these things. If just a small percentage of white women did that, because there are so many, that is the real swing vote, Brother Rudnin, Sister Bridge MCP. That's a swing vote. What we have with black women is they are the most reliable vote of any voter, bar none. They're going to vote the interests of the country. Bar none, they will vote the interests of the country. They will hold their nose and vote the interests of the country. They won't sit down and say, well, I think I don't like what this person does or whatever. They'll come like, child, I don't care if this guy was, in other words, if Donald Trump If they thought Donald Trump would be good for women, all women, I guarantee you they would drop all of their party affiliations and all of that kind of stuff and vote that way. And there is a cultural reason. There's a cultural reason why black women behave that way. And that's what a black woman, specifically leader in the party, told me. And it's clear. They are the ones in the prejudice in this country. They are the ones that have to take the most. Women have to take a hell of a lot of prejudices, if you take a look at it, but black women take more prejudice than any other demographic, bar none. So they have to always be making that calculation, what is actually best for me, and with that, my son, my husband, etc. And this isn't stuff that I'm just pulling out of the air. You go into one of those spaces. I go every now and then. I would find one of those groups on Twitter Space, and I would get into those Twitter Spaces and listen to them. And every now and then I'll push the speaker button, and some of these Twitter Spaces have 1,000 people in it. But because I have a blue star on Twitter and it has politics done right next to it, usually if I push the bar, I get a chance to speak. And they'd listen, and I'll ask a couple of questions, and I'm telling you. So this invisibility thing, women go through it, but I tell you, people of color, it is just if you don't have a strong skin, a thick skin, it will demoralize you such that you never participate. One of the leaders and this one was a white woman. What she said, one of the reasons I don't even talk, I talk in women's group, but I don't really talk in these kinds of groups. That's what she said. And my reply is, you can't do that. Actually, I didn't reply to her. That's what I wanted to reply to her. Was, you can't do that. You have to remain engaged, because even if they don't acknowledge you, somewhere in their ethos, they're responding. All right, Michael Radin says, Berto, fun stuff with statistics from Pew Research for the screen. I'm going to put it up there, Brother Radnin. Let's go ahead and get it to the screen. Let's see where. Oh, it's on Medium. I think it's on Medium. No, that's not Medium. Let's see where it. Why? Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. There it is. All right, here we go. This is from Brother Radnin, people. Let's go ahead and get that onto the screen. Let me put it onto the center screen. And there it is. It says, most white adults have a neutral view toward the declining share of white people in the USA. All white adults, 5% very good, 11% somewhat good, 62% neither good nor bad. But that's a very misleading way of asking the question. And let me tell you why. Most people are going to choose that middle ground. I don't know if that's. I think they have to reformulate that question, Brother Radnin. I think that question have to be reformulated. Okay, so I think we got to reformulate that, because the ones who says very good and somewhat good, those are like that super progressive answer that progressives normally give. That one in the middle is a different thing. So I would have to take that one with a grain of salt. All right, let me continue seeing if I got to read. Hey, I went long-winded today, guys, but I think what I said. Let me ask something. Does anybody want to call me up and either refute, agree, or talk about that issue that I just spoke about? I only have 7 minutes left, and I'd love somebody to call and talk about this issue. Let's do that. Let's have somebody call in. Maywood says, I guess you never noticed that Panama is a Panama. Also, I'm guessing you never paid much attention to in history class. The canal was started by France. It was by the Lesseps, yes. When they ran out of money, they turned to the United States. But back then, Panama was part of Colombia. There you go. Thank you for noticing that. Michael then said, Egberto, yep, most people aren't racist, and the younger they are, the less racist they tend to be. I actually agree with that. Most people aren't overtly racist. Most people still have a few hang-ups, but it's not the hang-up of the old racism. It's a familiarity hang-up. Just like if I went into, I can't use myself as an example because I feel comfortable in absolutely every environment. I've yet to find an environment that I hadn't felt comfortable in. So I can't use myself as an example. All right. Michael says, come on, folks, give me a call. 281-823-7747. 281-823-7747. Let's see what else we got here. Read out, please. Most white people say it's neither good nor bad when whites go from majority to plurality in the 2040s. And the younger the white person is, more likely they are going to say it's a good thing. The young people are going to say it's a good thing because, that's their lived experience. They go and they have fun and they realize that having fun is not a race dependent thing. Having fun is just having fun. People have most of people's attributes have nothing to do with colorization. I wish we were there. We just aren't there yet. As I have a nephew. I never forgot it. He and his wife is white. He's black Latino. And they drove down here. And thank you, Joe. When you get a chance, give me a call the next time we're on. And they're driving through a West Texas town. And his wife, he's just pumping the gas and looking around and smiling and having fun. And she sees these two white guys in a pickup truck close, in the parking lot, just staring. And she gets concerned. And she just, stays. She gets concerned, and my nephew is completely oblivious. That's just how he grew up, completely oblivious to the possibility of danger. But she was not. So when they drove here and they got here to Kingwood, she came to my office and we're sitting down, and she's like, sometimes I have to remind Tarata that he's black, and that some people would kind of want to hurt us, and then I'm like, I know, but what I found ironic is that it was her who expressed the concern, not him. I just thought that was a funny thing. Anyway, we got a limerick. We've got a limerick from our resident poet. Our resident poet with a limerick. Let's get busy. Here we go. Some are calling Elon Musk the real president, but only native born can be White House resident. Unless a plot-most senator. Oh, I got to do it again. All right. Who do I have the honor of speaking with?
AI is taking notes.
Hi, is my phone working? This is Joe from Los Angeles.
Hey, Joe, it's working. Let me do the limerick real quick, and then I come to you. No, stay on. All right, here we go. Okay. Some are calling Elon Musk the real president, but only native born can be White House resident, unless a plot most sinister would make Musk prime minister. Trump needs Elon's billions near, so Congress reps their primary sphere. Perhaps Musk wouldn't find it too Spartan if he lived close to Trump in the Rose Garden and not be hesitant glamping out in a luxury tent. I love Sarnik. He's a great poet. Anyway, how you doing, our beautiful Joe? Talk to me.
Okay, about white women having grown up in an evangelical white family. They're a different type of thing. There's no community. There's only the unit, the family unit, and the woman connects to the man subordinately and doesn't think for herself much. God talks to the man talks to her. And so that's why white women don't vote for women or their own rights. I've lived it. It's very sad.
Let me ask you, are you white?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually experienced that in your upbringing as an evangelical Christian?
Yeah.
And are you still an evangelical Christian?
Oh, no, I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist now. Okay. Well, look, I'm first of all, thank you so kindly for that input because I think people need to hear this because I think some other folks have articulated something like that, but coming from somebody that actually lived it is more important than any.
Right.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, in my family, I still see it. So, okay, thank you.
No. Finish, please.
Oh, I still see it in my family. They still act the same.
Oh, so you're saying that behavior is still there?
Yeah.
Now, and let me ask you the stupid question and feel free not to answer. But are you older, younger, in the middle? What's your age group?
56.
56. Well, look, very much so. Thank you so kindly for your call, Joe.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Now, think about what Joe just said, folks. That is an important note that needs to be added to the equation. Anyway, let's see. Musk derangement syndrome going. I just love me some Lee Grant. Lee Grant can always be the great contrarian in this group. But well, Lee Grant, we don't even need to talk about Eric. I think Eric is just, well, you know what I think. Anyhow, we must listen to white women. We must listen to everybody. But anyway, look, it is 4:00. Time flew. I did a lot of talking today because I really, you guys open the door for that. But that's what we do here, right? And by the way, remember, you can always call in and change the subject. Let's see. Egberto, when you get a chance, check your FB messages. There's Bele of the Ranch video I want you to check out about the Panama Canal. I will do so today, Michael Rudnin. So, I'll do so. Anyway, folks, we need your support. Please go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. If you have the wherewithal to do so, please become a paid subscriber. That's how we fund all the different networks that we run here. So please go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Support the newsletter if you have the ability to do so. And you know what? You will be ensuring that we have truly honest conversation. You always have an input. And as Bridge, women in this domain, women rule, right, Bridge? Women rule. And, think about it. Women have been ruling for a long time, even they didn't get credit. You doubt me? Ask FDR, who ran that White House. Ask FDR. Anyway, folks, I got to get out of here. Thank you so kindly, folks. Don't forget, become a supporter if you can at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Or if you want to know all the different ways in which you can support us, go to politicsdoneright.com/support. I'm going to put them both back in there again. politicsdoneright.com/support gives you the all-encompassing different manners in which you can support Politics Done Right. Or you can go to Substack and please click on that subscribe button and consider becoming a paid subscriber. Thank you so kindly. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. And you guys know how I end this, baby. I am out.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number one, subscribe to our channel. And number two, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. Recently, I was honored to be on the Latino Media Collective with host Oscar Fernandez at radio station WPFW in Washington, D.C. We were met with Michael Fox, who's a producer doing some work on documentaries covering Panama and many other Central and Latin American countries. I want you to listen to this particular discussion. because it tells much, commemorating the 35th anniversary of the United States invading Panama, the country of my birth. This was a very informative piece that we did here, and I hope you get as much out of it that we tried to actually put into it. But check this out, and we'll take it on the other side.
U.S. invades Panama 35th anniversary. Greetings. Y bienvenidos a toda mi gente escuchando en Washington and all points beyond. This is Oscar Fernandez, and you're listening to Latino Media Collective here on WPFW 89.3 FM, Washington, El Distrito Colombia, here on this Friday, December 13th, 2024. We're also heard on LatinoMediaCollective.com. You can find us on Twitter under the name @LMC_show. And of course, live on WPFWFM.org. That's WPFWFM.org. Today on the show, we put the spotlight on the 35th anniversary of the U.S. invasion of Panama in 1989 and how it still remains relevant to both Panama and U.S. foreign policy today. So we have a fantastic show with us today, and we're joined today by Michael Fox, who's a freelance writer, producer, and documentarian. He's the host of both Brazil on Fire and Under the Shadow. We'll be speaking a lot about his episode on the U.S. invasion of Panama. But Michael Fox, welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And also joining us today is Egberto Willies, who's the host of Politics Done Right, which airs on Pacifica Station KPFT in Houston, Texas. He's also an Afro-Panamanian who has his own insights to what we'll be discussing today. So welcome back to the show, Egberto Willies.
It's always my pleasure to be with you, Oscar. I love your program and I love what you're doing in the community.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So I'll be honest with you guys. It's hard to know where to begin with a story like this that is as vast as it is in terms of its human toll and criminality. And well, I guess the best way to start this program, speaking of criminality, let's begin by hearing the words of former President George H.W. Bush in his justification of the U.S. invasion of Panama. And it sounded a little bit like this.
Last night, I ordered U.S. military forces to Panama. No president takes such action lightly. This morning, I want to tell you what I did and why I did it. For nearly 2 years, the United States, nations of Latin America and the Caribbean, have worked together to resolve the crisis in Panama. The goals of the United States have been to safeguard the lives of Americans, to defend democracy in Panama, to combat drug trafficking, and to protect the integrity of the Panama Canal Treaty. Many attempts have been made to resolve this crisis through diplomacy and negotiations. All were rejected by the dictator of Panama, General Manuel Noriega, an indicted drug trafficker.
This was the official story from Bush himself. Now here's a clip from Under the Shadow, produced by Michael Fox.
The largest U.S. invasion since Vietnam, the first U.S. military action since the fall of the Berlin Wall 1 month before, the testing ground for the Iraq wars. And the United States government and the mainstream media ignored or whitewashed the violence. The story told to the American people was that of a tremendous success, the liberation of the people of Panama, all in the name of democracy and the so-called war on drugs.
To defend democracy in Panama, to combat drug trafficking, and to protect the integrity of the Panama Canal Treaty.
So that was a clip from Under the Shadow, the U.S. invasion of Panama in 1989. And I just have to say, it kind of blows my mind still that we are now this month, this December, on the 35th anniversary of this invasion. I was just turning 11 when this happened, so I'm showing my age here. But like I said before, I had a hard time, Michael, processing as to where do we begin in discussing this moment in Latin American history that is both well documented, yet often ignored in the lessons it offers. So where do we begin here? This is sort of the assessment that I make of this historic event in Latin American history that we have it documented, but we don't learn from it at the same time either.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. And I think it's important to understand within the context of U.S. imperialism, within the context of continual invasions and the United States pushing its agenda abroad, what this represented, kind of what we mentioned in a second. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, it was the so-called end of the Cold War. The United States needed to show its power, and particularly Bush needed to show that he was strong, or at least he wanted to. And so this was a way of the United States, and particularly Bush, showing that he was not going to be weak and he was going to be strong against those evil dictators, quote unquote. And so Panama was an easy target. Of course, this was all within the context of the so-called war on drugs, right? That fit with the same promotion that the United States was pushing over television and in poor communities in the United States. And so abroad, it was an easy frame to shift away from the Cold War and to continue with the messaging of saying the United States, oh, it's no longer the Cold War, but now it's the war on drugs. And so it's an easy way for the United States to be able to use that as a wedge to continue to push hard against anybody it wanted to. I mean, they're still using the same thing anywhere, right? We've seen it in we've seen it in Plan Colombia. We've seen the war on drugs throughout Central America, throughout Mexico, all throughout. I mean, it's been the same discourse we've been using over the last decades, right? And so this was an easy target. Again, also Manuel Noriega, remember, this was a former U.S. asset. Like, he was literally on the payroll. And the only reason why the United States didn't like him anymore because he was playing many different sides. And of course, this was a place, Panama, where the United States had literally occupied for decades, like throughout the entire 20th century. So this is not a place that the United States is going to lose, but it's a place that the U.S. can show force and can take advantage of this moment to say, look, we are not going to back down. Yes, we've won the Cold War, but now we are going to win the war on drugs. And I think that is really important context. And yes, we have absolutely forgotten it, but it's the United States playing the same imperialist game it has always played, and using the discourse of so-called democracy and democracy promotion, when in reality, it's all pushing its own agenda abroad for its own political purposes. And in particular, in the case of George W. Bush, who at that moment needed a victory, needed a win, he needed to show strength. And this is how he did it.
Yeah. Noriega can be argued as almost the original Juan Orlando Hernandez. But even then, that's sort of a misnomer, because there have been plenty of Noriega and Juan Orlando Hernandez type figures throughout Latin American history in the 20th century alone. Egberto Willis, you're an Afro-Panamanian. I know this hits near and dear to your heart, especially on this 35th anniversary. The same question applies. Where do we begin to process this moment in history that, again, simultaneously is well documented, but we don't learn the lessons from this well-documented event in Latin American history?
What is amazing with the story is it has so many different angles, right? Noriega was the perfect capitalist for the United States, okay? He was a capitalist. America had a need for drugs, and he was the one facilitating drugs to come to America. But the thing about it is there was a duality here. The purpose of the invasion wasn't solely about that colonel or whatever he was getting shot in Panama City. It wasn't necessarily about drugs. As Michael just said, it had a lot to do with power. They wanted to make sure that Noriega remained the puppet of the United States and do whatever they wanted. They wanted him to invade Nicaragua. I said no. They wanted him to stop they then used the drug as a pretext to come in. But the other side that is so disconcerting, and I tie a parallel between this, and I don't want to change your subject, but even with Gaza, we cannot tell Israel to stop bombing the you know what out of Gaza, when what Bush did in Panama was to level Chorrillo, a place filled with Panamanians who looked like me, as well as Colon. He spared everything else. I mean, there were other places that, assuming you really wanted to protect yourself against folks, there was no reason to go into not Marañón, but Chorrillo and Colon the way he did. It just showed a disregard for humanity, just like Israel has shown a disregard for humanity in Gaza. But I tell you further, they did the same thing that they've done all over the place. They've tested, they used that invasion as well as another purpose to test new weapons systems. So that one invasion was not only devastating to Panama, but it showed the inhumanity of what we call our military that we use as an example around the world. We don't have the moral character at all to put down anybody who goes to war. That war was unnecessary. It was terrible. And to get one man, the UN says 1,000 people. I believe it was what they said. The UN said 4,000. America said 1,000. But we know how the tenements are laid out in Colón and Chorrillo. Was a hell of a lot more than that got killed out there.
I have to say that the comparison between Panama and Gaza is really not off the subject, because as a matter of fact, one of Michael's guests on Under the Shadow actually made the comparison between Panama and Gaza today. And as a matter of fact, I have that clip here, and well, let's take a listen.
Historian Olmedo Bellucci says the region looked like Gaza today. He published the first book about the U.S. invasion of Panama to mark the 1-year anniversary of the attack. He says some residents sought refuge in a nearby church. He says the United States promoted a strategy of looting supermarkets and stores to generate chaos and confusion. The financial cost to the private sector was estimated at $400 million.
I got you covered.
It took the United States 4 days to find Noriega, during which time the U.S. occupied the country and swore in a puppet government on a U.S. military base. The new U.S.-backed president was Guillermo Endara, the opposition candidate who had allegedly won elections earlier that year against Noriega's ally. So General Noriega, the de facto leader of Panama since 1983, had canceled the vote. Professor Olmedo Bellucci explains that although Endara had participated in the elections, his was a puppet government because he was sworn in on a U.S. military base while the country was under invasion.
So that's another clip from Under the Shadow discussing the 1989 U.S. invasion of Panama. And I'll begin this question here with you, Egberto, because Michael mentioned here the issue of chaos and confusion by the U.S. military. Since you had family down there during that time, I'm curious to know if you could give us a few further examples of the chaos and confusion that was created during that time period. I know that there are several examples there, but considering that you have family there during that time period, I want to know if you could elaborate on this. I know there was a lot to process in that clip, especially with the Endara puppet government, but can you address this issue first, if you like?
Let me tell you, and this is very interesting. Most people don't know this. Our money in Panama is called the Balboa, but the Balboa is indexed directly to $1. And so we don't even print the Balboa hardly. We just use the American dollar. And the way that Bush started to come after Noriega to try to get the government to topple is that he stopped all dollars from circulating into Panama's banks. So therefore, people had no money. They got paid. Now, the only people that had dollars were the people who worked for the Canal Zone. Luckily, my father had worked for the Canal Zone for some time, and his retirement money was going into his his particular account, and they had dollars. So the Panamanians who worked for the canal, they were like kingpins, right? Because they could go into the town and people would pay premiums for using those dollars. So people suffered. Commerce really came to a halt. People used IOUs, pieces of paper that says, I owe you this and I'll pay you when the situation gets better. So it was utter chaos. So on the economic side, before the invasion actually occurred, there's a whole lot of mental angst that the people were going through, both economically. They were doing all these kinds of simulated attacks and that sort of thing. The American government actually was. They don't tell you about that, but they were having these simulated attacks to try to entice the Guardia Nacional, which is the Panamanian Defense Force. They were trying to get them to go ahead and somehow attack the United States to give them a purpose to come in. And they never bit. They never bit because they understood what was happening. And that's why you see Noriega did what he did. But let me tell you a few things that kind of goes on top of what Michael was talking about. This is how bad things were. My father lived in a town called Arcoiris, which is on the outside of Colon. And there's one street to get into Colon from Arcoiris at that time. And there were people who were stuck in Arcoiris. It was called Rainbow City as well. People who were stuck there, and they would have the tanks all blocking the entrance into Colon. One of the people my father knew, his wife had diabetes, and she was trying to get her the medicine in Colon. And we had the army over there who knew nothing about Spanish. And this guy is in his hands in Spanish saying, "Necesito llevar la insulina a mi esposa." I need to carry the insulin to my wife. And he's walking up and they're saying, "Stop, stop, stop." And when he said, "But she has to have it," they gunned him down and killed him. That was the norm. That was the norm. We have a building called the Quince Pisos in Colon. All right. They used the C-1, I forgot what is it, the gunship, the C-130 gunship. And they just opened up on the building, the Quince Pisos. They had the Cobras, I think it was, sending missiles into because they said they were small shots coming out of the building. It was reported that the stealth fighter, not bomber, was actually just kind of played around, I guess, to test it out there. Like for what? We don't even have a radar to try to detect it. Or missiles to hit it.
My goodness. It's just another example of how the free movement of capital undermines democracy. Michael, there's a lot that Egberto mentioned there. And I don't have this clip, but you did point out the language barrier between U.S. troops and the Panamanian citizens during the invasion. I wish I had that clip because it's one of the few times I've heard Under the Shadow that I can clearly hear the anger in your voice of the fact that U.S. troops are sent there with little to no understanding of basic Spanish whatsoever. And so considering what Egberto just brought up here, I wonder if you could elaborate on this, because that certainly lends itself to the chaos and confusion as you described in Under the Shadow.
It's just so disrespectful. I mean, doing an invasion is disrespectful, right? Doing an invasion is terrifying, but particularly an invasion in a country that they've already occupied for, at this point, 80 years. And the fact that they don't even, like, the people there can't even speak Spanish. There's a couple of clips in videos that I used in Under the Shadow, I think that you were mentioning, Oscar, in which the guys are trying to get somebody to leave their house, and they're screaming at them in English, you put your hands up, come out, with your hands up. At another point, there's another guy who's blindfolded, and they can't even find a translator to understand what this guy's trying to say. And he's just scared for his life. He doesn't know what's going to happen. They can't even speak his language. It's just, it's mind blowing, the level of not being prepared for something this level, something this shocking. And I think to take it to another level, it's a sign of the dehumanization that happens not just during war, which does, but also that the United States has continually seen the other as. And in here we have a situation where even though the United States has occupied Panama at this point in the 1980s for 80 years, it's seen as the Canal Zone is the dignified, the advanced, the developed country in the world, and everything else is just savage, forest land, and those are the people that work for us, right? Those are the people that work on our in our canals, our special canal zone, and it's this dehumanization that I think, Egberto, you were also mentioning beforehand. Where we're talking about how, like, the level of disrespect and the level of Whereas someone is saying, listen, my wife needs insulin, and there's not even an understanding of, oh, maybe there might be, they're not treating other people as humans. They're treating them as or enemy, or as literally just pawns, just this things that we can just do away with because we can do anything we want to. And just to kind of hammer this home for a second, I was really shocked in some of these videos that were passed to me, and this wasn't the first time. I'm not the first person to see these videos that came out. This was one of the first times where the U.S. military actually went in with video cameras and they videotaped themselves. And then I don't remember how these videotapes got out or released, but they were somehow passed to people in Panama. And there's numerous of these videotapes. So it is an interesting time because, of course, this is before social media and whatnot. And these videotapes, there are very little record of the U.S. invasion, if not for the own United States that actually filmed themselves. And it's interesting because the level of they're just so candid because it's their friends that are filming each other. But it's also like they're laughing at the destruction of El Chorrillo when they're talking about, woohoo, we hit this place and it's all on fire and the whole thing is going down. They're not just talking about military barracks. They're talking about people's homes. They're talking about the entire region. And it's shocking because these are the soldiers that are doing the bombing. These are the people that are firing the weapons, right? At one point, the guys are kind of joking around. They're, oh, you're a stud. You guys are just studs. Like they're joking around at the U.S. and at the death of people. Thousands of people are being killed. People's 20,000 homes are destroyed and people have to flee. So many people injured, like families destroyed and cut off, and all at the hands of the U.S. government and soldiers just joking. And what's frightening here is this is something that happens again with Abu Ghraib. Mm-hmm. It's something that happens over going. We see it in the Middle East. This doesn't change. Like the attitude within the U.S. military continues. The U.S. invasions, the same attitude within the army. And so I think this is really important to point home, which maybe I don't dig into enough. I do get angry. You're totally right. In the Under the Shadows series, I am pissed. Because it's not just the level of, oh, here's the U.S. government and they're doing this. But in this case, you see this really subtle, humanized reality of the soldiers themselves that are doing this. And yet they're laughing at it. Mm-hmm. And yet they're dehumanizing Panamanians who have lost their families and who have their back against the wall and are being invaded by another country. And they've already faced this U.S. enclave and this U.S. invasion that's invaded their country for nearly a century. And I think that this is something that it hasn't changed. And I think this is really important to remember on the 35th anniversary of the U.S. invasion in Panama.
If I may add, because the thing that what you said is so true, but what is so hurtful and disconcerting is how they also treated the bodies. And, very few people saw this. They just dug holes, and there are places in Panama when the destruction in Chorrillo, there are a lot of people that just buried underneath there. They are all there with the crap. Nobody tried to discern bodies or anything like that. They just used a bulldozer and just went over it. I mean, I think when you take a look at let's go under the pretext that Bush was really concerned about drugs. The same issue that we see with Mexico, where Donald Trump tries to go ahead and say, we're going to throw tariffs on you guys, etc. I wish we would have more responses like the Mexican president responded, like, by the way, do you realize if your guns didn't come over here, we wouldn't have a lot of killings? Do you realize that if your people didn't need all those drugs, we wouldn't have that transfer of drugs? It's not Mexicans that have the problem. It's you. And the same applies to when we had with Manuel Antonio Noriega. The problem wasn't with Panama and the Panamanians. The problem was you're the ones that had all these drug problems, and you are the one that a capitalist took advantage of to provide you with the supply you were looking for. And it behooved me that to date, America hasn't seen that it's America who has the drug problems that creates all these externalities.
Precisely. And I mean, even Claudia Sheinbaum, I think, should mention, former Secretary of Public Security in Mexico, Genaro Garcia Luna, as sort of another Noriega, Juan Orlando Hernandez type of character that the U.S., gladly supports when it's convenient and then put in jail when it's no longer convenient. And I have to say that I find it quite fascinating that when I asked Egberto about chaos and confusion in Panama, one of the first things that came up was the economics of the country, which goes to show you that the troops weren't ready to speak Spanish in Panama, but the U.S. government was prepared to attack the country economically. And as a matter of fact, Michael, I think you mentioned that there were economic sanctions on Panama before the invasion, which was foretelling. Now, you mentioned the comparison between Gaza, and I want to see if you could briefly clarify this for me, Michael, is that when Olmedo Beluche made that comparison between Panama and Gaza, I'm curious to know, when did he say that? What was the time period when he said that? Because I don't know if he could have foreseen how things have become since then, since he made those comments.
So that was exactly 1 year ago when I spoke with him, was last December. And so obviously things had already, Israel had already invaded. Israel already had, they had already pushed back. Things were already bad. They were obviously not as bad as that is right now. But the situation, the image that you have of Gaza and the image of El Chorrillo is very, very similar. And so, yeah, that wasn't far into the past. That was under this current moment as well.
And it's certainly relevant to a previous show we did several weeks ago with regards to why Latin America has found solidarity with what's taking place in Gaza, and countries like Panama that has its unique frame of reference is precisely that reason. And there are other countries in Latin America to various degrees that have that similar frame of reference as well, which explains the solidarity with Gaza as we speak today. Now, before I continue, I forgot to mention earlier that Under the Shadow is a co-production of both NACLA and the Real News Network. So I encourage everyone to go to either one of those sites to check out more episodes of Under the Shadow. As I said before, Panama is both well documented, yet underreported as far as the lessons that need to be learned from this moment in Latin American history. But perhaps one of the best works on the U.S. invasion of Panama is the 1992 documentary film, The Panama Deception. Mm-hmm. Almost 32 years later, it still remains a rich fountain of information on what took place in Panama. In fact, a few journalists that plied their trade on the Pacifica Network at the time were featured in the film. So I have another clip here from Under the Shadow that includes excerpts from The Panama Deception. So let's take a listen.
What happened in Panama is a hidden horror. Many of the bodies were bulldozed into piles and immolated in the slums where they were collected. Other bodies were left in the garbage chutes of the poor projects in which they died from the shooting, from the artillery, from the machine guns, from the airborne attacks. Others were said to have been pushed into the ocean.
But almost none of this was seen or heard of in the local and international press. It was hushed up, cleaned up, controlled, and locked down by the invading U.S. forces. Here's filmmaker Barbara Trent again from The Panama Deception.
The U.S. military also targeted the Panamanian media. Radio stations were immediately taken over and destroyed. U.S. forces occupied TV stations and began transmitting their own signal. Many journalists were either arrested or fired. One of Panama's largest daily newspapers, La Repubblica, was raided, ransacked, and closed down by American troops.
Damn, whatever the fuck that was, it sure is gone.
So that's another clip of Under the Shadow, which includes clips from The Panama Deception, the 1992 documentary film. So I'm presenting this question to the both of you guys. Can you tell us about the significance of this documentary film in your respective understanding of Panama's history? And I'll begin with Egberto, because even today, I've seen this film at least a half dozen times, and every time I watch it, I feel like I learned something new or something different or see something different that I didn't see the first time. So 32 years later, how would you measure this significance of this documentary, which still remains quite good even today?
Not even Panamanians know how bad things were. I mean, in fact, you would find Panamanians today who worked for the Canal Zone, who actually supported what the Americans did in Panama. Again, the same kind of deception. I mean, I look at the same kind of deception that occurs with MAGA in the United States is the kind of stuff that you have with a lot of the Pancanal workers in Panama. And that is, they are Panamanians that the United States want to have nothing to do with except when they're working for the Canal Zone. But these people look at, it's almost like they have that syndrome, I forgot the name of the syndrome where you fall for the attacker. Look, I think we have to first realize that Panama wasn't even Panama. Panama was Colombia. And not until America wanted to build a canal did they allow quote unquote rebels to create Panama. Okay. So Panama is really, yes, it did exist before as a sole country, but after being incorporated in Gran Colombia, it actually regained its status as Panama because of the United States. And if you take a look at what people believe there today, you still wouldn't find the angst that one would expect against the United States for that invasion that one would expect. It's only the elitists, that they would like to call the lefties, the elitists, that look at it and say, well, that is what occurred was really a crime of, an international crime. And it's frustrating because here I am, I'm in the United States, I'm in the United, not in Panama. And I bring these subjects up with a lot of Panamanians. And it was like, yes, Noriega was a bad guy. Actually, I don't think Noriega was any worse than most of our presidents. I hate to put it that way.
Wasn't the film banned in Panama for a time?
I'm not sure. Actually, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if it were, because, again, remember, these governments were puppet governments of the United States. They served at the pleasure of, as long as they did what the American government wanted them to do. And America showed them one thing: we can cut the plug anytime on your financial sector and you're screwed. And they still hold that against Panama, in that you go to Panama, the biggest circulation of money is in fact the United States dollar. So I think it's a problem that will never be solved, actually, because why? But again, the one thing that I do want to say is we have to take into account, and I think you mentioned this up front, that the behavior of the United States in Panama is no different than its behavior in every single part of not just Latin America or the Caribbean, but all over the world. And when we look at what Israel and any one of its satellites does, they're doing just what their master has always done. And that is, the only people that matter are the people in the quote unquote first world countries, and everybody else is the other. There's a problem when Colin Powell called what occurred in Panama with dead Panamanians collateral damage. Yeah. Collateral damage. Human beings. Collateral damage from a guy whose genesis was Jamaica.
Michael, it's very clearly that you got a lot of inspiration from the Panama deception for this particular episode. And I also played that clip specifically because it pointed out how the Panamanian media at that time was suppressed as well. So again, the same question applies, what degree of significance would you hold this film 32 years later?
Yeah, the film was huge. I just did look it up when you mentioned this. It was banned in Panama for a time. And in fact, it was banned on many PBS stations as well in the United States, or at least they refused to broadcast it, although some stations did do it anyway. And it was huge. Remember that this documentary came out in 92, right? The invasion was in December of 89. And so the fact that this was just a couple years later is really important. And when you watch the film, it's shocking, like the level, like the interviews they've got. I mean, it's so important because people were just on the ground. Everything is really, really new. And it's and I mean, it won the Academy Award in 1993 for Best Documentary, and that's huge. And it also says something, that the fact that it won despite being banned in Panama and despite not being pushed out on PBS stations, whatever else. It also shows like the complicity of U.S. media as well as Panamanian media within all of this, and that's why it was so important. But yeah, it was extremely, and it is still a testament to those to what happened, to the reporting on the ground. Many of the people, like for instance, the person who was interviewed that I used that clip from, he then passed away a few years later. There was somebody else who also passed away. So we're talking about people that were on the ground, that were reporting on the ground, that saw what had happened, that could tell those real stories that are no longer with us. And that's the other really important place that this holds, and the testament that it is today, because it was done so soon after such devastation.
I have to say that the last time I did a show here on the Latino Media Collective on the U.S. invasion of Panama was in 2019 on the 30th anniversary. And at the time, I had the pleasure of speaking with Jose Luis Morin, who's a professor of criminal justice over at John Jay College in New York. I only mention that because I know that you spoke to a different professor, Michael, from John Jay College with regards to the legal battle in getting some degree of reparations or justice for the families of the victims of the U.S. invasion of Panama. And I'm going to start directing this question to Egberto first, because over the years, several legal organizations, both in Panama and in the U.S., have fought in court to seek some degree of justice, as I said before, for the families of the victims of the invasion. And over the years, the U.S. has disregarded the rulings of international courts of law, holding the U.S. accountable. Along the way, the trauma of those who survived the invasion remains 35 years later. So I don't know to what degree you have or hold any trauma, but without reopening any old wounds, Egberto, how do you address the issue of, I guess, for lack of a better term, PTSD, especially when the U.S. refuses any forms of reparations? You mentioned earlier in the conversation that people were just, slaughtered with missiles and with all sorts of military technology that had never been seen before. I vividly remember speaking with Professor Morin 5 years ago, and he spoke about lasers. He spoke about people being collected in buckets, not in body bags. This sort of horrific stuff. And so how do we address this sort of trauma 35 years later, especially when the U.S. doesn't hold itself accountable, and especially when people who were there had those images in their mind during that time?
And I don't know if a lot of Americans will understand this, right? I mean, born Americans will understand this. And that is, there is a state that people in south of the border live in, which is in a constant state of a trauma that they don't know that they're in a state of trauma. Okay, because it's a constancy. It is always fending for the next day. It's always, you don't expect you don't expect good things to happen. You don't. So, those people that lived in El Chorrillo, they were living a hellified life as it is already during the economic disaster that Bush imposed on these people. You can say, well, economic disaster versus the carnage that they saw. The truth of the matter is, like you said, a lot of people didn't see the savagery that actually occurred. That was all insular, right? So as far as the scene, the body bags and all these things move in grand quantities, people didn't see it. Let me tell you better. When the invasion occurred, there's a place in Panama called the Free Zone. Okay? The Free Zone is where all the products from around the world congregate, because, we are the Panama Canal, shipping containers go there, they exchange it and all of that. One of the things that came out of the invasion was the people invading the free zone. So as their connection, many people would drive from Panama City to Colón to go into the free zone. Corporate guys would go into the free zone to loot because that's a massive amount of products from around the world. So to them, their vision of this invasion wasn't the vision of the carnage that was within Chorrillo or was within the tenements in Colón. Everything else was fine. And so that trauma, yes, would be there. And I can only speak to the immediate folks that I know that didn't go through it. I can tell you about my father running under the bed as they stayed with the helicopters up top and the missiles were going into Colón. I can tell you about that. But after that was over, my father came and visited me yearly. And I mean, he would tell the stories every day, but it was a story. But the biggest story was what happened in the free zone for a lot of these people. What happened with the looting, because at once they got at the plutocracy, right? So it's a complex, I guess I have to say it's very complex what really occurred in there. As far as the PTSD, yes, there would be that, but I don't think it would be as big as we would look at it from an American point of view.
It's certainly a Pandora's box that you can't really measure on a piece of paper or on a graph or a chart, but yet it's there. It's still relevant. And it's precisely the sort of thing that people fight the legal fights that they have almost 35 years later. I'm curious to know, Michael, if you want to elaborate on this, because as we have this conversation, even now the International Criminal Court has, once again, made a ruling that the U.S. doesn't favor. And it just shows you how the legal battle is really against the people at the grassroots level trying to fight the good fight to try to find some degree of justice. And towards the second half of this particular episode of Under the Shadow, you addressed that as well, correct?
Yeah. I just want to kind of tag off of what you were saying, Egberto, is absolutely true. And the fact that much of the country was not witnessing everything that was happening in El Chorrillo. And part of that was because there was a media blackout, which we already talked about, right? You couldn't see it on the U.S. media. In fact, the U.S. press that was there were there kind of supported or embedded with the United States. And the United States soldiers were taking them around. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. They showed them what they wanted to show them. The few journalists that were actually trying to show what was really happening, and I mentioned this in Under the Shadow too, you had, and I don't remember his name, but he was a Spanish photojournalist. He was one of the first people that took pictures of body bags of people that had been killed. And in fact, the United States soldier shot him, and he died within the first couple of days after the invasion. Juancho, I think was his name, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's exactly, the media blackout was meant to block the vision of what was happening, to ensure that people didn't see what was going on in Colón and El Chorrillo and wherever else. And to people, in fact, there were other people around the country, they were celebrating, yay, the United States is coming to liberate us and to free us and whatnot. So I think that is a really important point to understanding what this means now. And then, in terms of justice, absolutely. There were many people that I interviewed for this episode, and there were many other people that I wanted to interview for this episode who were victims or who lost family members. And there were some people that said, look, I'm just not interested in being interviewed. And that was because they've been interviewed so many times. And because in the early years, they thought that it would mean they would get justice. They thought that this will mean that I can finally have some sort of a peace and I can find justice for my brother or sister or relative or whoever it was that was passed. And now they've been interviewed so many millions of times and justice has not come. And they say, I'm just tired. I just can't. And that's a reality for many people in Panama. The fact that the OAS, Human Rights Council, would come out and say, United States, it was the very first time that they had this international council came out and and actually held the United States accountable and said, no, the United States is responsible. And in fact, the United States should be paying damages to everyone for everything within Panama. That's huge. This is the first time it's ever happened that within the OAS, within the human rights, they said that another country is actually responsible for this happening in Panama. And yet the United States has just, turned a blind eye. They've just completely ignored it and said, you know what, we do not care because we are above international law. And that is really important for people to understand, because the United States is seen as, the greatest democracy in the world. It's seen as, having the greatest laws and defending the great, and it's just not true. The U.S. will only defend that if it means that they're going to win on an international court. They're never going to stand by it if they actually lose. And that's why they don't want to participate in the ICC and the International Criminal Court, because they don't want to have their people accountable, right? They don't mind being on the accusatory end of it. They know we're not going to be on the defensive end of it, right? And no, it's devastating. At the same time, it is important, the fact that those things have happened, that the council said, no, sorry, you are responsible. That is an incredible precedent. But the fact that the United States turns its back on this is huge and just devastating for us to remember what the United States represents. We always have to, it's like, we know what it represents. And yet in this case, it's so glaring. It's so in your face. It's just shocking.
And it's very consistent with what Jose Luis Morin told me 5 years ago when I interviewed him on the 30th anniversary. We are almost out of time, but I have one clip left that I think sort of gives us a reason why this still matters 35 years later. And it's another clip from Under the Shadow, which brings up the issue of gentrification. So let's take a listen.
La gente no sabe lo que está pasando porque eso es un tema tabú. Aquí en Panamá no se conoce el término, ¿sabes?
That is what they want to bring here, gentrification, says Efrain. And the people don't know what's happening because this term isn't really known here in Panama. And I'm trying to kind of wake people up. You can already see the change in the neighboring community, pretty buildings and things. And then you come here and things are kind of falling apart, he says.
Porque al final del día la gentrificación.
Because at the end of the day, gentrification isn't just a process of urban displacement, but of degrading a region enough to put social pressure on the community itself so that it has to leave, he says.
Te quitan todos los recursos primarios.
Efrain explains that public transportation, schools, trash pickup, and basic services have been gutted in El Chorrillo in recent years. He says it's all part of a push to force people to leave so real estate prices will tank and developers can move in to cash in big. Efrain says his tours are a way of trying to help revive the community's connection to the past.
So the issue of gentrification seems like the best final question here as to why the U.S. invasion of Panama still matters 35 years later. We have a few minutes left. I'll give a minute to each of you to tell me, why it matters, segueing from that, why it still matters 35 years, the U.S. invasion of Panama. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the legacy is devastating. And again, we see the destruction of El Chorrillo in order to, but this time to push in developers and big businesses and everything else. And I want to even connect this even further into the past. And, maybe Egberto might want to speak to this a little bit, but the whole idea of the U.S. occupation of the Canal Zone, it was creating a segregated apartheid system, right? That goes back to the beginning of the 1900s. I mean, this is the legacy, and this is what the U.S. invasion comes out of. And you can't piece one thing and separate one thing from another. It's all intertwined, right? So it is devastating. The legacy is devastating, and the history of what the United States has represented. Look at the system that it tried to export abroad in Panama. It is shocking. And this is the system that, in part, the U.S. invasion was trying to keep in place. That was part of the reason for the U.S. invasion. It was because of Manuel Noriega. It was because the United States wanted to show force, but it was also because the United States wanted Panama to pull back from having to hand over the U.S. Canal Zone back to Panama, right? So it wants to keep all this in place. So it's shocking and it's devastating, and we need to remember this legacy today and continue to fight against it.
And that explains why there's a second episode exclusively on the Panama Canal. So, Egberto, you got the last word.
Yeah, let me just tally on apartheid in the Canal Zone. The Canal Zone had the Panamanians living in one place, the Americans living the next. Panamanians had substandard housing. The Americans had very great homes, etc. It had its own police department, judgeship, everything in the Canal Zone that had two laws in one country. When it comes to El Chorrillo and gentrification, remember this. El Chorrillo is right next to what's called La Cinta Costera. That is the highway that follows the coastline. Beautiful area, skyscrapers, everything. The first few blocks is high price. Everything is great. And behind that is El Chorrillo. Yes, they would like to get rid of that. The same thing is happening in Colón. Colón is on the Atlantic side. Colón, Portobelo, all these different coastal towns that they want to turn into resorts or whatever. The only thing that they always forget is how ingenious Panamanians are. They don't give sewage, they create their own sewage system. They don't give water, they create their own water system. So it's hard as hell to move these people out of these areas because of how resourceful they are. And you know who aren't resourceful? Developers. They need the U.S. government and the military to go ahead and dump people out, like what Netanyahu is doing in Gaza to create a waterfront property. They turned Chorrillo into close to waterfront property, and Colón and Portobelo and all these places that border the ocean into great resorts for all the people that are willing to pay. Yes, the invasion was terrible, but it also serves multiple purposes. Invasions always do that, don't they? You blow stuff up and new things come about.
I could tell just by looking at you guys that we could continue this conversation but for another hour, but it lends itself to why this is still a relevant story 35 years later. So with that said, we've been speaking with Michael Fox, who's a freelance writer, producer, and documentarian, the host of both Brazil on Fire and Under the Shadow, which are co-productions of both NACLA and the Real News Network. I encourage everyone to listen to both episodes on Panama to get a better understanding of Panama from Under the Shadow. Once again, Michael Fox, is always fun. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for being on the show with us.
Thank you so much, Oscar. And thank you, Egberto. It's been a pleasure to be here.
That's right. We've also been speaking with Egberto Willis, who's the host of Politics Done Right, which airs on Pacifica Station KPFT in Houston, Texas. He also has a YouTube channel of the same name. Again, always fun, always a pleasure. Thank you for being on the show with us, Egberto Willis.
Look, first of all, it's always my honor to be on the program with you, Oscar. And it was also an honor to meet Michael Fox for the first time. So thank you so kindly, and thank you for the work both of you are doing. I've been talking about the independent media is what's going to be necessary going forward, not only in America, but throughout the world, because the plutocracy owns it all. Thank you guys for what you do.
Yeah,
absolutely. You got it. And with that said, that is it for today's show. You can follow us on LatinoMediaCollective.com. You can follow us on Twitter under the name @LMC_show. And of course, live on WPFWFM.org. Once again, this is Oscar Fernandez saying thank you very much, everyone, for listening to the show. That's it for today's show. Adios. Nos vemos. Ciao.
Let's go to Alan. Come on in, Alan.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Talk to me.
Yeah, I had a United Dual Complete PPO, and somehow I got switched over to Advantage HMO.
Mm-hmm.
And
let me explain that to you, sir, because we covered this before, and one of the and I want everybody to hear your story. I want everybody to hear your story. The government allowed, and hear me closely, everybody that's listening. And this is where we need to fight government to say, stop carrying the water for these insurance companies, these private companies, and protect Americans. You may not have noticed it, Alan, but you got a piece of mail 90 days before they made that switch, telling you that you would be placed from Medicare into Medicare Advantage. All right, because you were signed up with a company that does both Medicare and Medicare, meaning the Medigap, as well as Medicare Advantage. And they have the right, the government gave them the opportunity to put you into their Medicare Advantage plan and give you 90 days to opt out. If you don't opt out within those 90 days, I think it's 90 days now. If you don't opt out within those 90 days, you're stuck with Medicare Advantage. What I would do is I would go to if that's not what you want, which I hope it's not, I would go to the company who gave you that Medicare Advantage PPO, let them know that you did not receive that mail at all, and to put you where you want to be. Is that understood?
That's what I did.
And what did they do?
Put me back where I was.
Excellent, 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 excellent. You did the right thing, but I hope others that are listening today, Alan, use yours as a learning experience because it is very important, sir.
Well,
Anything else?
If I don't want what I don't want, I don't want it.
Say that again?
I was saying, I didn't want the advantage, so why should I take the advantage?
Exactly.
So I called them up and told them, put me back in the PPO, dual complete, and leave me alone.
Thank you. Thank you. That is what we need all our seniors, our people over 65 to do. You did the right thing, sir.
Well, I know that.
All right. Good. Well, thank you. I am so happy you've been listening, brother. But look, thank you so kindly for your call, brother Alan. And, you call back anytime you want to, okay?
Thank you. You keep doing what you're doing. It's good.
Thank you, brother. You have a wonderful day. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out.
Yesterday, of course, the guy who killed the CEO of United Healthcare got caught. I think he really wanted to get caught because apparently he also had a manifesto. He also had the gun that did the job. He also had the same licenses, etc., that he used. Anybody who didn't want to get caught would have rid themselves of all those things a long time ago. But anyhow.
Sounds like a crusader.
Yeah. And, we have to be careful the way we say that, but I'm going to talk about that in the right context. And I really want to start today with the perpetrator of the murder of the United Healthcare guy, Luigi Mangione. To some, he is sort of a representation of what's occurring in healthcare in a lot of ways. And I want to start it this way. Mr. Mangione is a murderer. Mr. Mangione effected premeditated murder. He cased the guy. He waited on that man to be in a position where he could take him out. That's what he did to Brian Thompson, United Health CEO. And the mainstream media would have you throw the angst at this guy. They would have you hate this guy. They will go ahead and condemn all those tweets and social media messages where that guy, people pretty much made fun of. Did he get shot by a bullet or was that a pre-existing condition? As absurd as that sound, they wanted you to think that those people who had those thoughts about this incident were degenerates. Because here it is, Mr. Luigi Mangione, a valedictorian in his class, an engineer or a computer scientist with a master's. He effected a murder, and the mainstream media just wants you to look at person kills an innocent person who has a family and dies. And for that, Mr. Luigi Mangione is an evil person. He's a killer. He's a murderer. He committed a crime. All of that's true. Why is it that the mainstream media, when the Texas legislature denies care? Why is it that the mainstream media, when the Texas legislature looks at Texans that are dying, hundreds every day? Because the Texas legislature did not accept the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act affects the deaths of many of your fellow Texans. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't look at it as callous, as killing people? Because they just chose not to. We know the result of that law of not accepting the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act causes death. It kills not one person with a family, but hundreds of Texans with families. Why is it that we don't have that same angst by the mainstream media when every family that loses a loved one dies unnecessarily because the Texas Republican legislature decided to say no to the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act that is available right now? If they chose to say yes, it'll cost them less than it costs them now for those who continue to get saved, but they say no. The Republican Texas legislature has caused the death of Texans. They've caused the closure of hospitals. They've caused people who would otherwise have lived in an accident to have to travel over an hour for care because they said no to the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act. But my brothers and sisters in rural America, they don't know about that. They don't realize that the people they're voting for is killing them. Where is the media? Where are the Democrats going into these areas and telling these people, hey, the murderers are up there in Austin, just like Luigi Mangione is a murderer who killed an innocent man because of health care. So are those who are denying you health care. Why don't we frame it the way it must be framed? Why don't we do our jobs in the media and frame it the way it should? So that part is government. We have a Texas government, unlike the New York government, unlike the Louisiana government, unlike the California government, unlike the government in Washington, the government in Oregon. They've accepted the Medicaid expansion to the Affordable Care Act to keep their people alive. They are not murdering their people by neglect, murdering their people because of ideology. Why isn't the media framing it the way they frame Luigi Mangione as a murderer for a cause? But let's take it one step further. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't call up Aetna, doesn't call up Cigna, doesn't call up United Healthcare and say and point to them that the denial of service by algorithms, it's not all done by people, in order to maximize profits, they know how to deny services, deny medicines, deny all these things to their insured. Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't call out all the dead people waiting on approvals, waiting on pre-screening, waiting on all these issues that the private companies, the private insurance companies are saying, let's wait a while. No. Those are hundreds of thousands of deaths that occurred because of that behavior. Not one. Luigi Mangione killed one person, and he should be held accountable for killing that one person. I wrote a paper for Daily Kos several years ago where I said we should be holding politicians for neglect, for involuntary, or for that matter, voluntary manslaughter. Texas Republicans Congress people's representatives should be arrested for, in my opinion, they should be arrested for voluntary manslaughter because, again, the denial of service by our Texas legislature caused death. The CEOs and executives of insurance companies should be held as well for homicide. Again, it's not that knowing not giving the services won't give you death. We know it. So therefore, it's not negligent homicide. It is definitely voluntary manslaughter. We have to realize that words matter. Framing of what's happening matters. It matters how things are framed, because we can make something that is done that is really, really bad. Invading Panama for freedom sounds good, but invading Panama and killing a whole lot of people to get one person who was supplying a need that Americans have is a different story when framed that way. That's just an aside there. As you can see, I still feel that dread of having been invaded and killing many of the fellow people you grew up with. Framing is important, folks. And when we allow the mainstream media, who is paid for by the corporatocracy, by the insurance industry, etc., when we allow them to frame what Luigi Mangione did as different than what Mr. Brian Thompson does or did with respect to denial of services that caused the death of many, we're making Luigi Mangione less evil or more evil than was Brian Thompson. Framing a discussion honestly, framing a discussion the way it really is important if Americans are going to learn to vote their interests. If Americans are going to learn to see things the way they really are. And until we get there, we will continue to have the class warfare that we have. Until we get there, we'll continue to do things in a matter that screws us all. So folks, this one story with Luigi Mangione unaliving Mr. Brian Thompson shouldn't end there. It shouldn't end that some young man, some very smart young man, unalived a CEO. That's not the story, because that CEO indirectly unalived thousands. Who is more evil? Please tell me. Am I wrong? I am absolutely sure that I'm not.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number one, subscribe to our channel. And number two, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember.
Politics done right. Today I'm honored, as usual, to have Marlon Weems of the Journeyman. I think it's called Journeyman's newsletter, right?
We can do with or without the newsletter part. Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
you know, for those who don't know, because I think that's an important thing. But anyway, how you doing today, my friend?
Never better. Getting ready for the holidays.
Well,
haven't done any shopping. You know, I'm as usual. I'm behind schedule.
Well, I am glad. At least you do shopping. I learned my lesson a long time ago. I let my wife tell me what I need to get, and I then go to online, find it for her, and then she does the rest.
You understand the assignment, as they say.
I understand the assignment perfectly. But anyway, one of the things that we wanted to talk about, Marlon, is we had an election. And I don't know what, we've spoken a lot, and I don't even know what your political persuasion is, but that's really sort of irrelevant for some of the stuff that I want to talk about. And that is,
sure.
What's your thoughts on why Kamala Harris lost an election that I don't think she should have lost?
I think that, if I had to sum it up, America just wasn't ready to elect a qualified Black woman. Oh, no, wasn't ready to elect a woman who happened to be of mixed race, Asian American, Black American, no matter how qualified she was. And I'm going to go back. Let me just take a step back from that. I suspected this, and I hoped, you know how you sometimes you hope you're wrong about something? I suspected this back probably a year before she was even in the race, when I was out having breakfast with a guy. And where I live, it's unavoidable. I'm such an anomaly that people are trying to sort of, they want to pick and figure out what are my politics, that kind of thing. And I'm open to it. It's fine. I don't mind having the discussion. But at some point, I'll tell you when it was. It was right after October 7th. So the attack on Israel. And we were finishing up. And I thought I had escaped with minimal, political whatever. And so it comes up, and I don't know how Kamala Harris's name entered the conversation. I suspect I said something about her. And this person's reaction, white man, she's an empty suit.
Oh, God, yeah.
And I said, what do you mean? She's got nothing. She doesn't know anything. I said, well, and I named off, the resume. And I said, you know what? I'm curious to know, first of all, can you tell me what any vice president has done? What did Mike Pence tell me the policy achievements that he had? And he kind of looked at me, and I said, so are you telling me if there were a white man who had been attorney general of the biggest economy that we have, and so on and so on, you would tell me that man was an empty suit? And he kind of went, well, I guess you got a point. But it let me know how easy people or how willing they were to just write this woman off as an ignorant Black person, And so, sure enough, when she ended up in the position that she was in, look what we saw. I mean, Trump totally drove home the idea that she didn't know what she was doing. She was dumb, ignorant, didn't know anything. And so to me, it just drove home a lot of the things that America has had underneath that we don't really want to talk about, but it's part of the fabric of what this country's made of. And we just saw it play out in maybe the biggest and most embarrassing way that it ever could. Because now look, we've got completely unqualified white men being nominated into positions they have no business, literally no business being involved in. Secretary of Defense, we're going to put, so the only qualification is that he was in the military? My God, that's crazy. The FBI, Kash Patel, seriously? I saw today, and I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing about, and honestly, it sounds almost like maybe Trump and his poor daughter got catfished by this Lebanese guy whose son married her or his daughter and purported to be a billionaire. And what the heck? I mean, when I was reading, just kind of scanning the article, and I'm seeing this guy basically does a lot of business in Nigeria. Nothing, no shade on Nigeria, but I was like, well, I see he learned the scam, right? And so this is what we're dealing with, just this inconsistency that the most qualified Black person isn't qualified enough, and the least qualified white person, particularly a white man, that's all the qualification that is needed.
It is, I am glad. You would not imagine how glad I am that yet another independent journalist comes out with the same critique. And this has I've been interrogating, I've been interviewing journalists over the last several weeks since the election. And, I pretty much got tired, right?
Yeah.
Of hearing economy. She didn't speak to the economy.
Oh, okay.
The great thing about it is today I played a piece on my show. And the piece that I showed was this CEO. And I was happy that the CEO happened to be a white woman coming to the defense of Kamala Harris in the way she actually went through the dialogue and explained specifically what MAGA, I shouldn't even say MAGA, what the American population lost in electing Donald Trump. Is not about it. There was nothing to gain in electing Trump. And she went through all the policies that Kamala said she was going to pass and pointed out there were no significant policies from Donald Trump to help the middle class or the poor. And we're seeing that executed right now. The problem that I'm having, and I'm having some discussions with some of these progressive groups that, well, I shouldn't call them progressive because these are groups that are trying to bring progressives and conservatives together. And one of the discussions that I'm having is we have to be careful in the way we talk to those on the right and a certain portion of the left, because we can't point out that the reason Kamala lost wasn't because of competency, but was solely because of gender and race. Solely because of gender and race. And I tell you, one of the, I started talking to people about the math behind this. You just have to look at Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina. In those three states, she underperformed all the at-large positions. Democrats wiped out North Carolina.
Since I'm in North Carolina, I certainly know what you're talking about is true.
Right.
Because we had a ridiculous candidate for what's the equivalent of running the education board? Education superintendent. Crazy person. The state did not vote for that woman.
Right.
Then we had Lieutenant Governor that's running for governor, Mark Robinson. Same story. The Democrat won. So what happened? Why not?
I don't even want to use Marlon. I don't even want to use Robinson against I forgot what the Democrat's name was, or the school board, school superintendent.
Yes.
Let's look at the normal candidate that you had. You had a fairly normal Republican running as well, and he lost.
Now, which are you talking about? Which
Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, not the one that was running for.
Right. Yeah.
He was
lost as well. Weatherman, I think.
Right.
I think was the name.
He was a fairly normal Republican, and
comparatively, yeah.
I want to compare Kamala with that one, because folks could say, well, the only reason the Democrat won in North Carolina is that he ran against a nutcase.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Nutcase was superintendent, but the guy who was a normal Republican also lost.
Good point.
Which what it shows is that there was something characteristically wrong with Kamala, and we know what that is. And
the thing was, people did not really argue against her policies. And I saw, and you may have seen this, and I can't recall if it was the Washington Post or the New York Times, but one of them did a survey, and they just laid out the policies. Didn't say who the candidate was. People preferred her policies until they found out they were her policies. And then suddenly they were, oh no. It reminds me of Obamacare back when it first came on the scene. And, I believe it was Kentucky. Change the name of it. Quit calling it Obamacare, because people that needed it wouldn't accept it because it was coming from Obama.
Exactly.
There you go.
They decided to call it Connect. And by calling it Connect, they lost the association with Obama. And people would say, we don't want that damn Obamacare, but we want Connect. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Give you your Connect. It's okay. But I mean, I think I wrote a piece. I don't know if you saw the article that I wrote on the thing, and I said, until we decide to look in the mirror, until we as Americans decide to look in the mirror, we will continue completely to vote against our own interests. Because again, we are going to the same thing that occurred with Bush, right? Obama could come in and do some good policies. He had to first clean up the mess that was brought to him because of, and let's be clear, Bush wasn't solely responsible for the crash of the economy. Clinton with Glass-Steagall had some.
Oh yeah, no question about it.
But the thing about Clinton and Glass-Steagall is that we always knew he was a strong neoliberal. We always knew that.
So if I can just interject, I was still a bond salesman at the time. My specialization was mortgage-backed securities. I told somebody today, don't blame me for what happened with the mortgage market. But at the same time, so we're talking about the middle 1990s. Exactly. I was still living in Arkansas, so I was definitely a Clinton fan. But in retrospect, the decision that Democrats made at that time, remember, Bill Clinton was the Democrat? He was the head of the Democratic National Committee or
no. I know what it was.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know.
It was basically they just decided we're just gonna, we can't beat them, so we'll join them, kind of thing. And Democrats began to be sort of Republican light, if you will. And they figured that was the best strategy. And then when he came in, of course, you got the crime bill and all that. But as you said, there were a number of policies with regard to social, welfare, these sort of things that we adopted a lot of republicanism, under the guy. We just figured, I guess that's what we had to do to win.
I think it was called the Democratic Leadership. No, it wasn't a council.
I think you're right. The Democratic Leadership Council, the DLC, I think.
Yeah, the DLC.
The head of that. And, I mean, I was young. It was our guy. And I didn't know Bill Clinton, but being in Arkansas, you were adjacent. Everybody was adjacent. Right. And he was a good politician. There's no question. As was Hillary. She kind of, she has her faults too. They all do. But back to your point, I was in the business that benefited from getting rid of Glass-Steagall.
Right.
So in a short-sighted way, I would certainly, sort of own that. I was like, yeah, get rid of it.
It's interesting because I did an interview with a MAGA, for once, I got an intelligent MAGA.
I saw that. I haven't seen the interview, but I want to see it.
And he brought up the stuff about the mortgage-backed securities, and I had to remind him what a derivative was, and also how it wasn't Obama forcing the you guys at that time, the mortgage guys, to give bad loans. You guys just were able to packetize bad loans and name them good loans by the magic.
What people have to understand about the business and I think it probably accrues to pretty much any business. When regulators set rules, then what the people who are the subject to those rules do is look for the loophole.
Right.
You just do. I mean, and so when I started, mortgage-backed securities were very new. Nobody understood them, but they were also relatively simple.
Right.
By the time I ended up in New York, so we're talking now 2000, 2001, there were so many iterations that, offshoots of derivatives that came from those simple securities we started with. And, all the smart guys worked for the investment banks. So the regulators, they didn't know really how dangerous some of this stuff was.
You call them smart guys, right? I call them charlatanes because what they did is they came
up. I'm sorry, what's that word again?
It's charlatans. It's just
Okay.
charlatanes.
Well, I mean, that's the business we were in. I mean,
because they use mathematical formulas that nobody else supposedly understood to show that mixing bad and good loans could create a good security.
No question about it. No
sense whatsoever. But going back to the subject of Kamala, however, though, where do we go from here? I mean, I have one of my radio show callers that kind of took exception when I said, when he agreed that Kamala lost because of race and gender, but he didn't want to accentuate it because he said what that means is for the next 10 years, Democrats can't run a woman or a person of color. And I'm saying person of color because we could be, black, Chinese.
Yeah, they could be Asian, they could be anything. But see, and maybe it's my personality.
Right.
I'm of the mind that the mistake we make, and possibly a mistake that she made, because if you think about it, I think Obama did this to some extent. They don't want to own that I am black, and and they don't want to call a thing when the DEI stuff starts up, and you got people who are objectively ignorant saying this person is ignorant, and it never, there was really, and maybe there was and I missed it, but I never really saw any pushback to that argument.
No, they were scared.
And they got to quit being scared. That's the problem with Democrats.
One of the problems is whereas Republicans lean into what is a perceived weakness, we run. And the truth of the matter is, here are some stats, right? DEI. Who does DEI benefit the most? White women. Who does affirmative action benefit the most? White women. Who does all these set-asides benefit the most, right? And as opposed to Kamala, as soon as they point these things out, come out and bring a white sister on with her, and then point out, when we're talking about DEI programs, it's because my sister here didn't get the break that she deserved. I didn't get the break. I mean, I don't understand how these people campaign, because here is the deal. People talk about the Latino men sunk her candidacy, or black, that's this very small percentage of black men that switched towards Trump sunk her. No, we have to get honest with who the real swing voters are in this country. The real swing voters in America aren't black women, aren't Latinos. It's white women.
No question. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong. Did a bigger percentage of Latino men swing Republican than we've seen normally?
Yes.
It did increase. So, that was one thing. But at the same time, Latino women, or Latinas, if you will, they came through. So in the end, it's white folks. We knew we weren't going to get white men.
Right.
Not any more than we normally do.
Exactly.
So, like you say, it's and that, man, you can draw a through line all the way back to slavery with that.
Exactly. But
of white women just saying, you know what, if we can just be adjacent, and obviously not all white women, but in a general sense.
I make sure to say that, white women are my...
Oh, no, dude, I'm married to a white woman, so I got to really be careful. I'm just saying that as a group,
right?
You think it looks like voting against interests, but at the same time, there's that benefit of being adjacent to the patriarchy.
I mentioned, we think so much alike.
We haven't talked, in a year at least?
In a year, right. We think so much alike. And, it is, and, I have, there is this woman on TikTok that I'm trying to find her video, because it's a white woman and she is explaining that same thing as well. I can't find the damn video that I want to bring to my audience, but she's saying the same thing, that in effect, white women have to break those chains that they believe is holding them up right now. because it really isn't. It's still, I mean, if you take a look at how Trump treats not Black women, but all women, right? If you take a look at what occurs in the Republican Party, they just got assigned, they assigned all their chairmanships. Women were completely wiped out, left out.
It mystifies me, honestly. The only thing that mystifies me more is Black Republicans. And I'm talking about, look, I have worked with Black guys who are Republicans. I'm talking about these guys in the inner circle.
Remember how I started this discussion? I wasn't sure if you were, I remembered you were in securities. I didn't remember if you were a Republican or not Republican. So I wanted to make sure to start.
I will just solve the mystery. I am a registered Democrat. I'm an unhappy Democrat.
Okay.
I will tell you, real talk. I voted Republican in the past. I have campaigned for a Republican in Arkansas. Now it was a unique situation. The guy was a friend of mine, but he was a Rockefeller. Arkansas had a Rockefeller that was a governor back in the day. His son was a friend, and one of my brothers and I campaigned for him. He ended up being lieutenant governor. But that's a completely different era than what we're talking about now, where we have, I don't even know that Ronald Reagan could get elected in this party.
Oh, no, he could.
That we're talking about.
DC in the chat says it was race and misogyny to the Obamacare. To the Obamacare ACA issue. Folks did not want to have Obamacare, but they are okay with ACA, which is something that we spoke about before.
Yeah.
Alistair Warner is in the house as well. Hi, Alistair. Great to have you here, sister. Any woman who votes Republican is a fool, according to this woman here. So we have quite a few people chatting.
I see this DC person also says we've got, and this is a very good point, we have to talk about civics. Now, I'll tell you, as you may recall, I have, now a son that is a freshman at NC State, and my daughter's about to graduate from UNC Wilmington. And she came out of high school during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So for that year and a half, essentially, we homeschooled our kids.
Right.
Like a lot of people. Now, that was when I discovered how little they knew. Just the basic stuff that we, seventh grade.
Mm-hmm.
They did not know the Electoral College.
Right.
What it was. They heard about it. They didn't know, here I am 20 miles from Wilmington. They didn't really know about the Wilmington Massacre. They didn't know just things in history, just maybe they spent a couple of paragraphs on it. And this is crazy. She was, and I can't recall what course it was, but it was online, and they had hired the school district. They hire vendors to provide these modules.
Right.
And so I'm helping her with this one, and the reference that they were using was the Heritage Foundation.
Oh my God.
And I just about lost it. And the only thing that saved that school for me was that it was COVID and there was nobody for me to really go grab. But yeah, I said, you know what? And I had to explain it actually opened a door for me to explain to her and her brother subsequently how to critically examine information, how to source and this sort of thing. But yeah, the school district was using the Heritage Foundation.
It is, Marlon, it is, it is, for the guy, you remember you earlier spoke about the guy who, at breakfast or whatever, he called Kamala Mtisu. What did she do as she was vice president? One of the things that allowed these people to forget this is just that thing about civics. When I came to the country, I had to take my citizenship test. Right. I had to learn everything about this country, how it operates, the branches, these different things. Ironically, I'm in several organizations where many of the kids never learned it in school. They don't get it. They don't understand it. So that is what, and by design, one of the reasons we take the books out of the schools, we don't want critical thinking taught. We don't want, all these different issues is because a dumb population is a manipulative population, which is how Trump won. People believe the bad thing about social media is you get the things that are targeted to you, and Trump did some great targeting. They laughed at a commercial or a set of commercials he did about menthol cigarettes. Okay, and
what?
Yeah, Trump did targeted black men with Kamala banning menthol cigarettes. Now, how many votes are that? That may be, I don't know, 10,000.
But he deals on the edges. He doesn't need, he just needs just enough. Just enough. And you have to really give it to the guy. And as much, there are some things about Trump that are hilarious. I'm the kind of person that I don't vote on who the funniest person is, but a lot of people do. And some of the things the guy says are hilarious, but they're just that's his level. And there's a certain segment of the population. I've read numerous articles where people's comments are, he's really funny.
Right.
And that's how they're making their decision.
Exactly.
And this other person, I don't even know what she's talking about. But it's sad. And I heard something today, and I really have been feeling this way, but I hadn't quite articulated it verbally. I heard a guy say, okay, the first time you vote for someone like Trump, maybe people didn't understand, didn't know. And we all have said, well, the guardrails are going to hold. And they did to a large extent until maybe right there at the end. But they, even then, with January 6th, still did. I'm kind of the mind right now that America needs to find out.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, I don't want, I don't wish bad things on people. But you got folks that keep on voting for this and they think they want it. So let's let them maybe see what it's like when the FBI just stops being the FBI. And we were talking about it this afternoon, listening to what Kash Patel has been saying about day one, I'm shutting down the Murrah, or whatever, the FBI.
Main headquarters, he's
going to shut it down. Yeah. And I just think we're at the place now that people need to really understand how bad this can get. Let some Social Security, some of these folks that are in their 50s, let them raise that the age to 70. See how you like it.
It's funny. I am 63 now. I made sure I signed up. I took it out. I did all the actuarial tables and all of that, and found out that people are for those people. Well, I know you're kind of a money man, but I am an engineering kind of guy, and I figured based on life expectancy and all that good stuff, it makes no sense for me to sit down and wait. So
no, I did the same thing during COVID.
Right.
I will. Full disclosure, I will be 67 in my next birthday next year. But during COVID, I did the math because I had two kids that were still in, high school and junior high at the time. And so I went through the whole, and it made no sense.
It makes no
wait
sense.
5 or 6 more years.
It makes no sense because
I went ahead and took the money. And now looking back, I'm so glad I did, because I don't think they're going to mess with the folks who are already receiving benefits, because you've heard people like Nikki Haley, when she was running, she was saying we need to raise the age to the retirement age to 70 or 72 or whatever the average life expectancy is. So a lot of those people are the ones that put us in the place where we are now.
For Donald need to find the money to pay for those tax cuts. And Kamala had promised them, we are getting older. You're having to take care of your older parents. She was
throwing a lifeline to these folks, And they said, no, we want that. We don't know why we don't believe you. I mean, think about it. I actually heard, and I won't say who it was, saying that Democrats had moved too far to the right. And they were using the example of Liz Cheney and, going after those voters. See, from my perspective, if you want to win, you try to get all the votes wherever they are.
Exactly.
Now, I draw the line at the Klan and people like that, but I'm just saying, are you crazy? You're not going to ask Republicans to vote for you? Of course you should. But her policies were far from anything you would expect from the right. I mean, we're talking about child tax credits, money to start a business. And I, as a person with a little business, I was really going, oh, please, I could use that kind of help.
Let me tell you, when she went to Liz Cheney, okay, I may be naive, but I have been in politics a long time. I just hadn't count on the sexism and racism being deep as it was.
America continues to surprise me with how racist it can be.
My audience on my radio show, my audience on my Substack, my audience on all the other platforms that I have. I have a mostly white audience. Okay? And what behooves me is it amazes me how progressive and supportive these guys can be. So it colored my lens into thinking that somehow things have changed because my audience look like America.
Right. I've been on your show. I know the guys that show up.
My audience looks like America. It's about 13% black. When I do the demographics of my audience, it looks like America. And I am thinking, wow, this is great. And now Kamala gets the green light. And it's not that I want Kamala to win because Kamala is a person of color and a woman. It's
but you don't want her to lose because of it either, right?
He was competent, the most competent person running.
Well, what does that tell you?
Yes.
It broke my heart. I really, and I'm old enough, Egberto, that it's not like I was out marching with MLK, but my parents did back in the day, right? And so I can remember those things like them getting up early on the weekend and going, marching and getting, not put in jail, but getting beat up, that kind of thing. And so I think about, that's 50 years ago. That's more than 50 years ago. I was a kid. So I just think about, what would they think? What would they think?
Let me tell you something.
Were to see where we are right now.
Marlon, let me tell you something. I'll be honest with you. I'm a strong black man. But I cried.
Listen, there was sadness. And in my case, and I actually wrote about this on notes the day after. My daughter, who's 21. So the first election she ever paid any attention to was when Hillary ran. And when we had to tell her, because remember, they didn't really call it, and it was the middle of the night. So she'd gone to bed and she was getting up the next day for school. And she said, well, who won? And when I told her Trump had won, she thought I was kidding.
Right.
And man, she cried so hard. So this time was her first time to get to vote for president. And, she voted, she signed petitions. My youngest voted, and they were crushed. And so we had to, the next morning, and we were crushed, but we had to console them. He was up at school, both of them, or, at their respective schools. And and the thing that they both kept saying to us was, I don't understand this. I don't, because their perception of what America is supposed to be about does not allow for this.
my daughter came into the office and she said, "Dad, I told you so." A friend of mine called me and she was upset. This is an executive at a major oil company. And she was listening to the show all of the times. And, I had this positive vibe, and I'm talking landslide because I know that she locked up the base and was going for those darn, I wasn't believing those numbers because of the guys that I'm seeing. And I was, and I figured Liz Cheney and all of that was the lock. This was now given
I
permission.
thought if Dick Cheney can get around his politics,
yes,
vote for this person, what white guy?
Right.
I mean,
Marlon, listen, Marlon, imagine this. I figured she was now going to give a lot of Republican women permission. If this ultra conservative white woman was going to vote for Kamala Harris, she gave the permission structure that was necessary. Yep. And I tell you, when I cried, because I went on the radio in Lifetime and I was there, I knew for the audience, I wanted to give them a positive affirmation. I wanted them to say, well, we live another day to fight. And that's what I believe. That's what I'm working on right now. I am in the game of the opposition right now that we're going to do. But here it is, Marlon. When I was listening to Claire McCaskill, the former senator from Missouri, Claire went on MSNBC and she pointed out, my God, what is it going to take?
I know what I heard her say, and I wrote it down.
Let me hear what
she said. Trump knew America better than we did.
Yes.
That's the thing I heard. And I literally have a draft of an article, and it's very difficult for me to write it because of what we're talking about.
Right.
But I wrote that, I went back and I listened, and she said, as it turns out, Trump knew America better than we did.
And I tell you that after that, she went and said, the most, I don't remember the words exactly, but in effect, the most qualified person. And in effect, she said, I know how it feels. And I don't know about you, Marlon. In fact, no, I do know about you. You went to New York, I think it was, and how you were treated in as much as you knew the material. I remember from our interview, it didn't matter that you knew the material. There was a certain look just because of who you were, including that person that tells you, we don't do business with people of your kind. In other words, it had nothing to do with your competency. And brother,
I had a guy tell me straight to my face, and he was asking me for business.
You told him that's the story you told.
A guy asking. I was running a trading desk.
Yes.
And I had a very expensive infrastructure that I had assembled, and I had hired guys from Merrill, which at the time was still around, just the cream of the crop. And this guy wanted me to buy his system. And I said, well, what I am working with is superior to this. And he said, yeah, but you guys don't know how to trade.
Right.
And I just couldn't believe and I think he said it before he even thought of what he was saying to me.
Well, here's the funny thing about it, Marlon. And I don't know if I told you this then. When they're talking to a person who knows, a person of color who knows, they actually forget that you're a person of color, because at that point they're interacting with you how you want them to interact with you as a man.
Yeah.
Not as a man of color or a white man or whatever, as a man. And then they forget. And that's when that comes. I tell you, the hurt that I felt after listening to Claire McCaskill brought back all the feelings for every instant that I went when I came to this country and had to live through. Hey, by the way, this is a little thing. I wrote this little book called Tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean Man. And the reason I wrote it tells everything that she went through. Okay? Because that you went through. It didn't matter how good you were. There's a group of folk here that Trump could make you a threat to their further progress. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Trump, And when Claire said that, I mean, I'm going to tell you bluntly, I cried like a baby. I had to put down, and it was like, my God, I thought it was over that. This is the book, man. I thought I was over that. And that is what happened, brother. That is what it is like. What is it going to take? But I tell you what, there's progress. If we want, there's progress.
Yeah, I mean, if you look hard enough, and use North Carolina for the example. I mean, now we have Democratic African American as lieutenant governor? Oh no, not lieutenant. Head of the education department. I'm trying to remember the lieutenant governor. I can't recall. I can't recall who ran it in that race. But we've got Democrats up across the board. Now, interestingly, we have a Democrat that won in the Supreme Court, and it's still
600 votes or something like that.
It's like 750 votes or something. And the guy, they've had 3 recounts, and the guy just won't let it go. And so
he wants to dump 60,000 provisional votes, man.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Even with that, she still wins. I mean, but what we have is we've got Democrats running like it's 1999, and we got Republicans running like it doesn't matter who got the most votes.
Well, I mean, they took away the powers from your governor. They took away the powers from the person.
Well, you saw he's actually filed a lawsuit, so we'll see how that goes.
See how that goes.
Again,
I think we're coming close to the end of this stuff.
We are. So, I mean, time goes fast when you're having fun.
I want to thank you first of all for accepting this invite at this late moment. But I'm always happy to talk to you because it's always enlightening when we have these discussions, and I'm sure that the audience appreciates it as well. I can see in some of the chats. I want to thank all of you guys that spent some of your Friday night to listen to 2 young men discuss.
very young men.
Give me a closer, my brother.
Well, I think, you know what? I would, something I've been thinking a lot about since the election, I've watched very little television. Mm-hmm. Well, I should say very little cable news. Mm-hmm. And, I think it's been reflected in the ratings that I'm reading about is a lot of people are sort of not just turning the channel, but turning the TV off. Yeah. And they're looking for other voices. And I think maybe this is our time to, we've got the platform, we've got the ability to get out there, and hopefully folks spread the word. And, and what we say, it's on us to make sense.
Well, Marlon, I'm going to tell you straight up, right? It's on us. My brother, Tom Hartman, okay?
Right.
Tom Hartman is a good friend of mine. And one of the things that we talk about, if you listen to how he ends his show, he always says, tag.
Yep. Tag, you're it.
Okay? And it is on us.
Yeah, I just saw someone here say we're looking for truth. And so back in my old days, my days as a trader, we had it's sort of a mantra. In God we trust, everybody else bring data. And it's that's kind of how I operate. I have an opinion for sure, but I try to back it up with evidence and facts.
Well, I mean, that's what we do. And to tell you the truth now, we cannot depend on the mainstream media any longer because now they're trying to kowtow to Donald Trump. Even some of our larger progressive media. I don't know if you saw the story I did on TYT.
I did see it. And I was unaware of that until you wrote about it. And I was like, well, wow. Oh, yeah. It was one of your shows where you had a guy who, I guess, sort of quit live.
That was actually Mondale.
Now,
he's actually a mayor
in North Carolina, right? I did not know about this guy.
Yeah, he took. In fact, the KKK wants to knock him off because he got the Confederate statue down in that town in Enclave, North Carolina. Okay, look up Mondale Robinson. He is
the point I think from that is I'm in North Carolina, and I learned that news from you.
Yes, well, that's why we're doing this now. We are now a network of progressive media. We are the ones who are going to have to do this work going forward. Yep. And by the way, folks, that's why you need to subscribe and support us, because I'm telling you,
that's right. The journey, man,
do the work. Well, Marlon's doing the work. We are doing the work. So anyway, look, brother, thank you so kindly. And for those of you who spent your time to listen to us, I end the show the way I always end it. Love you all, and I mean that from the depths of my heart. Please keep listening, keep subscribing, and ensure that we can continue doing this. Thank you so kindly.
Absolutely.
Wonderful
My
rest
pleasure. Anytime.
Absolutely. Peace.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis. Welcome to another edition of Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willis, your host. As you know, I try to get all sides of the debate, all sides of the discussion, and today is no different. Today, we're honored to have Bryce Eddy. Bryce Eddy is a cultural and political commentator and host of the Bryce Eddy Show, where even controversial or taboo topics get discussed, reminiscent of Joe Rogan Experience. I'm not going to give you the Joe Rogan Experience, because the Joe Rogan Experience, I am not sure about anymore. But anyhow, welcome to Politics Done Right. Bryce, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Well, Joe and I know each other because we came up through the jiu-jitsu world together. So I've wrestled him, 1,000 times. And what you see is what you get with the guy.
Wait. How many times did you beat him?
Well, I was a belt ahead of him. So, I was a savage.
Stop getting politically correct. Just say that you beat him every single time.
Well, Joe's a good fighter, though, and I love him.
Anyway, folks, look, here's what I want to discuss with you. I want to discuss several topics. Conservatism. I want to discuss Donald Trump. And I want to discuss something, healthcare. But I want to twist that in a particular manner in the way we tackle it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. How happy are you? Your guy got elected.
I'm very happy. When you say he's my guy, that when it comes to getting someone elected, obviously I'm not part of the crowd that believes that Donald Trump is the Messiah, but what he brings into his administration, you're looking at 5,000 plus people who are going to be a part of that. And that's what we voted for. There are people that are out of their minds on both sides and, worship politicians. That's not me. But I am very excited that we have this versus the alternative.
And what do you consider, what you call the alternative?
Well, contrary to what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were publicly saying, what they were endorsing was a continued establishment cabal of, globalists that were going to be running our day-to-day lives. And I think that, power needs to be as much as possible in the hands of the people. And, Donald Trump was a populist, and that's what we were looking for. I do believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz had very much a communist agenda or a globalist agenda. There's all kinds of things that we could call it or label it. But really, it was an anti-American agenda, and that's what I voted against.
Okay. Before we go into the 5,000 people that Donald Trump is going to bring in, what do you call an anti-American environment? Specifically, what policies would they support that you would be against?
Oh, from, her tax policy, monetary policy, the endless wars, the.
All right, let's take that one at a time. Her economic policy. What in her economic policy don't you like?
Well, I mean, just for starters, the suggestion that you need to be taxing unrealized capital gains.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Why wouldn't you want to tax unrealized capital gains? We do that right now as it is for the average American citizen, don't we?
Well, explain what you mean by that then.
Okay, if I have a home, I pay taxes on my unrealized gains every time on my home. I own a car, I pay a tax on my depreciating gains on it all of the time. Now, the only people that don't get taxed on their unrealized gains are rich people who own stocks. I mean, while stocks are spread over the entire community, the entire sets of people, over 90% of stocks are owned by the top 10% or less of people. So therefore, if we look at where tax are biased against, right now it is rich people who actually get the support of taxes. Don't you agree?
No, not entirely.
But what I'm saying, is there anything wrong that I just said?
Well, okay, clarify what you're saying then so I understand. Because
what I'm saying is the following. I'm saying, if you take a look at all the assets of this country, right? Sure. Most of the assets of this country, 90% of the assets of this country is controlled by less than 10% of the people. In fact, 1% of the people control 80% of the assets. All of those assets, or most of those assets, are held in as unrealized gains. Okay? In other words, they have a value that won't be realized in cash until sold. Now, your home is also an asset that is an unrealized gain. But
I don't pay. And other than property tax, which I disagree with how we do that. Okay, I do not pay on the. I just sold a home and I paid taxes on the sale of that home, but my home was worth more than $1 million than what I had paid for it. Right, so I came away in a very good position on that one. But if you were to tax me on that additional $1 million, and of course, there to a certain extent, property taxes do that, but not at that level, right?
Right. But all I'm saying, what I'm trying to get us to agree on is that the middle class, no matter who is in office, and even based on what the taxes that Trump wants to get passed, it's the poor people that get stuck paying all these taxes on their on their wage earning and on their gains. And what I'm saying is that is an unfair tax system because it is not the working man who gets a tax break.
Well, I mean, look, I think you and I, and this I find fascinating, but I think you and I can probably identify many of the same problems.
I agree.
But we probably have very different solutions to come about that. If we're talking about a fair tax system, my approach would be completely different than probably your approach. But we're both agreeing that.
But I bet I could convince you that my way is probably best for people like you and me.
I'm blessed and I'm moderately wealthy because I've worked my butt off. I came from a very, very poor circumstances, worked my butt off, and I'm worth a fair amount. And if I didn't want to work for the rest of my life, I didn't have to.
Is Bezos worth the money that he has?
What's that?
Is Jeff Bezos worth the money that he has?
Yes.
Why?
That's very complicated. But billionaires, all right, and there's billionaires, and let's agree on this. There's billionaires that are on both sides of the political spectrum.
And let me just tell you, I disagree with billionaires on all sides. I think whether you're a progressive billionaire or you are a conservative billionaire, you didn't earn it. But please correct me.
Okay, yeah, I would love to get clarity on that. How did they not earn it?
Let me explain. Because first of all, the collective wisdom of this country comes from us all. It comes from you. It comes from everybody in this country. I was a former employee of NASA contractors, etc. I was part of the people who built the space station that's up there right now. Jeff Bezos took a lot of the technology that we built collectively, and by the way, that you, Mr. Bryce, paid for. And thank you so kindly. You paid for that technology. We get Musk that comes in, and Musk goes ahead and puts a rocket in suborbital flight, something that we've been doing since the 1960s. And the media and everybody say, oh, he did a great thing. But he was working off the collective knowledge of all of us, things that were invented before and things that the government paid to create whether by private contractors or in-house. But he made the profits off of all that realized gains of the stock that he sold for that. How is that fair?
Well, all of us are standing on the shoulders of the people and generations.
Amen. Yes.
But that does not mean that the path before us is, and you'll have to tell me what your philosophy or core philosophy, if you want to go on and label it. But I'm a free market capitalist. Okay. Now what we have in this country is a corrupted version of capitalism. But I think that guys like you, and I say this with great respect,
right,
argue from an idealistic point of view, and we'll look at let's call it socialism, communism, some kind of idealistic philosophy, right? That means that, hey, we should all, share some kind of egalitarianism. And then they contrast that with a corrupted version over here. What we need to do is repair this over here. And I'll bet you and I could go down a tremendous list of things that we agree upon that are fundamentally corrupted, that I believe have been corrupted by government influence and government grift in the entire process, that puts it to where, we've destroyed small business, we've destroyed the middle class, but our solutions are not to go down a path where we're going to eliminate people being able to be wealthy.
No, I don't want. Are you worth? Let's say you're worth $20 million. I don't know what you were, but let's say you're worth $20 million. I don't have a problem with you because that's peanuts. Okay. $20 million, peanuts. It's for a lot for a poor person. It still puts you in the upper 5 percentile or probably a little better than that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're in the top 1%. I mean, been a minuscule percentage of people on Earth.
You are. I'm not. I'm a political activist all the way. So I gave up everything. So for this, but what I'm trying to say is the following, and I think we would come down in the same place if we actually looked at who's at people's worth. And my contention is, I don't know a billionaire, whether Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, or Elon Musk, that's worth the billions that they have. And my contention is that they made it off of our backs. And in other words, I think if we were to, Jeff Bezos can't program a computer worth hell, but his systems are based on computer systems. Elon Musk is one of the worst programmers, bar none, but his technologies, both within his electric cars, etc., made him rich. Government made Elon Musk rich by creating a structure in where all the oil guzzling cars had to pay him a stipend to put out an electric car. And then people say he's this great intelligent wizard. He's not. And my contention is our form of capitalism actually allows charlatans like billionaires like Musk, Bezos, and all these guys to exist. Your thoughts?
Yeah, to call them charlatans, I believe that's rooted in envy.
Wait, my brother. I swear to you, and I just want this. I want to be clear. I don't have envy on any of that, because if I chose to be like them, the knowledge base here is enough to do that. The thing about it is they chose the capitalist format. I think the capitalist format is nothing but antiseptic slavery, but we can discuss that further later.
Well, sure. Listen, I mean, I own a cigar lounge in town. I am a terrible bartender. I hire bartenders and I pay them, the market wage, and I take care of them, and I give them big tips, and I treat them well, and I give them bonuses, and I'm kind to them, and they make great drinks, and I'm a lousy bartender. So,
but that's good.
I don't understand how you would suggest that because Elon Musk is not a terrific programmer, him taking capital, from multiple sources, including taking advantage of government programs that politicians like the Clintons instituted or Barack Obama instituted.
All of them are corrupt. Right. Yeah.
Okay. So, but I don't understand how you can say, though, that leadership has no value. I mean, I have an insight. I've worked in a capacity that has gotten me into the orbit of an Elon Musk, right? Mm-hmm. I know other billionaires, and I watch how they think, how they work, the obsessiveness for which they work. Many of them have tremendous leadership ability. They have gifts that God has.
My brother, however, my dear brother, I don't care what leadership they have, they couldn't do it without the technical abilities of those who actually, the engineers and the scientists that did it. Those people are not compensated relative to the people like Musk at all. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying there should be equity somewhere. And you're asking me, what is that worth? I don't know what it's worth. That's probably above my pay grade. But what I know it's not worth is $1 billion. Because again, no one by themselves. In other words, if any one of those people your bartenders are happy with you. Because we are talking nominal types of monies here. But when we get to Americans don't understand what billions look like. They don't understand what the super wealthy really looks like. And that's why we can get conservatives who will support voting against their interests, in my humble opinion. But I leave that with you. Let's close out this section on billionaires by me asking you, what is it that you think? Why is it that you think they should be able to extract that percentage of the economy when their worth isn't commensurate with that?
Well, because I just fundamentally don't think you understand what they also do for our economy, our way of life, our lifestyles.
I will extend it. Tell me what they do. I'm sorry.
Do you own a Tesla? It's an amazing vehicle. I don't, by the way.
But he didn't build it. Musk did not build the Tesla, nor Musk did not build electric cars. It was ceded to him.
Wait, okay. I don't think the person who lays the bricks, okay, at the behest of the person who owns the brick building company has inherently more value than the other. You're suggesting that the person that is working very hard and they deserve a tremendous amount. You can tell me what you think they deserve, right? But we have free market economic forces that
sorry. Go ahead, sir.
We do to it. We do. Now you and I could agree, and we could probably spend hours talking about how I would restore more balance to small businesses because we have government interference that has allowed for some of the mass collection of wealth and picking winners and losers. Okay. There has been many government forces and collusion, especially right now in a corporate.
One example of that, please, sir. I hear that a lot on the conservative side, and I've never heard a conservative tell me what. Say it again.
There used to be tens of thousands of small banks around the country.
I agree.
After 2008, we destroyed that in favor of big banks because the government bailed them out instead of letting them suffer the consequences.
That's not what happened. And that's a big thing that concerns me when we put it that way. We have to remember that at one point, our banking sector went, the fault of this is not Ronald Reagan. The fault of this is Bill Clinton. When Glass-Steagall, when we went ahead and pretty much merged the investment side of banking with the regular side of banking. Yeah.
It goes back 100 years before that, though, brother.
Right. But
what we did, and this is where I think maybe we could agree, we stopped we protected bankers against the decisions that they were making. Bankers used to loan their own money. It was a collection of wealthy people that came together with capital and interviewed the people in their community. They were very much community based. Okay, Bill over here is going to be able to pay it back. We're going to take a risk on Bill. We're going to do this. We're going to give him a loan. He's going to build this business. He's going to pay us back. We interview him. We know him in the community. We did that. Once they removed that and the bankers were too far from it and the government protected them against losses, and then the government also forced them to lend to people that could not pay it back.
That part isn't true, but continue.
Well, of course it's true.
It's not true at all. I mean,
of course, how do you think
2008 happened because of something called the derivatives, and the derivatives that fully. It's a locked up system where insurance A was dependent on insurance B, C, D, and then it gave into what we call in software company the deadly embrace. So that's what happened.
But you're forgetting that they loaned to people who could not afford.
You know what?
themselves.
You're right. Let me tell you where you're right, brother. You are right that they loaned that money that they shouldn't have loaned, but it was in their interest to loan that money. It wasn't the government saying you must loan to somebody who can't afford it. What the bankers did is they created a false structure of these exploding loans that made people seem like they could afford the loan. And that wasn't the government driven. That was the capitalist system saying, how can we find a way to con these people to get the immediate, because we know the government will back us at the end.
Well, yeah, but you understand that there's also, I think you're forgetting that this goes hand in hand, or maybe you're not, maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, but this is all going hand in hand.
That's why I said I think we can agree on quite a bit. The problem the problem that we have a lot of times is that I say this with great respect. I think too many of us are the pawns of the billionaires. When I tell you the billionaires don't deserve or work for any of this, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about most of my conservative friends. Most of my conservative friends have been led to believe that somehow we need these rich guys because greed is good, or because these guys have some innate ability to do things. And I'm saying they don't. And you still believe they do.
No. I do not believe in, and I want to hear some of your solutions, because I don't want to leap to all the conclusions based on what you've already said. But no, I believe that free market capitalism is superior to all other forms, even if it has inherent problems. I think most of the problems come from what has happened with government interference and the manipulation of our government and our state taking too big a role in these sort of things in favor of the billionaire class, or call it the oligarchs, call it the globalists, because I think we have a big push there. I think that is who our enemy is. I do not think it is all of the people, the billionaires, the drivers of wealth, because they do drive wealth. I do not think that you lay it at all of their feet. And I do not think that we create a structure where you artificially bring the government in to create an egalitarianism or anything like that. I think that's where you get people starving.
Okay, now let me point this out, because you said you wanted what my view was. And I spoke about this on my KPFT program, 90.1 FM this morning. And I said the problem is that you start at capitalism. I start at free enterprise. Okay, capitalism and free enterprise are not the same thing. I have free enterprise at the top of my pyramid. And below free enterprise, I have capitalism, socialism, and collectivism. And what I mean by the following. Things like healthcare, where I don't have the choice. If I get sick, I must get healthy. I must get healed. I don't get choices. That does not belong in a capitalist structure, because I don't have choices. There's no free market there. Now we have capitalism. Capitalism is where we have your restaurants, your shows, your bar, everything else. Free market capitalism works fine under that scenario. And then collectivism, as opposed to the corporation, where we have the corporations that have this rigid structure, which is nothing more than antiseptic slavery, because it is not a democracy. It's something that's run. If you want within capitalism to have companies that work that way, have at it. But I'm saying there are some people that will want a collective system to work. We can have all these things coexist with free enterprise being on the top. Mean we're free to choose. Honestly, free to choose. Now, under the capitalist system, we are slaves, because again, those who own capital own everything. AI that's coming out in the next few, that's going to be taking over a whole lot of stuff. It's people talk about it as getting rid of jobs. I look at it as being a great opportunity. If we follow the model that I just spoke about, what we finally get is we say, instead of having a 40-hour work week, AI is going to give us a 20-hour work week, a 15-hour work week. Why? Because it's using the composite knowledge of all of us. That's what AI is. But the way capitalism works is those who can capture the end product, they are the ones who profit from it, and the rest of us remain indentured servants. And you say,
yeah, well, no, all of us profit from it, which is why we're the wealthiest nation that has ever existed on the planet. And we have lifted more people out of poverty historically. Our lives are easier than they ever have been because of our system. I am not arguing with you that our system does not have corrupt elements.
Did you agree with my structure? Free enterprise? No. Why not?
Because socialism can't exist under that.
No. I think you. What is socialism?
Well, okay. Let's talk about what there's the definition of socialism. There's what people have perverted it into, like saying, but the fire department means we're socialist.
That's correct. No, that is correct.
No, socialism is the government owning the means of production.
Do you know of anybody? Do you know of anybody in America? And this is a question that I ask all the conservatives that I speak to. Do you know of anybody in America, from Bernie Sanders all the way to Kamala Harris, who believes in a socialism that talks about the government owning all sources of production?
Yeah, I do.
Who?
Well, they write about it.
No. Bernie Sanders have never once has he said anything about owning the sources of production. You know what they mean by socialism?
Of course they don't. Because that's
you can
to
only
say it in that definition is unpalatable.
No. That's
to the population. That
you know what they did? Property. They changed the dictionary system, and let me tell you how deep our system is. The dictionary has now defined socialism and communism as co-equal. Take a look at your Webster dictionary. That's a fallacy.
They're both based in collectivism.
Of course.
And one is a different means of getting to the other. But, one is death by suicide. The other is death by murder.
No. We have to be honest here. Let me tell you what socialism, as we talk about. When I say free enterprise, this free enterprise at the top, meaning we have choices. Free enterprise, we have choices. Under free enterprise, we have capitalism. Those who want to follow that model for their businesses, etc., they can do that.
Not under what you're suggesting, because you've already said that we should not have billionaires.
No. I said we should not have billionaires. And now when it comes to that thing there, that chapter on capitalism, no billionaires will exist. And why will those billionaires not exist? Because the thievery that occurs under how the billionaire got their monies would not be feasible. Now, if for some reason they got around the system and people want to say, I'm going to make you have a billion.
Tell me how John D. Rockefeller stole.
John D. Rockefeller stole, first of all, from the inception of this country, the lands that he mined from, by use ever saying that the oil in that ground belongs to that person. That is fallacy. That oil was there. So once we get the person with capital that goes ahead and extract that oil and profits from that oil, at that point in time, if that revenue is not shared by the country itself, that is theft, because they didn't put it there.
So do you believe in private ownership of land?
I am contentious of, right. First of all, let me answer that in two ways. Sure. I understand that right now we do have private ownership of land, but it's kind of interesting because all the land that we have private ownership of is this way. I stole this thing. Now I own it. And now I can do whatever I want with it. That's one way of looking at it. That's looking from the.
How does one? I own 10 acres up the road here that I'm going to build a house on.
Right.
How did I steal that?
Well, you didn't steal that land. You're a part of a structure that's already in existence. But the people who sold that land and the people who acquired that land in the first place, the generation one of the people who came to this plan and says, I take this land in the name of either the Queen or in the name of the United States or whatever. At that point, it was
a homesteader, and I
right. But what I'm saying, the homesteader that you got, right? And this is what I think we need to be humble about. A lot of the homesteads that people haven't said, "Oh, this has been in my family for generations." Yeah, it was in your family for generations, but guess what? It started being owned by somebody else, and that it was nobody paid for it. The country just took it. And when we are honest with ourselves and realize, you don't have any problem with just taking the land, right?
No, I do not.
And that's fine. And what I'm saying is I do. And those are some fundamental differences between how people think. and how people evaluate things. And that's fine. What we ought to do is democratically resolve those issues. And that's what I think we're going to do.
Okay. So would you suggest then, all right, a guy owns 100,000 acres of, prime land, somewhere here in the West. Do you believe that he should be allowed to do that? Or you think that if people voted that he shouldn't allow that, you can seize it?
Well, no, what I really think about is that the people who had ownership of that land originally, the people who have birthright to that land, at this point in time should start the process of suing those people who.
How do you measure their birthright? I mean, are we talking about indigenous people?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but the Indians have a long line of, you trace back any of them, it's a long line of conquering each other. And
I understand
that land.
I understand that. And that's where we get to the primal question is, do I believe in land ownership? I think land, when you bring all those machinations in, you see the issue. It's a real issue. It's like, who has the land? The person who conquers it. And well, if somebody else conquers it from you, don't complain. But that's a kind of veering off that veers off the subject a bit. I think we have a good understanding on things like capitalism, but I want to talk about Donald Trump in a matter. Do you think Donald Trump is a good guy?
Well, I don't think anyone's a good guy. I think we're all inherently sinful. I think we all have our problems, but I'm not voting for, pastor in chief. I'm not voting for, you're always voting the lesser of two evils, unless Jesus is on the ticket. I'm sure you've heard that before. Mm-hmm. Is Donald Trump a good guy? I think there's elements of him that is, and there's things that I disagree with.
Do you think Donald Trump is a thief?
Well, no.
Yes or no? Do you think Donald Trump is a rapist?
No, I do not believe he's.
Do you think Donald Trump lies a lot?
I think that.
Let me tell you why I want to do it this way, because I'm going to give you all the latitude you need to tell me about Donald Trump.
Sure.
Do you think Donald Trump is a liar?
Well, we're all liars.
Do you think Donald Trump lies more than most?
More than most politicians?
No, more than most. I mean, even politicians. You don't think so? All right. Do you think Donald Trump cares about you?
Well, let me answer that one precisely. So I've met him before. I mean, I've met him several times since. I'll be at Mar-a-Lago this week, and I think he is a very genuine person to people, especially on a private level. I've been pretty impressed about how he's treating his team and staff. I met him prior to him ever running for office. We'll call it probably 2011, 12, somewhere in there. I insured one of his hotels, and he was passing through that day. I had a great story told to me from his former driver, who's now the GM of that particular hotel, who said that the day I went to work for Trump, he said, if you pay attention, you listen and learn, you're not going to be my driver for long. And the guy moved up through the company and was a very competent GM of that particular hotel. I can't tell you how many people I know who are lauded by the public, whose children hate them. And Donald Trump has well-organized kids who love and appreciate their father. So it tells you a lot about who he is behind the scenes. I think calling him a rapist or, things like that based on E. Jean Carroll, who had zero credibility. There was nothing about that was credible in her arguments. There was nothing about that trial that was fair to Donald Trump, including not being allowed to bring in evidence about her character in the process. And I think we have a problem when we have that much lawfare against an individual like Donald Trump or many people in this administration. We've also diminished and devalued actual rape victims and things like that by the lawfare that they promoted against Donald Trump. And all of those things are falling apart and disintegrating as we speak because the jig is up.
Actually, why do you say they're falling apart? I mean, they're going to fall apart because he's president. America chose to elect him again.
Well,
right?
They were falling apart prior to that.
Well,
no. Wait, just based alone on some of the novel legal theories that they used to prosecute him, or things where they had to change the law in order to go after him. Whether you like him or not, you have to, as a rational human being, admit that there were lawfare actions against him. It was going after a political opponent. Whether some of those things, I mean, we elevated misdemeanors to felonies using all kinds of artful legal shenanigans. You have to see that, and I don't believe Donald Trump is Jesus Christ or my Messiah.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with you that these things were elevated unduly because it's been done a whole lot before.
Wait, Alvin Bragg and others ran specifically on the idea that you elect me, I'm going to do whatever it takes to go after Trump.
Well, I think Trump does the same thing too, right?
No.
You don't think he did that? You don't think he did that when he said he would arrest Hillary Clinton, and he said that on stage for all of us to hear? You don't think he did that as well when he did it with the FBI director? You don't think he did it as well when he actually, as he's running right now, said it's going to be retribution at the next election? So I mean, what I'm saying is let's not play the side of of this equality. They both do it, but let's talk a little bit about this. Why is it that he's surrounded with guys like Pete Hegseth for defense secretary, this guy that his own mother thinks he is an abuser of women? Why is he that he's around somebody like Gates, who we know for a fact is a dope, sniffer, as well as,
All right, tell me how we know that for a fact.
Because again, okay, let me back up because I'm glad that,
because I know Matt Gaetz.
No. Let me tell you, I'm glad that you asked that. Okay, given the evidence and that has come out, the people who've said they've been with him doing these drugs, etc. Given that conservatives on the floor have seen some of the pictures of Gates crushing his Viagra with. I don't remember what else it was, and talking about it and showing them the women. Again, these are conservative Congress people. I've seen all of these things. They've come out and said it. So there may be a 1% chance that it's not true, but the overwhelming evidence is there that he does it. But my whole contention is
it's not overwhelming evidence, and you need to stop that because you're playing into the games that they play on both sides. By the way,
no, don't do that. Let me give you an example. Donald, sure. I am so happy that Biden pardoned his son. And the funny thing about it is I'm not even a fan of Biden or his son.
Right.
But I just think that based on what Donald Trump said he's going to do, I was happy that he did it. All the Democrats to put it bluntly, are pissing me off because they're out there. Oh, he went against what he said. He said he was. And I'm like,
are you saying Democrats? Because in what I'm reading, all the Democrats are like, yeah, that's right. He should have pardoned him.
I don't know where you're seeing if you take a look at,
I'm seeing it bubble up.
No, brother. In fact, I was watching Don Lemon today, and he's just as upset as I am because Democrats are like little punks with their tails within their legs that are there saying, "Oh, he went against his word." No.
Well, I'll take your word for that. I'm seeing hundreds saying that they're happy that he did. So
that is one of.
I expected him to. Mm-hmm. The only thing that I've seen coming out of the conservatives that I respect is calling out the fact that he boldly said that he would not do that and pointing out the hypocrisy of that, which I think that's fair.
And has Donald the same thing? Has Donald done the same thing over and over again?
Well, everybody has their list of pardons, but
no. That's not what I mean.
He pardoned him for things that he did or may have done. Versus, people are trotting out Jared Kushner's father, who served time for the things that he was pardoned for. Not an open-ended.
Now that part is true,
pardon,
brother. That part is true. But I mean, given that he only has about 50 days or so in the House, I am all for what he did, and I'm telling you this because what I want him to do next is to pardon everybody in the Justice Department. Because again, it's not going to happen. But I wish he would. That said, my concern about this is, do you have children?
I do.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
3.
Any women that are kids?
All daughters.
Oh, man. That's your fault, right?
I love it.
I have a daughter. I love it. These girls are the best to her heart.
21, 20, and 15.
Oh, man. You're really in those trouble ages right now because all those boys are looking at your beautiful daughters.
Well, my oldest just got married, and she married a great guy, and I love him to death.
Well, you know what? You're a lucky man. But let me just tell you, how can you vote for Donald Trump, right? and look at your kid in the eye, knowing, but well, I'm assuming that you believe this guy has been a predator before, given the number of women that have claimed he's a predator.
So here's the problem with what they have done in our modern politics is everyone you looked at. Here's why this has been bad for women in general. From the moment Russell Brand gets traction and becomes a new man, claims himself now conservative, goes to that. What do? They immediately come out with decades old claims against him. Things that weren't, they didn't go after him at the time. All these things surface. Okay. If there is criminal behavior by people, we need to go after them. The problem that we have with many of these things, E. Jean Carroll being the most prominent one, this is a woman who bragged on television about rape fantasies. This is someone that had zero credibility and in front of a jury in an area where it's 90% Democrat, he was convicted of, civil trial, right? Not even of rape, but the judge from the bench says that, basically it was rape. All of that stuff makes it to where you're not going to be believed.
My question to you,
the same thing. Hang on. I have personal insight into what they did. Congressman Madison Cawthorn is one of my very good friends. He was out here for my daughter's wedding a few weeks back. We spent a lot of time together. I know him well. I know him as well as anybody. They paid one of his friends $200,000 to get pictures and give a password to his iCloud account so they could pull pictures and take them out of context, including one of which was him with a couple of gals, him being draped in lingerie that was when he was 19 years old on a cruise ship game show with his family in the audience. And they pretended like he was a sexual deviant based on that. They do this to everyone. And
on all sides. On all sides.
Mostly on all sides. But I would put the balance of it, and I'll tell you exactly why, is because conservatives tend to generally have more Christian foundational underpinnings.
Thank you for making the segue, because
let me just finish this sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is they know that gets to us and destroys credibility. Okay. So they'll attack us with those sort of things. I mean, the second anyone on our side runs for anything prominent or gets pushed up for anything prominent, immediately. And that's not what the conservatives generally do. And we know by Bill Clinton and JFK and everybody else, people in powerful political roles and positions are certain personality types, or get compromised by deep state actors, honeypots. All of those sort of things exist in politics. I wish it didn't, but it does.
Now, let me tell you, I can refute everything that you said with respect to the number of memes that come out that are misleading, etc. The right wing has a much, much bigger machine. In fact, it is paid for. While on the liberal side, unfortunately, we don't have the investments for that. The $1.2 billion that went to Kamala went to all those high price elitist guys on the coast. So the real stuff comes from your side. But let me ask you something about Christianity, because you're a Christian, and I will never question your faith. I think, and I listen to the way that you talk about your daughters, and I can see the love that you have for your daughters, etc., just like the love I have for my daughter. But what concerns me is how the way many conservatives operate. It is for them only, meaning for their insular families only. Let's go ahead and take a look at, first of all, I don't understand, and I don't think there's anything that you've been able to say today that convinces me that your vote for Donald Trump doesn't present a problem to your daughters, okay? Whether they say it or not. Somebody that is on tape talking about grabbing women and taking advantage of women. I'm not talking about hearsay now. I'm talking about what he said. Your daughters, in my humble opinion, even as they are within your framework, there's something in the back of their heads that are going to wonder, how can this guy be the president of the United States? And their sons have to wonder, are we justifying the abuse of women by men just of what this guy said. Before I let you answer.
Wait. Let's go on what he said though, because you're mischaracterizing.
No,
you're turning it into sexual assault when he said a fundamental reality and truth. If you are a powerful celebrity who's incredibly wealthy, women throw themselves at you and will let you grab them by the nether regions.
I'm not.
What he said.
It doesn't.
I'm not advocating it. Obviously,
No. I know that's what
mischaracterize.
I gave you
sexual assault,
Brother Bryce. I gave you your kudos as a Christian. Now I am confronting you with non-Christian acts. Okay, by this guy.
Well, I'm not considering that a Christian act, but
I get it, sir. I understand. I honestly understand. What I'm saying is you cannot make this guy any type of moral person, no matter what you try.
I don't.
Okay. And that's good. I'm glad that we're at least there. Okay. Now, what I'm saying then is to put this guy in the highest elective office. It does something, not maybe immediately, to the psyche of children, because we have now moved the pole. We've moved it. But biblically, right, the things that is supported, I know you know your Bible very well. We should not be treating the foreigners the way we treat the foreigners right here in this country. We should not be doing, if we are biblical, the things that we are doing in this country today with regards to healthcare, we shouldn't be doing. The things that we are doing with regards to childcare, we shouldn't be doing. And I don't see, capitalism is in direct contrast with the Bible. Capitalism in healthcare, capitalism in all these other forms of social things that we need is in direct conflict with the Bible. And in some of your foundational material, I can prove that. But go ahead. Why is it not true?
Okay, you're pretending that the concept of business did not exist in biblical times.
No. Jesus, in fact, when they had business on the Sabbath, went and tore down the whole thing, right?
Okay, wait. You're talking about the temple.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, money changers in the temple is different than what we're talking about here. You're pretending that they didn't have tent makers and fishermen and all the people that sold their goods in the marketplace. What happens on your side is you take the idea that we need to care for the poor.
Yes.
And you overlay on top of it the responsibility of the state to do that, which is not what Jesus talked about.
No.
Us taking our money voluntarily and giving to the poor. Which I give hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Like I said, I think you're a good person, but I think the thing about it is, as a society, there's a difference between a society. We have a society for a reason. Society is that together we do things better and more effectively. And I don't want to depend on your generosity to have a society that was built by a whole bunch of folk that has some aberrations in that society that has to be mitigated via what taxes do.
Yeah. Here's our conflict. You believe, and this happened in Europe, and Europeans do not give to charity like the U.S. does. And the reason being is because they have been told and conditioned forever that the state, and it's their responsibility to take care of things. So you were thinking, my neighbor across the street, can endorse the government to come and take the money by force from me to care for the poor.
I love the way you say that. Take the money by force. No, Jesus said, "Give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, unto the Lord what is the Lord." So if we want to be technical about it, there's nothing about theft when we talk about taxes. Taxes are done by a government that is freely elected by and for the people. So therefore, that stuff about the government
wasn't in Caesar's day.
I know it wasn't then, but now it is.
Well, don't confuse it. Then.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal, and which is very important, right? You talk about Europe. Europe has a much more humane way of handling healthcare. Europe has a much more humane way of handling social welfare. And the thing about it is that's why people in Denmark are much more happy than they are here. And that is quantifiable and verifiable. So
in a homogenous society, right?
It doesn't have anything to do with homogeneity.
Sure it does.
No, it does not. It scales. The thing about it is it scales better.
Highly educated, homogenous society.
No. It scales better. And when it comes to education, what we have been trying in America is to uneducate people. That's why we don't believe in critical thinking anymore. We don't want people to think too much.
Yeah, that's why we need to get rid of the Department of Education. Would you agree on that?
No.
It's destroyed our education system since its inception in 1979.
No. Here's a problem right now, Brother Bryce. We are close to the end of this discussion for this segment. I'm going to want to have you on again.
Let's do it again. Listen, I appreciate you. I really do. And I'm glad that we can have this talk. Healthcare is one of my expertise.
Oh, me too. And we're going to have a great talk on that.
And I think that you're dead wrong about it, but I bet we could come up with some areas of agreement.
That would be great. But I tell you how I want to close, because, Donald Trump is now in the control of our country effective the 20th of January. There won't be any people going onto the Capitol and blowing crap up like it happened on the 6th when Donald Trump lost the election. Now, what do you expect out of the 4 years of Donald Trump?
Well, first, January 6th was very much a manipulated inside job. And a lot of that's going to be coming out here shortly. I have a guy who's going to come on my show as soon as he's able. And we're going to talk about how many known FBI agents were in that crowd fomenting a lot of that sort of stuff in order to push a particular political narrative. And we can talk about that another time. And
I would love to talk about that, because you are so wrong about that. But I definitely want to talk to you about that, because what I see is an alternate state of reality that we have to come to agreement with. And the problem is that there's a lot of good, Bryce. Let me be honest with you in closing, Bryce. I don't know how much of the stuff you say relative to Trump you actually believe, because after speaking to you for almost an hour, you're a damn bright guy. You are a very smart guy. And my concern, in doing media, the same that you do here, you are very well funded. We are not here on this side. And my thing is, and I say this, I'm not wanting an answer. It concerns me that we have very smart guys like you out there that are telling this story and that are effective in telling the story. Because I think, and I say this with respect, it's really a danger to the country. But we will talk about this. We're going to talk again, and I am talking about soon, because you are one conservative guy. I'll actually call you a MAGA guy that actually can have an intelligent conversation. So thank you so kindly for having been on Politics Done Right.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll leave you with one thought. I voted for Godzilla, and I do believe everything that I've said. I voted for Godzilla in the hopes that he holds back the hordes emerging from hell. We can talk a little bit more about that, but in his administration, including people that I know very, very well, who are believers, who are stand-up moral actors, will be a part of this administration, and that's what I voted for. I love you, brother.
Love you, brother. We'll talk again.
I'll have you on my show as well. We'll arrange.
I appreciate that. Donald Trump and his sycophants, Donald Trump and the Steve Bannons and all these other guys that are the Patel, etc., always like to talk about deep state, as if the dedicated people in the government, somehow they want to constantly give trouble to Donald Trump or somehow always put him under investigation or somehow spy on him. But you know what we talk about a lot here? Whenever you're pointing that finger, there's several more pointing back. And it turns out that a report just came out that pointed out that the Trump DOJ pulled phone records and texts that were secretly gathered of congressmen, staffs, and journalists during his first administration. I want you to see how this journalist addressed it, because Andrea Mitchell did a great job in sort of parodying what Donald Trump likes to say. And I think in the process, she made a fool out of him. Check this out, and then we'll take it on the other side.
In a new report just out today, the Department of Justice's Inspector General is criticizing the DOJ under Donald Trump. This new report lays out how in 2017 and 2018, the Trump Justice Department secretly and improperly obtained phone and text message logs of 2 members of Congress, dozens of congressional staffers, And then in 2020, got similar records from members of the news media. Among the staffers whose records were seized, get this, Kash Patel, President-elect's choice to take over the FBI. He was working various national security roles then. The IG report finds the DOJ failed to take account of separation of powers by seizing those communication records, using subpoenas and gag orders, third-party providers, including Apple, to get the records and to keep those companies from telling their customers. Ken, this is the secrecy involved here and the fact that they were doing it on some of their own people and members of Congress.
Yes, Andrea, I think the most important thing about this report is that it serves as a warning as a second Trump administration is about to take office with a new Trump-appointed attorney general about just how powerful the Justice Department can be, what kind of records it can get, and the secrecy it can deploy in going about getting them. Now, in this case, there were some leaks of classified information into news stories in 2017 and 2018 about the Russia investigation. And line attorneys, line prosecutors sort of went off in bull in a china shop fashion and grabbed up the phone records and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. They happen to be California Democrats, Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell, who were on the Intelligence Committee at the time. Now, the Inspector General did not find that that was improper. That was in accordance with the rules at the time. There are now rules that say that top officials at the Justice Department would have to be notified if something like that happened. But the IG did find that later, under Bill Barr, the Justice Department violated its own policies when it secretly grabbed up the same kind of records from reporters at the New York Times and the Washington Post without telling the journalists. There is now a policy in place that says that that can't happen anymore, that the DOJ will not subpoena records except in emergency circumstances from reporters doing their jobs. But that's just a policy, Andrea. That can be rolled back by the Trump Attorney General. And that's the real warning shot here that this Inspector General report is firing, that there's a lot to be concerned about. A lot can happen behind the scenes, Andrea.
And who was the Attorney General when this first started?
It was Jeff Sessions, but he was recused, so he was not found to have been involved. That's the bizarre thing about this, is that the subpoenas to the members of Congress and the staffers were done by line prosecutors, sort of the workaday mechanisms of the Justice Department, without real consideration for the fact that this is a separate branch of government. They could have whistleblowers calling them about the Department of Justice, and maybe the DOJ shouldn't have access to those records without any warning.
I think we found the deep state. It was the Trump first administration, DOJ.
So there you go. She didn't mince her words, did she? She said, I think we found the deep state. It's the Trump first administration. It's a Trump's first administration's DOJ. Think about that. Here he is, always complaining, and it turns out that his administration is really the culprit that spied on others, that went into others' business, and so forth. We have a long 4 years ahead of us, and it's going to be the 4 years that we have to remain vigilant. It's the 4 years that independent media is going to have to do the work, because as you see right now, the mainstream media is trying to appease Trump. They're normalizing Trump. They are actually making the things that Trump do that are so bad, so wrong. They're actually making those vogue. I think what we call it is the sanitization of Trump. And while the mainstream media, in some fashion, probably believes they have to do that to maintain that connectivity with administrations, those of us in the independent media, those of us in the activist independent media, the activist progressive independent media, we don't have to worry about doing that. We just have to tell the truth. So again, as Andrea Mitchell said, we found the deep state, and it's the Trump first administration's DOJ, and likely the DOJ that he puts into action once he's inaugurated. It's a long 4 years ahead of us. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTOWILLIES. That is at Egberto Willis. Let us engage. It is Politics Done Right.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis. Welcome to another edition of Politics Done Right. I'm Egberto Willis, your host. Today, we're honored to have Dr. Reverend William J. Barber II. He's an American Protestant minister who has spent every effort to ensure that poor and working class Americans realize they are already empowered to create a fair and a just society. He's the president of Repairers of the Breach, co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, and the architect of Moral Mondays. He is what America needs right now. Reverend Barber, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, and thank you so much. I love the title of your show, Politics Done Right, because, politics is something we have to do. It's not a passive endeavor, and we have to seek to do the right thing. And for me as a minister, right and righteousness, justice and love all go together, in particular how we treat the least of these. So let me thank you for this invitation and for all that you do through this show.
Well, look, it is my pleasure, Dr. Barber. Let me tell you, I met you in D.C. a few years ago when you marched from that whole march from the South right up into D.C. I don't recall what the name of it is right now, but it was a huge march with people walking straight up. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the mass moral, it was called the Poor People's Low Wage Workers Mass Moral March on Washington People's Assembly and to the polls. And actually, the reports were that there were tens of thousands of people from all over the country, some 40 denominational groups, some 300 other organizations, and 2.5 million people tuned in online because, we're still doing some of the ending parts of work over is still here, but we had to be very careful. We had intended that gathering to be in 2020, and we did online until 2022. And out of that, we launched a massive campaign to mobilize poor and low-wage voters in 12 states, touched about 2.6 million poor and low-wage voters, and the metrics came back to show that those voters had major impact on political progressive victories, throughout the country. And I think if you remember on that day, the first 100 minutes were all people impacted speaking. It wasn't people speaking for people, which is our model in the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Reverend Liz Steele Harris is a co-chair, and I constantly emphasize that the greatest, most powerful moral voices are the impacted people themselves who live every day in this country, who face the injustices but still believe that transformation is possible.
That is so powerful. Dr. Barber, as I was doing some research on what we're going to talk about, because I'm really interested in those who are getting the people that have been left out of our economy to actually participate. They have a voice. And I came across something that you wrote right after I think the Supreme Court got rid of any practical version of the affirmative action. It was called, and you wrote it at Yale, it was called A Moral Declaration of America on our shared task of building the nation that's never yet been. That title said it all. The first paragraph you have, you said, one miraculous day, all Americans may rise to the moral mandate of obeying the unforceable natural law that all humans are created equal and that we each have the right to enjoy the earth. But until then, all we have is this American democracy to protect people against oppression, domination, and man-made evil systems that value riches over lives are our laws derived from our Constitution. It's a very long document, but the preamble says it all. Why don't you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, every now and then we need to go back, as Martin King said, to what we've said on paper and what our democracy is built on. And as Langston Hughes said, America has never been America to me, but I swear this oath that America shall be. And one of the reasons we say that is because there's certain things that we said. Now, when they were written, they didn't apply it to everybody, but we must demand that they be applied today. For instance, it is in our Declaration of Independence that we said that everybody have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have to ask the question, what does that mean in this moment? What is hindering life? So if poverty is the fourth leading cause of death in the most opulent country, wealthiest country in the world, then that is a violation of our Declaration. Right? We didn't just want independence. We declared a certain kind of independence, that it would be for life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. We go to our Constitution and we say that the whole purpose of government, the establishment of government, is to establish justice. Well, what does that mean? What is established justice in this century? What does it mean not just to pray for justice, believe in justice, but to literally establish it, to make it firm? And so when you look around and you see, for instance, that a congressperson can get elected to office and they get free health care just because they got elected, but then that same congressperson can block Americans from getting health care, that's not established justice. That's established injustice. When we look at the fact that we have less voting rights today than we had August 6, 1965, when the Voting Rights Act was passed in Section 5, pre-clearance, that said states couldn't just operate on their own. They had to have their laws pre-cleared to make sure they weren't perpetuating racism. To gut the Voting Rights Act, to throw it into the Congress and tell the Congress to fix it. And Democrats nor Republicans have fixed that Voting Rights Act for now 10, 11 years. That's not established justice. That's established injustice. And if you look at each principle, those principles should be laid like a grid on top of our current reality. We say that the goal of our country is to provide for the common defense. Well, we didn't defend essential workers during COVID. We told them they were essential, but then we treated them like they were expendable. We didn't ensure that when they went to work, they had paid family, they had insurance, they had health insurance, they had living wages. We say in our preamble, in our Constitution, we are to promote the general welfare. That is, and by the way, welfare is a constitutional word. We've actually taken that word from our public discussion as though welfare is some evil word, but it's in the Constitution. And it says everybody's welfare, where 87 million people are uninsured or underinsured. If 58 senators can do what they did in 2020 and block 52 million people who make less than a living wage of $15 an hour from receiving that minimum wage. Literally 58 senators said no to 52 million people, while they themselves have gotten all kinds of raises when we've not raised the minimum wage since 2009. That's 15 years. It's at $7.25. There's not a state in this country where poor and somebody making $7.25 can afford a basic two-bedroom apartment. We're not promoting the general welfare. And then lastly, in that article, I wanted to point out in long form that we also say that we believe that establishing justice, providing for the common defense, and promoting the general welfare are essential to domestic tranquility. In other words, we cannot have peace. People can't say, well, let's have peace in the nation. Well, peace must grow out of established justice. It must grow out of a provided general welfare. It must grow out of providing for the common defense. It's not just peace in words. It must be peace in practice, and that peace must be connected to justice.
I mean, you nailed it. I mean, and we know that a lot of the problems that we have today, it's sort of built on the divide and conquer tenet. In other words, we know most Americans want the same thing, but the only way you can get them to keep their eyes off the ball is to have them believe there are differences that really don't exist among them. Is that right?
I call them micro divisions and deflections. And what we need to understand is this is not a Trump creation or a recent creation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can track it all the way down to the American reality, but let me track it from one place. In 1965, 66, and there's a powerful book that all of your audience ought to read called A Time of Illusion, where an author actually goes in and investigates and unpacks the goal of the so-called Southern strategy. It was right in the height of the peace movement. It was in the height of the women's movement and in the height of the civil rights movement and the youth movement that these Southern Dixiecrats got together. And it was not long after Richard Nixon was going to run for president. And they said to him, we know how to win. And this is how we have to win. We must engage in intentional, positive polarization. We must make sure that these various groups split, that they see each other as adversaries. We must use the anger against the women's movement, the civil rights movement, the peace movement, and turn people against each other. And they said, and we must start in the South and Southwest, from Maryland all the way over to Nevada. And out of that, we can create, they said, a new rising. We must paint the Democratic Party as the, quote, black party, the giveaway party. And we must make sure that the hope that many had of masses of Negro people and poor, low-wage white people coming together and forming a political power block does not happen. Then they said, if we get caught, we'll lie. And they said, and it's probably going to get out of control, and we'll lie and say we didn't do it. But if we engage in this positive polarization, not only can we split the South, we can split the ethnic enclaves of the North. And then we play our game in that division. This was actually a plan, right? So, and if you don't know this, then you think that Trump is somehow just came on the scene, or the MAGA Republicans came on the scene. And by the way, almost entire Republican Party bought into this, and everyone has used it. Nixon used it. Reagan used it. Bush 1 and 2 used it. They've all used it. And too often, moderate Democrats have used it as well and succumbed to it. You remember a minute ago I said that 8 senators voted against 52 million Americans. 8 of those were so-called moderate Democrats.
Right.
You think about that now.
Right.
50 were Republicans. So this divide and conquer that you just mentioned is a strategy. I love it the way that a scholar out of Emory says. She says what we are seeing today is an iconography of a too often American reality.
Wow.
We cannot act as though what we are seeing is like nuance. It's like it's something that's brand new. Is just one person. If we do our analysis that way, we are missing the entire function of what's going on. Right.
Exactly. You nailed it. Let me ask you something, Reverend Barber, because first of all, I want to qualify something that you said when you mentioned about they attempted to turn the Democratic Party into having many Americans believe it's the Black Party, and above and beyond that, that somehow it's the Welfare Party. And interestingly, a lot of the supporters of the right, or let's say in the entire Appalachian Trails, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, all these places that fall within the Appalachian Trails, where a large percentage of the white people in there have a much higher percentage of welfare usage. In fact, there's a video that I was suggesting that people look that said 50% of certain areas in West Virginia, the people are on government support. Not that it's a good thing, but the idea is it's amazing how much they vote against their interests. A lot of what you are doing, I noticed for some time now, is bringing all these people together to make them realize, no, we are all in the same boat and we're being played. Go ahead, Doctor.
Well, I spent a lot of time in Appalachia, just like we do in the South. My grandfather was from West Virginia. He was a coal miner that worked along other white coal miners in the 1920s. And what was called the Blair Mountain Wars, when the miners stood up against the bosses and the government, and they had Molotov cocktails dropped on them from biplanes. So there is this history of fusion movement, even in Appalachia. You know, the song that the Black Lives Matter movement sang a lot, "Which side are you on? Which side are you on?" actually came from Appalachia. It came from East Kentucky. A white woman there was singing that song as they were trying to arrest her husband, who was a miner who took on the bosses. Let me do a little bit of a reframe on what was just said. And at the end of the Selma to Montgomery March, Dr. King stood on the steps of that Alabama State House and said, the greatest fear of the racist aristocracy in this country is for the masses of Negro people and the masses of poor white people to come together and form a voting bloc that could fundamentally shift the economic architecture. He actually said that. I think that's one of the reasons, you know, he eventually was killed, because 3 years later he was gone, because he was putting this together, right? Now, here we are today. Let me make a couple of corrections that are often repeated, but they're not true today. One is that welfare, actually, as we know it, is a good thing, even what grew out of the New Deal and others, because without it, you know, we had 140 million poor and low wealth people. Without assistance in 2019, without assistance, it would be much worse, right? And the reason why we have to have the assistance is because the systems don't do the things that need to be done for people to exist, like making sure people have a living wage and have health care. But however, let me take one other step. Did you know that the fact of the matter is most poor and low-wage white people do not vote against their own self-interest? When the insurrection happened, immediately some people started saying, "Oh, that's just a bunch of poor, uneducated white people." But when they did the analysis, who made up that crowd, it was mostly middle and upper class white folk and extremists. Because the truth of the matter is, we did an analysis study called "Waking the Sleeping Giant," and this is what we found with the scholars doing the research. Most poor and low-wage folk don't vote, period. They don't vote.
I get it.
One reason they don't vote is, you see what I'm saying? The number one reason they don't vote is because nobody talks to them. The last time I was in Harlan County, Kentucky, which is where Lyndon Baines Johnson launched the war on poverty. It's East Kentucky. We went there and spent 2 or 3 days in the campaign. They told me a presidential candidate had not been back there since then. Nobody talks to them.
Reverend Barber.
Back there don't vote.
Reverend Barber, you just opened my eyes to something that I have to add to my narrative and stop. I mean, first of all, I'd never thought about it that way. actually most don't vote against your interests. So it's wow, that is insightful. Please continue. But I mean, it just kind of rung a bell when you expressed it that way. Go ahead, my friend.
Right. Well, I've written a book called White Poverty: The Lies and Myths that have been told that continue to exacerbate division between the races. It's coming out in June, and it's for this very purpose. I take a sympathetic look at poor, low-wealth wage white people. As an African American, I have mixed root, but I'm an African American, and it was startling what I found. I found out that not only have we lied, we told damn lies about what's really going on, and it's used to keep that coalition divided. See, if you can teach people that white people are voting against their own self-interest, then black people say, well, we blame everything on poor white folk. Then you teach poor white folk that black folk are somehow taking things from them, and you create the division. But the metrics, the numbers show us that most poor and low-wage white people, most poor and low-wage people, period, don't vote against their own interests. They don't vote. And the number one reason they don't vote is nobody talks to them. Now, where does that leave us? There are 87 million poor and low-wage eligible voters in this country today. 87 million. Some eligible. Some registered, who actually registered, of those registered, some 30 million voted, and some 40 million voted. Some 20 plus million did not vote. So people vote, but they're not voting their power. Secondly, what we now know is that there's not a state in this country where poor and low-wealth folk make up less than 30% of the electorate.
Wow.
In so-called battleground states, it's over 40%, where the margin of victory was within 3% in a presidential race. Now, lastly, we also now know through our study that there's not a so-called battleground state where if 20% of poor and low-wage voters who have not voted were to vote, they could not control the election and close any margin of gap. And in many places, it's under 5%. Florida, Michigan, Wisconsin are all under 5%, where you may have, for instance, a presidential election decided by 10,000 votes, but poor and low-wage workers that didn't vote equal 1 million voters.
Wow.
In North Carolina, the last time, in 2016, it was 900,000 poor and low-wage voters that could have voted that didn't vote, but the margin of victory in president was only 160,000 votes. Now, why is it that people aren't voting? Well, if you look at our debates, the way they're set up in this country, 40+% of the people in this country are poor and low-wealth. Over 135 million people today, 52 million people less than living wage, 87 million people uninsured or underinsured. When's the last time you've heard a presidential debate deal with those issues?
Right.
You don't hear it. So people don't hear themselves talk about it. We had 15 presidential debates in 2020. Not one 15 minutes, not one 5 minutes was spent on poverty and low wages. So if somebody turns on the TV, all they hear us talking about is who called who, a name, how many wives somebody has, who's going to put tax cuts for the middle class tax cuts. You see what I'm saying? They never hear. We don't force these candidates to say, if you become president, what are you going to do with living wages? What are you going to do about health care for all? What are you going to do to address the issue of 40-some% of the nation being poor and low wealth? So people turn off. What we're saying, though, to this crowd is if you want to be heard, you've got to make them. If you want to be talked to, you've got to make them hear you. And you've got this power. Poor and low-wage voters now are the sleeping giant. Because so many people are poor and low wealth, we now have this power. Poor and low wealth people, religious and moral leaders, people without a faith who believe in the moral arc of the universe, and allies can actually mobilize. And so on March the 2nd, in 32 states plus the District of Columbia. We are launching the Mass Moral March on state assemblies by poor and low-wage people and their allies. We are launching a effort to mobilize, to touch, and call to action 15 million poor and low-wage voters in those states over 42 weeks, with the understanding that we need a resurrection and not an insurrection. We need to poor and low-wage people must engage. We cannot sit back and say we don't have power. We must engage, and this power must be felt. Lastly, we really don't know in this country what a battleground state is, or what a red state is, or what a blue state is, because so much has been done to depress the voting population from participation. If poor and low-wage voters engage, all of our concepts about what is red and blue and right state and conservative state go out the window.
Think about Mississippi, what it would do, right? Mississippi would no longer be a red state. It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, perhaps.
And you're talking about where now in Mississippi, 60% of Republicans want Medicaid expansion and health care. If you look, however, at the number of poor and low-wage voters in Mississippi that have not engaged, if just somewhere around 25-30% of those would engage, they could change the margin of victory for president and for the Senate and for the governorship. Imagine if a presidential candidate or a senator went to Mississippi and says, if I get elected, my administration is going to raise your wages to a living wage. It's going to ensure everybody here has you have health care. I mean, think about what that would do to change the whole. What if we had presidential debates and these issues were fully discussed? Well, it's not going to happen until these voters show their power in an election and force people to have to talk to them.
Dr. Barber, before I ask you the last question, I want to postulate something here, and you tell me if you agree. I think the reason we don't go there is that both the Republican Party and, let's call it, for lack of a better term, the neoliberal portion of the Democratic Party are pretty much there as the guardian gates of the rich. And in so doing, they, even at the neoliberal Democratic side, there's just so far they're willing to go as far as providing the type of economy that we really need.
Well, I will say this. When Jesus preached his first sermon, and declared that he was come to preach good news to the poor, the Patokos, the PTCHOS, and he preached it in the ghetto of Nazareth, it says that day they tried to kill him. The power structure tried to shut it down. When Pope Francis has said in his writings that there's an evil magic, he calls it social magic, that exists in both trickle-down economics and neoliberalism. Neither one of them addressed the most fundamental issue of how we live from the bottom, poor and low-wage folk. If you look at it, Dr. King said in the letter from the Birmingham jail that moderates were the worst enemy of the civil rights movement.
Yes, he said that.
From jail, people were more interested in keeping things in order than doing transformation. And the corporate wing, if you think about it, there was an article that came out when Manchin and Sinema voted against the John Lewis voting bill, and the article said that they got that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce basically called them and said, "Okay, there are two things we don't want you voting for: voting rights and living wages." And the so-called religious right, what we call religious nationalism, there's a book out that talks about shadow money, and it says that basically they are undergirded by the oil barons of this country. And that the whole religious nationalism piece is basically a function of certain aspects of corporate America. And so, yes, you're exactly right. Too many are tied into what they treat corporations like people and people like things. Even the Supreme Court justices, if you look at their records, the ones that got put on by McConnell and Trump and all, the one area that all of them almost 100% vote on and have ruled on from the bench is the expansion of corporate power.
Right.
The expansion of corporate power. You think about the country. We're in a country that gave corporations the right to put unlimited amounts of shadow money into the election, but then roll back voting rights.
Right.
But even with that, my friend, even with that, this is what we're saying to poor and low welfare. All of this is true, and all of this has happened. But even with that, we still have this power that has not been fully used, and it's a sleeping giant that has to be waked. If you disagree with all that I just said, then poor and low wage folk are going to have to vote. They're going to have to vote, and they're not just, and their votes can't be for personalities. Their votes have to be demands.
Right.
We're voting, and we're demanding, and that's why March we're gathering 42 weeks. Then we're coming to D.C. on June the 15th to launch the summer effort. We're doing all this before the conventions and say, if you want these votes, then you need to talk to these folks. You need to be very clear about where you stand on voting rights, living wages, and what you're going to do in the first 50 days. Not what you have done, but if you get power, what you're going to do in the first 50 days, because people are tired of being played with. And as Fannie Lou Hamer says, when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, you have to use all the power that you have. And in a democracy, poor and low wage folk and moral leaders and others have to recognize you cannot leave power on the table when you actually have the power to determine electoral outcomes. You just can't do it.
You know, Dr. Barbara, I don't remember if it was the Netroots Nation in Arizona or the Netroots Nation in Providence, one of the Netroots Nations. You came out and gave the speech on the third Reconstruction. And I taped that speech that you gave. Hell of a speech. Are we considering this now the extension of the third Reconstruction, what you're working on with the campaign to get these people to engage?
Yes, the third Reconstruction is I believe, the only hope for this democracy. You know, we had two Reconstructions, one in the 1800s and one in the 1960s. Both of them were killed, assassinated, politically undermined. The first one in the 1800s, you know, there was a compromise made to give the South back to the extremists. In 1877, the second Reconstruction in the 1960s was undone by, you know, the assassination of so many, and then the Southern strategy. So we never finished those. We need a third Reconstruction in this country that completes what a democracy should look like fully constructed. And that would mean a democracy where poverty is abolished, where you do not have the ability to say poverty is the fourth leading cause of death. But that's where we are now. We need a third Reconstruction that eradicates that. It should shock everybody to say poverty alone is the fourth leading cause of death in this country, higher than homicide, higher than respiratory disease. A third Reconstruction democracy says, we had Reconstruction that said put in place a minimum wage, but now we need a living minimum wage for everybody, because $7.25 an hour and $2.13 an hour for people that work in the restaurant industry is immoral, ungodly, and unjust. And if you go down the line, a third Reconstruction means a society where everybody has access to basic human rights and basic civil rights. health care ought to be a human and a civil right. Fully funded public education, a human and a civil right. Women's right to their health, a human right and civil right. Living wages, minimum living wages, human rights and civil rights. The right to clean water, clean environment. This is what a third Reconstruction vision looks like. And the point is to tell people we have the power to build it. We have the power to build it. People sitting in office today are not insurmountable. They are not
infallible.
Without them. You can overcome that. They don't have to be there. We can determine electoral outcomes, and it also means we have to have a movement that both moves in the electoral process and then stays engaged. I said the other day, and I'll close with this, to Senator Schumer. I was talking to him, and I said, Senator, you the chair, we need a hearing right now in the U.S. Senate on passing a living wage of at least $15 to $17 an hour minimum wage, which is actually 60 years old. Because, at the March on Washington, they wanted a minimum wage of $2 an hour indexed with inflation, which means it would be about $18 or $19 today if we had done it 6-some years ago. But anyway, and I said to him, and he said to me, well, I don't know if I have the vote. I said, if the Democratic Party doesn't have the votes in the Senate to pass a living wage, then they need to be replaced. Not by Republicans, but they need to be replaced by
progressives. Yes, absolutely.
Who will not say that kind of foolishness. I said, we need the hearing. We need a vote. Whether if the House, if Speaker Johnson won't pass it, force him to have to deal with it. And then go to the polls and say to people, if you elect us in the first 50 days, not the first 100 days, we'll do three basic things. We'll restore fully voting rights. We'll pass a living wage for all workers, and we will guarantee health care. If those three things, and do you know, lastly, the things that we're pushing, there are about 7 pieces of legislation that if they were pushed and passed, that most Americans agree with in terms of 60-70%, it would pretty much eradicate poverty and low wage in this country. A third Reconstruction says we must get it done, and poor and low wage folk, moral leaders, and other allies, we have power to do it. We are not just people that history can act upon. We are people who can act in history.
Absolutely so, Reverend. Look, when it comes to funding, because that is always an issue, how is this movement funded? I mean, there are a whole lot of rich people that claim that they really want equality and they really want a fair society. But yet it seems like progressive values, or those who are pushing the progressive values most people say that they want, have the hardest time getting funded. What's your solution to that?
Well, one of the things is, we're building out. We have some good friends and some people who give online, and some people who bring resources to the table. I will tell you something. My history has been, when we started Moral Monday, and 15 of us went in the legislature and demanded a change with an extremist governor, and they arrested us. We didn't even have bail money. We just went in because it was the right thing to do. I always believe that if you go with vision, somehow provision will show up. But you can't wait on provision to stand up for what's right. That you go to work. I'm a farm boy. I grew up on the farm. And my grandmother taught me, if you have a field that needs to be chopped, chopping is when you go out and remove the weeds. She said, go out and start doing it. And if you do it, somebody will see you what you're trying to do and come join you. I come from the school of Mary McLeod Bethune. Mary McLeod Bethune went down to Florida, Daytona, Florida. She said to her husband that the Lord had given her a vision to build a college, a training school for black students. She found a garbage dump and purchased it. and started moving the garbage. And people said, "Are you crazy?" She said, "No, I'm not crazy." I said, "You're never going to make that into a garbage dump. To a school." She says, "I'm going to work, and somebody's going to join me." And what happened?
Wow.
People came alongside her. I give you story after story. Frederick Douglass said the same thing after the Tanner decision of the Dred Scott decision. He said, "This decision, as monstrous as it is, must intensify and embolden our agitation." So when we did the moral revival in 2016, we didn't know how we were going to get to the next city. But what we knew is that there needed to be a moral revival. Right now, can't tell you every piece of resources we're going to need to come. But what I do know is we have to stand up. We have to rise up. And I'm a person of faith, and I believe that vision draws provision. Now, on the other side, on the government side, we don't have to raise any taxes to do what we're talking about. If folk pay their fair share. If we just took 10% of the current military budget, and by the way, our own military budget, if you cut it in half, would be more money than North Korea, Russia, Iran,
combined,
China combined, even if we cut it in half, right? But if we took 10%, but on the flip side, we don't have to do that. If you pass a living wage, then that's going to, there are metrics that show
it'll increase the economy.
Healthcare, public, bam, there you go.
But Reverend, you made my day when you said you step out, you go do it, expecting that because what you're doing is, I gave up a whole lot for activist progressive journalism, and I tell you, happier doing the right thing, but sometimes worried that and you made my day when you said that you step out and do it, knowing that ultimately it's going to be there. The necessary resources will be there. My last question, Doctor, is the one I ask everybody. What should I have asked you that I didn't ask you, or what would you like to close with?
Well, Pacifica, first of all, I want to thank you all because you all have been there. You carried the mass moral march and assembly on Washington, D.C. last year. I hope in June 15th you all will carry it again. I hope that you will push out over and over again March the 2nd. And on all of your online platforms, we have a promo that's about 5 minutes. It's featuring poor and low-wage workers. I would ask you to push that out. And I'm asking that you all will tell people, go to the website, www.poorpeoplescampaign.org, or go to www.Breach Repairers and click on March the 2nd. Wherever you see March the 2nd, find your state and join us. We gather at 10 o'clock. The assembly starts at 11. This is not a march. It's a launch, Launch. We're launching. And let me tell you how powerful we are in very simple terms. This is the last thing. Somebody said, well, how are you going to reach 15 million people? How are you going to touch 15 million people? 15 million poor and low-wage workers. I said, well, you do the math. If you have 30 states and you organize 200 people and you train those 200 people on how to reach people technologically using the old way of walking the turf, social media, then if those 200 people reach 50 people a day, and you do that over 10 weeks, and you have 230 states, that's 6,000 people, you will reach 1.5 million people a week.
Wow. Yes.
In 10 weeks, you reach 15 million.
There you
which
go.
Means over 40 weeks, you can reach them 4 times.
Wow.
So the numbers, it's not, some crazy number. It's just, you got to get a remnant of people. Mm-hmm. We're looking for 6,000 people in this nation who will join us. Out of 300 some odd million people, we want 6,000 people, 200 per state, that will be willing to be trained in how to touch people in those states.
Reverend,
and we are together.
We are going to get there, and I guarantee you, Politics Done Right will do its part. Pacifica will do its part. KPFT will do its part. Thank you so kindly, Dr. Reverend Barber, William Barber, American Protestant minister, president of the Repair of the Breach and co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, and of course, the architect of Moral Mondays. Thank you so kindly for having been with Politics Done Right.
Thank you so much. Blessings to you now.
As you know, I don't know how you do your taxes, but I have this Willie's Media and, of course, the software company that I was placed in hiatus when I started doing activist journalism, and, of course, my personal taxes. And every year, it costs me quite a few dollars to go ahead and get TurboTax. That's what I use. But there are several other programs that people use to their taxes. Well, it costs money. And I always wondered, why should it cost money? Some people can't even use these programs that they pay for. They may actually go get a consultant to help them do their taxes. So given that the government is the one who analyzes what type of income you have, etc., whether you need to pay taxes on it, you would think that the government will have the program that they should give you to tell you how much taxes you owe them. So it's a logical thing. And it's something that shouldn't cost money. It's something that the billionaires, right, Jack? Something the billionaires shouldn't be making money off of. I make money off of you paying your taxes. I always thought that was crazy. A company sprouts up and builds a product, charge you for that product, purportedly to make your life easier to file taxes. And the government saw that that was a problem as well. So they decided to create a program, a free program for people who needed to file their taxes. Very logical. Nothing controversial about that. You think? Well, of course, the billionaires got to the Republicans, and the Republicans said, indirect file on day one, says House Republicans. In other words, they want to tell all of the people who don't use TurboTax because, again, either they can't afford it or, they just want to file their taxes. They say the billionaires told their slaves in Congress, hey, guys, we want to continue making money off the backs of the American people. Stop giving them that program that allows them to file their taxes for free. They need to pay the corporations to file their taxes. We need to make money on them filing their taxes. They want to make a piece of they want to turn every service into something that they can make a buck on. It turns out that this is what they said. In a December 10 letter, the lawmakers contend that direct file, which was piloted in 12 states during the last filing session, presents a conflict of interest for the IRS. I mean, that the things that these guys come up with, the IRS collects your taxes. In order for you to file your taxes, it's a complicated process because how many deductions you have, all that good stuff, right? So the IRS makes it simple by creating a program to make it simple, just like TurboTax thought to create a program to make it simple. Now they're saying it's a conflict of interest by the government for the government to tell you how much you owe. I mean, it's laughable. It is completely laughable. And that they want now to tell, in effect, and this is where Democrats a lot of times fail, okay? Here we have Republicans telling Trump, as soon as he gets into office, to cut the program that allows the IRS to give filers a program to make their taxes easier to file. In other words, the Republicans are saying, let's apply a tax. Let's apply a tax to the American people to pay their taxes. Because when they could do it for free, because again, it's the government collecting your taxes, the Republicans are now saying, no, let them pay to file. Let these corporations that make a bunch of money on each one of you tax filers, let them continue to make the money. I mean, can you see this, folks? Can you understand what's happening here? This has nothing to do with conflict of interest. Nothing to do with conflict of interest. It has everything to do with them telling you that you have to pay to get your complicated taxes done. And now the DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, they want to look that up as, hey, that's an expense we can cut from the government. In other words, no, they're not cutting that expense from the government. They're taxing you. So I have a message for Democrats. If the papers were turned, by now, there would be ads on air. The Republicans would be running ads on air right now, telling you that the government is taxing you to pay your taxes. And you know what I hear from Democrats? Crickets. Do you want to know why failed policy? Why the party with failed policies win? Because you don't have folks out there informing Americans of the predatory nature of the Republican Party and those who support the Republican Party. So people who are in fact Republicans don't realize that their own party is screwing them. Can you see that? Again, the government gives you the free the website so that you can file your taxes free of charge on the website, but they don't want that. They want TurboTax and all these other software companies that sells you something to file your taxes to make it easier. But I have something for them. Here's what they say. It's less efficient. Well, they forget that for TurboTax to automatically file your taxes, they have to have a gateway to the government computers. You know, when you use TurboTax and it says, are you ready to file? And you say yes, it calls up the government computer, transmit all that information to the government computer, and then the government goes ahead, hits computer, fact checks that stuff from TurboTax, and then says, okay, TurboTax, we accept that filing. Here's what TurboTax is telling you. TurboTax is saying it is okay for the government to spend money to create a software interface to work with TurboTax and all these other platforms, instead of saying we don't need to create that gateway. We just have to present it to the people who are the ones actually paying the taxes. We don't need a middle person. We don't need a middleman. We don't need a middle woman. We can actually go directly to the taxpayer and say, taxpayer, fill out these forms to pay your taxes. It is amazing. It is amazing the thievery sanctioned by our Republican legislature, or the thievery attempted by our Republican congressional house. But you know, it is amazing because when I talk about that party having the proclivity to screw its own, again, they are taxing both Republicans and Democrats when they go ahead and say, kill the program and let TurboTax make a whole bunch of money on you, right? So here we go. The second story that I had today, going to show you how corrupt these guys are. The second story is the USPS challenges already being tested. And in this article at the Daily Kos, what is really happening is in order to make the Postal Service more, in their terms, efficient, what they mean is make a profit. They want to go to the least profitable areas of the Postal Service. Okay, folks, you remember when you saw the election and you saw the map? The map looked very red. The map didn't look very red because most people are Republicans. That's not why the map looked very red. The map looked very red because in those red areas, in most of those areas, only a little bit of people live there. So you have if County A looks red, the reality is there are few people in County A. Then you have a little county called Harris County, and it's blue, surrounded by red. In that little Harris County, there are a lot more people than just everything around it. Okay? So what you have is the Republican voter in the aggregate. They are scattered all over the country in small areas. But here's the kicker. The Postal Service charges the same amount to send a letter to Timbuktu, Yoakum, Texas, or next door to Houston, Texas. All right? Same amount of money. So in other words, those of us who live in Houston, Texas, are subsidizing the letters that go to Yoakum, Texas, because it's very small in Yoakum, Texas. And I'm just using Yoakum as an example. It's very small, and, having a complete mail-in program, the truck going out, burning gas, all of that, to service a small amount of people, is inherently inefficient. That is inherently inefficient. But we do it. Why? One, the Constitution says we should. But secondly, because, again, we want our country to be connected. We want our country to be connected. So we make sure that everybody pays the same amount to send a letter to keep us connected. Of course, we use the internet now, but you get the drift. What does DeJoy and the corrupt folks want to do? All those little post offices in those little towns, they either want to close them, or they want to make sure that they don't have to get deliveries every day, or one of these things. In all these rural areas that we're again, it's inefficient to deliver mail. They want to do something about it. But I want to recall something else that we spoke about yesterday. Whereas UPS already doesn't go to these rural areas, FedEx already doesn't go to those rural areas. The United States Postal Service does. And guess who uses the United States Postal Service to deliver their mail to the rural areas, to deliver their packages to the rural areas? The good old post office. That good old post office that people think they should hate because a lot of folks are telling you to hate them. No, no, no. Even UPS uses the United States Post Office to deliver their last few miles on packages in Timbuktu, America. And now they want DOGE, Department of, it's not really a department, but of efficiency or whatever the hell they call it. Now they are talking about, hey, now we can cut down the United States Postal Service, get rid of those rural areas. So folks, the people who vote for these people are the ones that they're going to screw themselves. You voted rural America. You voted for people who are talking about, guess what? Making sure your deliveries are not on time, making sure you don't get deliveries every day. So they're taking services away from you. You voted them in. People you didn't care about voting for. They're fighting like hell right now to try to make sure all of you get your mail on time, to make sure you get your services. But the people you voted for look at you and say, it's not efficient to deliver to you.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis. Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTOWILLIES. That is at Egberto Willis. Let us engage. It is Politics Done Right. Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTOWILLIES. That is at Egberto Willies. Let us engage. It is politics done right.
The following is the interview that I did with the Texas Grassroots Alliance with Neil Aquino, who is the Houston Democracy Project founder, as well as Alexander Montalvo, who is a progressive community organizer and CEO at the Catalyst Project. I hope you like it. It's about, they interviewed me on the book that I wrote titled Tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean Man. I think out of that interview, you would get more than just what was placed in the book, but some of what I think going forward, things we should be cognizant of. Check it out.
This is Texas Grassroots Alliance live stream, and I'm Neil Aquino with the Houston Democracy Project, Alexander Montalvo with the Texas Grassroots Alliance, Tarrant for Change. Our guest, Egberto Willies of the Politics Done Right broadcast in Houston, KPFT. But we're discussing today his book, Tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean Man. Hello, Egberto.
Thank you for having me, Neil, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss my new book.
You're always providing opportunity. Your show is extremely open, and your two shows always provide opportunity for activists, for grassroots folks, for rank and file folks. You even occasionally have an elected official on. We haven't stooped so low here at Texas Grassroots Alliance live stream, but maybe someday we'll take the plunge. Egberto, tell us who you are.
Well, I'm Egberto Willies. I'm originally from Central America and Panama specifically. I came to the United States in the early 80s, late 70s to go to college. I did my stint out here as usual. I did all the things that I needed to do to get my degree. And what I did with that, people always see me with this smile and I'm always positive with everybody, etc. And some have the tendency to believe that what that means is that, well, I'm that special kind of black guy that doesn't have any issues. Sure. Well, I always tell people that no. Disposition have little to do with the tribulation one has to go through based on who they are. And I use the book as an opportunity to point that out for all sides, not just white folks or black folks or everybody in between, but to let folks know there are tribulations that we all go through. And the book is really meant for every single person to see what an individual can go through and how one can supersede that.
And so, and you're juggling, so that the title, Tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean Man, there's about 3 identities in that, right?
Right.
And you're an American citizen, so there's another identity.
Citizen. Yeah, you see, I walk out of a car. I'm a black man. That's all anybody sees. If a cop stops me, I'm a black man, Right. So I suffer whatever grievances that pigmentation gives me. But then there are some issues also where I am a Latino. I'm a Spanish-speaking country with Spanish culture, etc. I don't share all the same cultures of my black brothers and sisters in America. And I'm also Caribbean, which also has its own flavor of identity. So I sport them all. And then lastly, I'm an American. And right. I believe in the country and I want to do for the country just like any American wants to do.
Right. So you grew up in the Canal Zone, proximate to the Panama Canal Zone, correct? In it?
It's amazing because, people just love to hear, wow, the canal is this great operation, right? When I was 5 years old, I could walk up a hill and look down and watch the ships go through something called the Culebra Cut, which is the biggest cut between mountains that was done for the Panama Canal, and watch the ships go through. Okay. What tourists do there, I did whenever I just wanted to go up a hill and take a look.
So okay. So John McCain, for example, was born in the Panama Canal zone.
Yes, in as much as John McCain was born in the same exact hospital that I was born in,
Right.
Pocosolo, guess what? He had an American passport. I have a Panamanian passport.
So did the law? Why? If he was born on American soil and you were too, what was the law? What was the difference?
The Canal Zone is actually wasn't American territory. It was leased to the Americans, just like they lease bases in Japan or lease land in France and all these other places where we have bases. That's all it is. So notice that whenever you were born in France, or if you're born in Germany or whatever, you go to the consulate to say you were born of American parents, so you want to ensure that your kids are native born citizens of America, even as they were born in a foreign country. And that's what gave McCain his U.S. citizenship and not Panamanian citizenship, because in reality, he's a Panamanian.
If you're old enough, you remember the fuss over the Panama Canal Treaty, right? It was Jimmy Carter took a lot of political heat, and Ronald Reagan, he wanted to give it back, and Ronald Reagan said, "We paid for that canal," right? It was a jingoistic, nationalistic issue.
It is amazing, because the reality about the canal is stark. I mean, Panama wasn't a country in 1903. It was actually a province of Colombia. United States asked Colombia to build the canal. Colombia said, hell no. The Lesseps and France was already attempting to build a sea level canal then. But then, the United States, remember, speak softly and carry a big stick.
Right.
The United States got some rebels in Panama to create a revolution and to stop Colombia from enforcing their territory. They parked a battleship outside in Colón, the city that I'm from,
right,
to let Colombia know with no uncertain terms, Panama is a new country. United States recognized them immediately in 1903 and signed the Panama Canal Treaty in 1903 with people that weren't actually Panamanian.
Did you interact with Americans? Was there
Yes, I was born on the canal zone. My parents lived originally in Colón, and then when my father got a bigger job, he then moved into the canal zone. And so while in the canal zone, Panamanians lived together. There was segregation. Panamanians lived together in communities that were actually substandard now that we know it. And Americans live in other sections like Margarita, Gatun. Those places were for Americans. Arco Iris, Rainbow City corner were for Panamanians. Now, they also had two different school systems. Our systems were called the Latin American school systems. The system for the Americans were the standard American system. They made sure that the Panamanian kids and the Panamanian folks didn't really interact.
So you came to America. Why'd you come to America?
Because America really has some of the best universities on the planet. And, the selling point of America is actually great. And again, the universities are great. And what most Panamanians are that went to the canal zone, the next place that they usually come to is the United States for an education. If they don't go to the Panamanian universities and decided they want to sort of expand their horizons, a few would also go to Brazil or Spain, but most actually came and went to the United States because, again, the United States has a great college education system that has always been very well funded. Not so much as now, but has always been very well funded.
So you went to UT, you went to University of Texas, Austin.
Yes, interestingly, I came here on a music scholarship to be an engineer.
Okay.
So my professor on the Canal Zone had a good friend who ran the band at Blinn College. So that director gave me a scholarship to play the tuba and the bass guitar in Blinn, but I couldn't take, I always knew my horizons were, I wanted to go somewhere else. So after being 1 year at Blinn, I applied to A&M, UT, got into both and decided to go to UT.
How did you get started with the tuba? Why'd you play the tuba?
Back in high school, I was our band had one tuba player and
I was a big guy and I played the tuba and we marched with the tuba. We did everything. So I started out playing that in high school.
As a lover of the band program and being a former band student, there's a known knowledge that you always respect the tuba players. There's something
Yes.
about tuba players that are the coolest. They carry the heaviest instrument.
Yes.
And so it tells you a lot about a tuba player because they are high quality folks.
I love Alex, man. You the tubas, that's right.
Right. Oh, is there are there tuba solos? Is there music specifically written for tubas?
Yeah. And in fact, if you listen to a whole lot of Mexican music, you have the Mexican music that usually has a good starring tuba line, and doom, 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 doom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I wish I could remember the name. There's a New Orleans-based brass band that plays a lot of tubas, and they do a hell of a cover of Joy Division's "Love Will Tear Us Apart" with tuba. It's just great.
I got a quick question, Alberto. Neil, I wanted to ask Alberto something. There's this musical connection, right, with the Latino culture. Your book is about you being a Caribbean Afro-Latino man. And you talked about how there's definitely a distinction between you and other Black community members who are born in the mainland of America and not a part of the Latino community. I would love to get your perspective just because of this history, because of the experiences you have. How has that been navigating the Latino community and the Black community? What are some of the things that you feel are crucial for folks to understand what it truly means to be Afro-Latino?
And let me add to that. You wrote of an Afro-Caribbean Latino solidarity.
Yes.
In your book, right? So let me add a dimension to that identity question that Alex.
I think that's great, and that's an important one. I told two stories, one being at Blinn and one being at UTA. So I'm going to try to combine those two stories. When I came to the United States and I went to Blinn College, I'm a young 18-year-old kid. And you know what young 18-year-old kids look? They're looking, oh, I see a whole bunch of girls standing up here. And these were a whole bunch of, Black girls that were in the, they were cheerleading or something like that at Blinn. So I walked up and I started to talk, and in Panama we call it estoy dando mi piropo. I'm giving my little thing to try to get a lady, and they laughed at me, right? Because it was sort of this guy sounds funny and his approach is different and all of that. But interestingly, the white girls, they were like kind of intrigued, and they really wanted to talk to me and were like very accepting. And of course, the Latinos just slapped me around. We'd go because we all partied together, etc. So it was an interesting dynamic that at Blinn, the women that gave me the most play then were white women. When I came to the University of Texas, the first place I went to was an institution, meaning the group that I was going to be a part of was the Afro-American Culture Committee. I said, okay, I'm going to go to UT. I'm going to become a member of this committee. And one of the things that happened then was, it was during the Martin Luther King times. And after we all started talking, I said, hey, but I'm kind of a Malcolm X guy. I believe in not asking for your liberty, but taking your liberty, right? Taking your freedom. It didn't go over too well in that room that I said something that they took as a slight on Martin Luther King, which it wasn't. It was just saying a different tactics. And they really got into me and they were like, you ain't one of us anyway. You're a damn import. And that stuck to me like, you know what? You're an import and you are not from here and you don't get it. That was the first time I got a chance to interact with my Black brethren in America, and as a Black Latino to come out and then say, let me remind everybody that when the ship came from Africa on that slave trade, it stopped in Brazil, which had a whole lot of Black folks speaking Portuguese then. It stopped in Panama and Costa Rica and all these other places where you had brothers speaking Spanish. And it stopped in the Caribbean with the British, where we spoke English. And it then came to the United States. Remember, they all picked us up from the same place. So while we speak a different language, we all share the same history of colonialism, of slavery, of being abused, no matter what part of the world we're from. That sort of brought me into the black fold. I mean, but it also there were also issues then with American Latinos, because again, American Latinos didn't quite have that history. They're just now really learning about. Well, I'm talking about in Texas now, about the Dominicanos and the Cubans and all that stuff. So the dynamic that one has to travel, living in these not only pigmentation cases. I don't like the word race because race is a stupid thing, but whatever. When you're living in this space, there is race that I don't like, but there's also ethnicity and culture, and they're by no means the same thing. And these are things that one has to navigate. And I've given the story about a Panamanian that I grew up with, not ever thinking that this guy had white skin. He came here and I was the only person he knows, and we were kin folks because we are both Panamanian. And then he discovered his whiteness when a fraternity invited him in. And the fear that he took when he saw me coming, and the phone calls that no longer occurred and all of that sort of stuff. So it's amazing the dynamics that happen. And when I talk about tribulations of what somebody with this ethnicity, this pigmentation and all of that goes through, it doesn't only cover blackness, it covers whiteness, and it covers what one known as Latinidad, right? The Latin issues that are also there, because they stuff Latinos in one box as if, okay, this is how Latinos behave. A Mexican Latino ain't a Cuban Latino, ain't a Dominican Latino, ain't a Puerto Rican Latino, ain't a Panamanian Latino.
Right. And I think that's huge in terms of just the importance of this book that you wrote, that up front and center is talking about identity and talking about, the impact of what identity can do in terms of the experiences you have in life. And I think for a lot of diverse communities, because of colonialism, because of the structures that we navigate through, identity is something that folks are wrestling with all the time in diverse communities in America and in other parts of the world, right, where colonialism has been so impactful and detrimental. So I think it's so important, this topic that you are bringing up front and center, that we really need to normalize more and more the discovery and also just the conversation around identity, because there are so many unique attributes to what makes each of us who we are. And we're constantly trying to fight, this desire for acceptance, right? I mean, we want to be accepted, but we also want to be able to understand who we uniquely are, and how our history and our paths have crossed. So thanks so much for sharing those stories, Egberto, and just for this book in general, because a lot of times we hide from identity, or we feel shame in our identity, or we feel like we need to model certain things we see in order to validate our identity. And it's really important that we just continue to have a space for each other where we can have these conversations. And with grassroots organizers, we see this on the front lines all the time, talking in different communities. There's some assumptions you can make being on one part of town or another part of town, or being with one community culture or another. But really, when you get to know people, when you get to work with people, it really is about understanding the unique identity that we carry with ourselves and how we can help uplift each other in this work. So just appreciate that. Neil, I'm going to hand that off to you, because I know you got some great additional questions, but thanks for that story, and just for this work as a whole, Egberto.
So you tell a story, you're walking down and some guys in a pickup call you the N-word, and but you felt you were certain it was directed at you, and you were with some other Latino folks, right? But
Yeah.
they were different pigment.
Right.
So what'd you think though? Had you been called that word in Panama? Would that happen?
Interestingly, in Panama, that word was never used on me in Panama ever. But I tell you, in Latin culture, using the racial terms, I don't want to say come with a bit of endearment, but it has a different flavor. It's not mean like it is over here. Like we always talk about mi negra or mi negro or yo soy mi moreno or something like that. When we're talking about each other, like we kind of give different gradations to complexion, right? But really not in a very evil way. I'm not saying racism isn't there, but it has a different connotation when it comes in the Latin culture. But there, it was shocking when the guys shouted it out from the pickup truck. And I am sure because these were mostly very light-skinned or white Latinos that I was with, they hadn't a clue of what was actually going on. I think two of them, if I remember, they were from Argentina, Ecuador, and Guatemala. Those were the three countries of most of the people that I hung with at Blinn. And so that's where it came, that's when it did happen. And, they didn't have a clue, but I knew exactly what was going on, right? While I wasn't called that in Panama, I saw Shaft, in Panama.
What are some ways that you can buy the book?
One link, politicsdoneright.com/books, not only gives you this particular new book that I have, but the other books that I've written. So it's a good place to pick up on getting the book. Of course, you also get to the site where we do our radio show, which of course you have been a mainstay on, Neil Aquino. He's a beloved member of the Politics Done Right family on KPFT every single Thursday, which we enjoy. I think he has his posse over there now.
I appreciate the hospitality of you and the studio crew and the callers over there. You're done with college. What's next?
Well, that is, and a lot of what I put in the book is, okay, after college is when real life begins, right? That's when you decide the employment that you're going to have. That's when you decide if you're going to be in business for yourself. That's what determines a whole lot of your life. And so a lot of the stories that I tell in the book are all the different things that occur after college. Yes, I had my tribulations in college. Yes, in college, teachers took you for granted. Yes, I stood up to teachers, etc. All of that happened. But the real life begins after college. And from the beginning, when I got into the workforce, it was all there to see. Most people, when they get into the workforce, we just accept things. We accept things for how they are. The only things I accept for how they are is when I'm around a cop. And that is because, well, we all know, cops are always right? And in our society, it seems like cops are always right. So we give them the benefit of the doubt till we get them in court, and we hope we can get dispensing then. But when it came to employment, I was never a pushover. And what I do in the book is I try to show some of the stories that happens to people. For the people of color who read those stories, they're gonna understand it immediately. For my white brothers and sisters who read the story, some of that stories they're gonna say, God, I saw that, but it didn't even ring a bell.
And I think that's in your last chapter. You wrote this book for two separate audiences, right? You just delineated that, right? So what are you dig a little deeper into that? What are you hoping that the disparate audiences will get? And then are there things in the book that you hope both audiences will equally conceive?
Yeah, well, you notice I said two audiences, really, a people of color audience and a white people audience. And let me tackle the people of color. Like I said, they're going to read the book. And for the ones that are not, that haven't bought into the fallacies of America, that's a great melting pot already, they will get it. Now, for my white brothers and sisters, this is the kind of stuff that I want to reach at. Right now, there's an anti-DEI movement, as if we don't need that. It's reverse racism, etc. Because many really don't see that racism and prejudice and lack of opportunity has taken a different form. Mm-hmm. And what I've shown, I think, in the book, with all the things that have happened with me in business, employment, and just existence, a lot of things that people won't see on the outside, they'll see, oh, I can see why that is needed. Let me give a perfect example. when I'm not going to give the NASA example right away, but let's just talk about me being in business. When I decided to go in business, I had a successful business. I just didn't have cash or capital. I went to the bank with a friend of mine. Both of us were going to apply for a small business loan. He got into the bank. And by the way, he's a good friend, but he was a coke addict. Okay, this is a white guy, and he went into the bank, and they made him fill out paperwork, etc. It was easy for him to get the small business loan. I went into the bank. The guy said, "You had any collateral?" No. He said, "Don't even bother filling out the application." So right then and there, I formed my company on credit card debt, 18, 20, 25% interest rate. He formed his company on 6% interest rate. Somebody can say, well, you got the loan, he didn't, no big deal. But he got a privilege that I didn't. He could build his business on 6%. I built mine on 18 to 25% credit card debt, right? So what I try to explain in the book is that that kind of stuff happens. And when we talk about DEI and the reason we have to have some sort of equity is when you see things like that happen, it actually affects your ultimate success, or your success is degraded, not based on your abilities, but your success is degraded based on your ethnicity, your complexion, who you are. At NASA, this one, another quick example. At NASA,
you worked at NASA.
Yes, I did.
What were you doing?
I was a senior programmer analyst and a senior research engineer. And interestingly, I told several of the stories in there relative to NASA, but the one that always got to me, and this one is people think it's simple, but it is inherent to how people are treated, right? I am at the place, and I have my cubicle. John Day has her cubicle at the window. And I never thought anything of it. But when she quit, I go into my boss's office and I said, hey, anybody had dibs on her office yet, which was at the window? And he said, and this was in Clear Lake, no. So I said, okay, I am making the first dibs for that office. I want to move my office to her office now that she's gone. He turns around and he looks straight at me and he said, oh, I'm sorry, Egberto, that the window offices are relegated to seniors. Well, guess what?
Senior staffers.
Yes, I was a senior, not knowing that I had the worst cubicle even as a senior, and the seniors there that were white had window seats and cubicles. And I didn't have a clue. So he just came out and blurted that out, and I smiled and I said, oh, I'm a senior. And he got red face and he stopped it. I don't. And I stopped him and I said, I don't know what you're gonna do. And I walked out of his office. I went to my briefcase, picked it up, walked out of the building in Clear Lake, jumped in my car, and started off. I lived in Houston. I worked in Clear Lake, drove home. By the time I got home, a call came in to let my wife know, and my wife thought something was hell of a wrong to let me know that, oh, by the way, it's yours. But the issue is, why do I have to go through things like this? Right. So those types of things are a constancy, but it's a constancy in the lives of POCs right now. And even, look, there are good people out there that do the right thing, but too many of us are faced with the right thing not being done. And in that process, most people just acquiesce to it. They're quiet about it. It's something that I was never quiet about. I would do things at the risk of losing my job, including there was a time when all the Black and Latino folks would meet up at my cubicle and we'll be shooting the bull and all that kind of stuff. We had Africans, we had Latinos from just about every country. We'll just talk and we'll have these types of conversations, And I remember my boss coming down to the aisle and he had his cigar. What the hell are you running here, Egberto? The damn NAACP? It is the things that you have to go through in these systems, and nobody talks about it because, well, you talk about it, what's going to happen. I was one of those crazies that I think I was too crazy for the 5 years I worked in corporate America. I think I was a bit too crazy to get fired because they didn't know what it meant. They really didn't know what it meant.
Yeah. And I think it's important for folks to not only hear that kind of experience, Egberto, that this is a reality for so many people of color, but that white supremacy exists everywhere that we go. This myth, the destructive myth of white supremacy exists. And you're in a place, that's NASA, right? That people would think they're here to do the greatest things together. The best minds, the best ideas are going to win here. And yet we see the destructive myth of white supremacy. And I think it's important for folks to know, for grassroots organizers, this destructive myth also exists. And so when people are doing grassroots organizing, especially within a progressive, with a progressive perspective or the progressive outcome that's being desired, which, the best way to, I think for myself, this is the way I define progressive, is we want systemic change. There is systemic change that's needed in order for us to have the changes for community members, that can be over a spectrum of issues. But that when we're fighting for these things and when we're organizing for things, that destructive myth of white supremacy even exists there. It even exists in progressive spaces. So that just like the workers of NASA, who are people of color, who, you saw will just kind of, stay silent about it, modify their behavior or make some adjustments. We see that happening in grassroots organizing as well. And it's extremely harmful because we're here in a space fighting for the social justice that we're trying to achieve, right? So when grassroots organizers are people of color and they're pursuing funding, we'll see certain aspects and certain mentalities like, no, I actually don't want to receive money because I don't want it to be seen that I'm doing this for the money. And if you're in grassroots organizing, there is not the money we are doing this for. We are doing this for the betterment of our communities, but that we should feel comfortable getting compensated for labor. We should be comfortable challenging the status quo. And we see that destructive myth of white supremacy existing within this important work that we're doing, as you saw in your workplace, as I've seen in my previous workplaces. And it's so important for people to understand that I think when it comes to even like the political party space, why so many folks struggle to stay in that space or navigate it is because they are sidelining diverse voices in a number of ways that continues to have them put in a place where they're not getting the results that they want. They're not getting outcomes that they want. But it really, in order to get those outcomes, it's got to start with the organizing, the trust, the relationships, the community that's going to get us to a better future. And so I think that example for me is like touches right on a nerve of what we see day in and day out. And I'm curious to kind of, as you reflect on that experience in the book and reflect on this experience, here on the live stream, how do you still see that showing up in organizing spaces and the work that you're doing today?
Oh, I mean, you touch on a very important thing when you talk about it. It even comes with contributors to grassroots organizations, right? I want to put this in the right context. I have in politics done right. I'm going to kind of shift a little bit, if you allow me this.
That's your program.
Yeah, that's my program, Politics Done Right, and it is well designed. It is connected using social media networks, and it's a complete turnkey thing, right? And the truth of the matter is, I'd love to expand that because as I told the group yesterday, we should have the mainstream media is not for us progressives because we don't fit the neoliberal profile. So it is something I would love to replicate by the hundreds. We'll have a lot of folks doing these things, and then we get that intersectionality of different folks doing it. I'd love to do that.
Right.
But all of that takes
funding, right? And I find it interesting that people that don't have that entire picture, and by the way, when I talk about having the picture, I'm not only talking about having the picture of what I'd like to do, but having the picture of what I am doing. So it's actually effected already. The procedures is there, the interactions are already there. I have a small group of people that believe in what we're doing and do some support, but it doesn't near cover everything. If and based on what I know, people always talk about progressives being the way progressives are. We believe in inclusiveness and that sort of a thing.
Sure.
You would not imagine what percentage of my supporters are actually on the conservative domain as opposed to the progressive domain. And I see so many progressives out there, and I don't want to disparage this, but I want to say it in a form that says that, they do here and there stuff and they get easily funded, right? But somebody like my complete turnkey system fight like hell to first get respected and second, trusted that they feel you deserve to have this. I hate to put it that way, but again, like I said, I keep the smile on. I don't lose the hope, but I do understand that much of the tribulations that I have, even in the activist world, isn't a conservative thing. It's a ethnicity thing. It's a POC thing. That if somebody had this type of operation, nobody would think twice in saying, wow, this is something we can build on. Because you've shown that with one person, you can have all these permutations going. Imagine if we could duplicate that. If it were done in another embodiment, I am very sure that it would be very well funded. But again, tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean man, and the most important part, racism didn't stop my smile, hope, or journey forward. I'll continue the activism. I'll continue pushing the message. I'll continue making sure that we lift people up. We have great people like Neil Aquino and yourself doing the work and understanding the concepts and trying to push the concepts. And that's what we got to keep doing, irrespective of all the things. But one of the things I hope to do with this book is to let people see, look, when these things occur, first of all, for those who are doing it knowingly, hey, we get it. We understand where you're coming from. And with the hope also of enlightening those who don't realize that these things happen.
Yeah, I will. Right. I'm glad to say that. And you moved to a neighborhood of Houston called Kingwood. What's Kingwood? Why'd you go there?
Is a nice woody community that when I moved here in 97, I think, was pretty damn white.
And it's part of Houston. It's just to make sure it's a part of Houston. It's one of those places where they don't necessarily want you to know that,
right?
But it is.
It is a part of Houston, and they raised hell when Houston annexed them because they wanted to profit from the oil business that is centered in Houston, but they didn't want to be associated with those people. They're a bit too different. They're a bit too, well, you know what?
Right.
So they raised hell as they were annexed. But remember, there ain't no Kingwood without Houston.
Right.
There aren't these high salaries of these folks who live in Kingwood if there was no history. You see, those are the things that people don't think about that activists like yourself make people realize. But anyway, so I came to Kingwood, and yes, it was at that time, I mean, it was much, it is still a very white community. It's not as much right now. I mean, it's not, it still is, but there are a lot of people of different ethnicities that are moving in, that have moved in since then. But one of the reasons that I moved here is not only that it was beautiful with the trees. I love the trees. You know, it was kind of green in the summer, like it is in Panama. Not as green, but kind of green. Right. And also the school system was very good. So I wanted my daughter here for that purpose.
There was extensive flooding in Kingwood, wasn't there, for Harvey?
Yes, and interestingly,
In as much as Kingwood didn't want to be a part of Houston, Sylvester Turner, one of the first places he came was to Kingwood to make them whole.
Do you think, you may not know, but do you think other neighborhoods in the city got an equal treatment?
No, absolutely not.
And just for the audience, Sylvester Turner, Black Democrat, mayor of Houston at the time.
That is where people have to understand ethnic dynamics in cities, and it is complex. You know, it is like, you know, people always talk about integrating the police force, right? They always talk about getting more Black officers on. Do you think I fear a white officer more than I fear a Black officer? Do you think I fear a white officer more than I fear a Latino officer? I fear a Latino and Black officer much worse than I fear a white officer.
How come?
How comes? Because it's the system. The system, the system tells you that that Black officer and that Latino officer feels more accepted if they can show that they have really given it to those who look like them because they are now a part of the family. It's a dynamic very few understand. But I've seen, if you have any doubt about that, remember what happened, I think, in Tennessee, the kid that got beat the crap out of in Memphis.
Yeah,
that's all you have to see as an example. Or if you take a look at every time you see white cops beating up Black bodies or POC bodies, see how many of them actually say, back off a little bit, back off a little bit. Never happens. So we have to understand the dynamics of power. And that is what few understand.
Chapter 19 of your book, the intersectionality of police, justice, and people of color, right? So this is something you've consistently talked about, and you have talked about encounters that you've had pulled over.
Yes. In fact, I spoke about that encounter when this white officer pulled me over, and I'm very respectful to officers, period. I mean, they have the gun and they have the DA generally on their side. So I understand the power dynamics. So I'm always respectful of hold I make sure and let them see my hands. And I spoke to this guy. This guy was smirking because he saw how careful I was. He had no fear of me whatsoever.
This was in Houston. This was near the studio, right?
This was near KPFT.
In the Houston neighborhood, inner loop
neighborhood. And I really got stopped just for who I was. And I understood that. And he gave me some ridiculous reason that he was stopping me, but I knew it was really to check me out. And that's fine. So he stopped me to check me out. And you know, I was respectful to him, and he was very, very respectful to me. And for me, it was shocking. So I drove off, and then I drove back in. Maybe a stupid thing to do, but I did. And I said, hey, can I get a picture with you? Because I was so really taken aback that this officer was nice to me. I took a picture with him. I went to the studio. I talked about it. I wrote a blog about it. The guy got a commendation, community commendation after the blog came out and went viral. And, you know, the sergeant called me up, wanted, you know, all this kind of stuff, because here it was. I gave this white cop a good kudos for treating me like a human being. When I talked about that at KPFT, liberals wanted to have my ass.
That was my next question. Yeah. How'd that go over? Yeah.
Go ahead, ask it. And
I asked it. You were answering it. Go, keep going.
Yeah, they hated me for actually giving a commendation, giving a good works to the cop who then got a commendation. He said they should have. That's their behavior that they should have in the first place. And my liberal friends, I like calling progressive. My progressive friends were right. But like I put in a subsequent blog, I said, look, just maybe if we start commending these guys for doing their job, we will save a few bodies, because they will get to see how it feels to be treated well, when they do well, to get treated well. And when they do badly, to get treated badly.
And well, ask this, and Alex seems like you might have a question. You make a point on the show to treat on KPFT, the 6 o'clock broadcast, Politics Done Right, KPFT 90.1 FM, Houston, Texas, and to treat conservative callers well. You have a continuous stream of conservative callers, so obviously they feel welcome.
Right? I want everybody, conservative, liberal, I want everybody to feel welcome, because my thing is, if we're talking to each other, we're not fighting. So my show doesn't care about ethnicity, ideology, race.
None of that matters. Everybody, I always say, you're all my friends, right? No kidding. And I don't mean that. For me, that is not. For me, it's real. If anybody who knows me knows I have this Latino thing, I come and I'm giving you this big hug and a big back slap. No matter who you are, get in trouble during the Me Too for a little bit because everybody loved it till I found this one progressive girl that she was in a line of people hugging me and doing things. And when she came about, I went ahead and hugged and she pushed me over and said, I don't do that. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, shoot, my God, what did I do here? Me Too, all that kind of stuff. And, so I stopped doing it. I stopped the hugging way that nosotros somos de Panama, that kind of a thing. And then my friends started saying, what the hell happened to you, Egberto? You're not the same jolly guy anymore. How do you make one person, and that a damn progressive person, one person change who you are? Then I decided, okay, I'll try to just kind of look a little bit more if the person is getting hesitant when we behave the way we behave. So that's about it.
Alex, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this topic between the interaction with officers and talking about the distinction between, different officers, whether white, black, Latino, and then also just this interaction just continues to highlight for folks the just absolute complexity of navigating the world as a person of color, but also all of the identity and ethnicity and cultural impacts around what develops behavior and what develops our approach and develops our thinking. And we really limit ourselves when we try to get a groupthink approach implemented around any issue or around any interaction, because it's actually through our diverse interaction, our diverse ideas, our diverse backgrounds, and how we're, developed different behaviors or approaches or things like that, help us discover what is the path forward, help us test out and think through different ideas. And I think a lot of times we restrict ourselves when we overly condemn a singular act when someone is navigating this immense amount of complexity that you've been highlighting throughout this conversation, Egberto.
I want us to be in a position where everybody is allowed to make mistakes. Whatever kind of mistakes it is, ethnic mistakes, racial mistakes, I have made them. Okay? Sexist mistakes, I have made them. I want people to know they can make these mistakes, but I also want to make sure that people have a place to land. In other words, engage, do these things, be around folks, screw up. And I want the people who are the ones that are aggrieved to be able to be thick-skinned enough, strong enough to say, I get it. I can actually work with you and say, hey, that what you've done is not right, and that you learn from that. Now, if you keep doing the same kind of stuff that harms people or that shows some sort of a supremacist being, whether it's male supremacy, white supremacy, any kind of supremacy, then after a while, we dump you. But we have to give, I don't know what I don't know. Most Americans are reared a certain way. You can't ask folks that's been reared under the cancer that was created since the inception of this country to know everything. So I think the first thing comes in understanding, and I talk a lot about that in my book. The first thing is understanding where people come from. The other book that I wrote called "It's Worth It: How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relative Friends and Neighbors." It's about, first of all, getting people to trust you. Secondly, after they trust you, giving them the reality that you accept that they'll make mistakes because you make mistakes yourself. And then the other thing is that they have a place to land. The white supremacist, the KKK person or whatever, many of them don't want to be there. They're there because that's their home. That's what they know. And if they felt like they had a place to land, that they could still have an existence outside of where they're comfortable, it'll open the doors, not for all, but some to come and join you. And in a democracy, that's all that we need.
You took a turn to kind of a full-time activism.
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
I was always a talker. In other words, I always was a radical. From people will tell you from being in high school. When I got to the University of Texas, I marched with the group that says, "Let's get the University of Texas divestiture out of the South African apartheid regime." Those are the kinds of things that I did. When I joined corporate America, I had to be quiet. It was difficult. I used to blog, and they weren't called blog then; they were called CompuServe. That's before your time, Alex. And it was CompuServe and all those different online bulletin boards and that kind of stuff, right? So I used to do that under a pseudonym. When I formed my own software company, I couldn't be this radical out there either, because my customers were from NASA to Boeing to all these oil companies, etc. So I had to watch what I say. So I also blogged under two pseudonyms that you guys could find: Tolerant Liberal and Black Stallion. So I did under these different blogged under these different things. When my daughter got out of high school, that I know that my activism wouldn't hurt her in school or hurt her among her friends. It was like liberating. I started to do radio first in a little radio station in Canada. Then I started to do it, broke out here with the Coffee Party and some other, or moved to Amend and other organizations. I started working on doing radio and blogging and writing. And then when my website started to make enough money, I said, I really got tired of the software business. The software business made me a lot. It bought my house, my cars, my everything. I even got to put away a few bucks that I all spent now because of 12 years of activism that hadn't paid. What happened is the following. I decided to go full activism. I was making enough after I reduced all my costs to do this. And then the bottom fell out, meaning Google, Facebook, and all of them changed the algorithm that cut my income by, guess what? I'm talking about by 90%. One flip of the switch by these companies, 90% haven't recovered since. But the idea being, we all look whenever things are going wrong. We all say, damn it, this person needs to do something about that. Damn it, that person needs to do something about that. And you have to kind of ask yourself, if you're asking everybody to do something about it, or somebody else to do something about it, what the hell are you doing? And the thing is, I had the wherewithal. I knew how to build a platform. I knew how to do all these things to make money elsewhere. Maybe I could do this to create a better America. Not me alone. I'm trying to be facetious, but being one of the small grains of sand that actually can do it, right? And I did that. Now, it has not been the best move financially at all, because
I resemble that remark. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I tell you one thing about it. You are making a difference. Like you, Neil, making a difference. Like you, Senor Montalvo, making a difference.
And I think this is so key what you're highlighting, this transition and the cost of this transition and the impacts of, navigating the model as is and then the model changing, is that it's really important for folks to understand that the money in the industry is still there. There's millions of dollars going to candidates and campaigns. There's millions of dollars going to large nonprofits.
Yeah.
Both of them collaborate and share labor with grassroots organizers. I mean, we could highlight the number of people, Egberto, that you've had on your show and go for another hour. You've had AOC, you had, even in the local primary, local candidates, you had Sean Tier and Kim Ogg, who were battling over the DA position. So they value the work you're doing. They utilize the space and the audience you've built. And yet we don't see nearly enough of that share of resources going to politics done right from that part of the infrastructure, that part of the ecosystem. And then large nonprofits have also benefited from your work. And I know you've highlighted amazing organizations like the Poor People's Campaign, which may not be an example of someone who has all the money in terms of this work because of what they're doing as well. But there are large nonprofits who have also benefited from your work. And we really need people to understand that the decisions they're making, either in their contributions, in their donations, or in their support, makes a huge difference. And if 10% of the current market share went to grassroots organizers, we'd be set.
Berto, wrap us up. Close us out.
First of all, I want to thank the Texas Grassroots Alliance for having me on today to not only discuss my book, but also our progressive movement. Thank you so kindly. Please visit us at politicsdoneright.com. You can get my book at politicsdoneright.com/books. Yeah. Thank you so kindly, Neil. Thank you so kindly, Alex. This has been a very enjoyable experience.
Okay, appreciative of your time. Buy the book. It's a great gift, too. Excellent Mother's Day gift, Father's Day gift. Buy bulk copy of Berto's book. Move it up the list. This has been Texas Grassroots Alliance live stream. Thank you for everyone for watching and your support, and we will be back at you soon.
I hope you enjoyed that, and if you can, go ahead and get the book. I promise you that you'd find it rewarding. Whoever you are, you'd find some of what not I went through solely as myself, but the lived experience of many of us that go ignored very often. And I don't think the ignoring is generally malicious, but just a matter of our rearing, just a matter of what we've been taught to see, what we've been taught to trust. And I think the book does open a lot of doors. So check it out. You can find it at, if you go to politicsdoneright.com/books, you get a chance to get that book and many of the other books that placed in circulation. Anyhow, you know what? And how we end this baby. I am what? Out.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.